do, so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move, so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that, spitting slow, spitting fast. I could roast, I could gas, think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains that last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah. Now that I've been put through, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take sh**. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take sh**. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Gonna learn the consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confidence, dreams and some honestness. I'm not here to save the day, that's for you to take away. I could play a million mind games, but instead I say something not illogical, something that is topical. Rub it on and watch it go, make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable. Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day, going off of my meds. No, I'm not giving up, no, I'm not giving in. I will make it to the top, taking off in the wind. I gotta make it, I'm saving every day to taste it. I'm patient, but my mind, it can hardly take it. I'm chasing a dream that I've had for several ages. A vacant, modern kingdom for the taking. Now that I've been put through, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take sh**. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take sh**. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
Mic check, mic check. All right.
Let's say you, Richard Philip Murdaugh, are you guilty or not guilty of the felonies wherein you stand indicted?
Not guilty.
How shall you be tried?
By God and my country.
The exact time when Paul and Maggie Murdaugh were murdered.
At the end of the investigation, it was obvious.
I'm not here to work with them. Okay?
And the whole point is to have this not fall into the wrong hands. This case is unique, it's unprecedented in South Carolina history.
Well, we're having some technical difficulties.
Let's say you, Richard Philip Murdaugh, are you guilty or not guilty of the felonies wherein you stand indicted?
Not guilty.
How shall you be tried?
By God and my country.
The exact time when Paul and Maggie Murdaugh were murdered.
At the end of the investigation, it was obvious.
I'm not here to work with them. Okay?
And the whole point is to have this not fall into the wrong hands. This case is unique, it's unprecedented in South Carolina history.
Hey, welcome to Unsolved South Carolina, the Murdaugh Murders, Money and Mystery. We are here for our daily recap of what's going on in the Murdaugh murder trial. And we want to start this podcast off, this Friday off, with breaking news that we wanted to share with you about the trial. And I'm going to let our legal analyst, South Carolina's former Attorney General, Charlie Condon, he's here with us, as is our executive producer, Drew Tripp, and Master Controls and Production back there, Max Harrison. Charlie, tell me what we've learned.
Hard news. I can confirm from a very reliable source on the defense team that they focus grouped the defense that they're going to be using, that the killing or the murdering of the defendant's son and wife, that jurors would find that just really hard to believe when you put the motivation being financial crimes. It's central to their defense in light of the focus group, as I understand it. And hard news here. In other words, this issue has been tested, and it's tested very well for the defense. And they're using it effectively during this trial. That's been their theme, and no reason they're using it, because they know that through the focus group, that people have a really, really hard time believing that someone who has money trouble would be motivated then to kill his wife and his son. So that's the hard news that I have, and just want to share it with you.
I'm so glad you did, because it's something that has been running, I think, kind of running over in all of our minds, is how is the defense keeping up this this play, basically, that, you know, the defendant is going to be found, you know, in their mind, not guilty, because this kind of crime he would never do it. I mean, I think that's what we hear over and over again. Right. It's unthinkable that a man who's been to all the baseball games, just literally that weekend, you know, they were together,
too,
right?
Yeah, on that day
he was messing around on the truck, right, with his son. There was always this perception of a loving atmosphere. So I guess when the defense, and we don't know how the defense put it to the focus group necessarily, but they presented a loving father who, up until literally minutes, if less than an hour before they died, was treating his family like loved ones. Yeah,
and there's no evidence of separation, right, or fights. The evidence thus far, and of course we're early in this trial, but the evidence thus far is that it was a happy family. Wouldn't you say? That's the evidence.
And that's what the focus group agreed to.
Well, as I understand it, it was tested with the focus group. Would you have issues with convicting somebody of murder of the person's son and daughter, son and a wife, based upon the motivation that he had horrible, let's say it's horrible money troubles? And the focus group said, I would have real issues convicting someone based upon that motivation. And, you know, as I talk to folks about this, that is one question that does repeat itself. Well, what's the motivation here? Then you say, well, the state's theory is it's the white collar, as I talked about, turning into blood red collar because of the financial crimes, turning into horrible violent crimes, horrible murders. A lot of people do have questions as to how that could possibly be. And it is true. If you start thinking about our human experience, we all at times have had issues with money or this or that. And even if you have extreme financial issues, it is hard to imagine, isn't it?
Doing something that violent.
And
that sounds like that's going to be a big part of the defense. Have you ever used a focus group like that?
I've not been involved with one. It's very common in the legal profession, particularly on what one would call high value cases on the civil side. And of course, this is an important case on the defense side. So it would make sense to have done it. But I had read that there was possibility of this, but I can now confirm that in fact it did happen, and it tested. The news here is that it tested the highest, the best.
The defense's favor.
Yeah, in the defense favor. And now it doesn't surprise me. I mean, the confirmation was that it was focus group, and the clear information to me was this was the top one that they feel would be the most effective. And we've heard it. I mean, from day one, haven't we? That is there any you're saying. And,
Yeah,
you know,
I agree.
and you notice how Judge Newman shut down the ludicrous argument because he's probably tired of hearing it, right? So anyhow,
Well,
just want to share the hard news here. We can move
yeah.
on to some other great topics.
Yeah. Well, I think thank you so much for doing that. And I want to go to the other flip side of this. We're about to hear a clip from a young man, Tony Satterfield. And I say this is the flip side because Tony Satterfield is one of Alec Murdaugh's financial victims. And we know this because Alec Murdaugh has already put a confession of judgment towards this case of $4.3 million in the Satterfield case. This is the late housekeeper of Murdaugh who fell, it was in a trip and fall incident at his home. And through insurance settlements that he had worked, her boys were supposed to receive up to $4.3 million and they didn't receive a cent. Listen to when he comes up to testify. He's testifying to try and get the financial crimes included in this jury trial. Right now, this is without a jury. Listen to Tony.
Did he tell you that they had already gotten a settlement for $505,000?
No.
Did he tell you that they had already gotten a settlement for $3.8 million?
No.
Had he ever told you that there was an umbrella policy for $5 million?
No.
Did he ever mention to you anything about Forge?
No.
Did he mention anything to you about structuring any settlement?
No.
Did he give him permission to steal your money?
No.
This is a case that we've been following for a long time. We've done podcast episodes on this. To hear Tony Satterfield, 33 years old, get up there. He was sitting right in front of me right before he stood up. And when he came back down, the SLED agents were patting him on the back. He got a lot of hand, got his hand shook a few times by these guys and Eric Bland put his arm around him and said, well done. He was so nervous, he said, but he carried through with it. How effective do you think this Tony Satterfield is? Or how damaging?
How much time do we have? I had to go to meet the person because my firm, we handle cases on the same type basis. These contingency fee cases that we have large settlements, small settlements. And the idea that, gosh, I mean, where do I begin? First of all, this is his housekeeper's son that he would know intimately, right?
Housekeeper of 20 years, mind you.
Yes. And so this lawyer, and it's such a black mark on our profession. I was just really angry hearing it because he not only secretly settles these cases without the client knowing, and it takes two other people to be part of this really, I would have to, this horrible agreement. And so he steals these funds that this very sympathetic person needs this money after losing his mother. I can't think of anything worse that a lawyer could do other than killing somebody. Right. But interesting evidentiary question here, just so you'll maybe think about this. I anticipated this on Monday. We have this rule 403 that any evidence that the prejudicial effect outweighs the probative value, that it proves a point. So the state wants to use this to prove motive. It wouldn't surprise me at all if Judge Newman says this is so horrible that the prejudicial effect, and I think I'd have a hard time disagreeing with this, actually, just having heard this testimony. It is so horrible what happened here. I do think that the jurors are likely to go past the what it's used for, which is simply to prove, not simply, but it's an important issue to prove motive, to be so angry with this defendant.
To punish him for that.
For this, the judge liable to exclude it. So we'll see what happens on Monday.
Do you think that could be the bridge to link it all together, the bridge to get them across that threshold of there's no way, even with financial troubles, there's no way that he could go out and murder his wife and son? Do you think the idea that he could?
Oh yeah, no, that's why it's so prejudicial. When I watched him testify, it's it kind of crosses your mind. It's like, whoa, he needs to really be punished for that. And I know I'm here on this murder case, but I'm looking at what he did to this. I do think the prejudicial effect might far outweigh the probative value. So again, it wouldn't surprise me. I'm certain that's going to be one of the arguments by the defense, and I think it potentially would be very effective. So I just want to point that out in advance, what may happen on Monday.
Well, and it's interesting that, Eric Bland was there too. And, he was ready. We've heard him at the hearing that put him behind bars. Honestly, Alec Murdaugh has been in prison for quite a while now. And this was
jail, technically, not
prison. Oh, sorry, jail. County jail. Sorry. He's in county jail, of course, but he, this is really, these cases are why he's in shackles. I mean, he's not coming on his free will. He's being brought in every day from, the jailhouse. Shocking.
And there's so much money, right? I mean, how much money does a person need? He's taking millions from this poor young man and his brother. Where we can talk about this later, but where's this money going anyhow?
That was another issue that we broached somewhat today. The money's going in and out as quick as it's coming in, and a lot of it going to C.E. Smith, Curtis E. Smith, Curtis Edward Smith, Eddie Smith.
Aliases, lots and lots of aliases for Cousin Eddie.
Cousin Eddie is, I think, and we've heard it making its rounds today.
Sure.
Cousin Eddie's coming up on the stand real soon.
Yeah, he's on his way, and he's in jail too. He's actually in the same jail.
No.
He
He's
been
moved. Yeah, he was moved to Lexington
he's in
County.
Lexington.
Yeah,
Wow.
he was moved to Lexington County back several months ago. I asked about it at the time, and I don't remember quite what the answer was, but it's more or less the fact for his own safety. And
That would make sense.
Well, so Eddie we actually did an interview with Eddie. Max was with me, and we got the call to go, and we had to go to an undisclosed location to do this interview with Eddie quite a while ago. And it was like literally not long after he had been arrested at being involved in the roadside botched suicide attempt
Wow,
from Labor Day.
That must have been something.
It was something, and he looked completely different. That was one thing I can say about him. And just to finish it off, I mean, he said, Alec was like a brother to me. But we have learned much more about that relationship. And I have a feeling as we could, foreshadow what's going to happen next week, I think we should definitely be prepared to hear from Cousin Eddie coming up. That's going to be very important for the state to bring this whole case home. Now, there was another thing that happened today as well. Once the jury got back in, we had an opportunity to hear from the firearms expert about the shell casings. And we've heard a lot about shell casings in this case, and the jury is trying to stay with them, I think. But let's play the clip and we'll tell you what we think.
If I understand correctly, the items collected right by Maggie have been loaded into, extracted to, and ejected by the same firearm that identified that items were picked up by the side of the house.
Yes, sir, that is correct. It was determined that those items, and to include items 108, 113, 116, 117, and 122, also had those same matching mechanism marks to conclude that they had been loaded into, extracted, and ejected from the same firearm as those at the crime scene around Margaret Murdaugh's body, and those several recovered from the home.
So that was the evidence
Yes.
that the state was providing today about the shell casings. And to be super clear, shell casings that have the same marks on them that make them very identifiable to being cycled through one firearm, a firearm that we know was available, the type of firearm was available, this blackout rifle on the property.
Yes, and it matched the casings.
The casings that were
Maggie
found all over
Murdaugh's body, and
from different time periods too.
Yes, and I share this with our listeners and viewers. And I've been in lots of courtrooms prosecuting, and the firm also practices criminal defense. It was a moment when it was somewhat boring. I'd say some of the testimony. Wouldn't you say he was going through? But when he testified that, in his opinion, the casings near Maggie Murdaugh's body, particularly the ones that matched by the residents, they matched the ones that cycled through. I saw visibly a number of jurors, a number of them, and was able to make eye contact. It really sank into them that this was hard evidence of the guilt of this defendant. Now, it's early. The defense doesn't have to put on a case, but they will. We haven't heard from them. So I do think we have a lot more information that we'll be hearing relative to whether or not the state's proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. But I will say it was a moment today from the state standpoint in proving the unthinkable. I want to get back to that because I do think that's a real issue the state has to address because it is unthinkable to most humans.
Unbelievable. What do you think, Drew?
I'm with Charlie. To his point, yes. I'm still trying to be open-minded a bit to the possibility of more than one person being involved. And I, look, I'm just going to do it. I'm going to jump down the speculation rabbit hole here.
That's fair.
And let's think here. And this is where my mind is going, Charlie. And I want you to tell me if this is unreasonable or not. Is there any chance that this prosecution, that this is an attempt to flush out other people and to really, really squeeze Alec to give out more information on potentially other bad things that he's involved in? Not to say that he wasn't involved with his wife and child's murders, but
well, under our procedure, actually, I forget the rule now, but I need to review that because it may be applicable to this case. Even after post-conviction, there may be a possibility of getting sentencing relief. Let me look at that rule and talk about that maybe next week. But even if the rule doesn't exist, the idea that you're proposing, because the state could, without this prosecution for murder, under life parole procedures we have, with the financial crimes that
he's going away.
He's got, I think the last count, I counted 900 years that he was capable of being sentenced.
And also on top of that, with if they did the prosecutions in a certain order, he would be ineligible for parole. So he'd be in there for life. So they knew they could do that. So motivation to go through with this murder prosecution, I wouldn't necessarily discount that. I have a hard time actually thinking they would be that much forward thinking to want to squeeze him, because if he hasn't rolled, as they say at this point, I don't think he's rolling ever. And so I just have to think overall, I don't want to discount your speculation or theory here, but I do think, just generally speaking, the tone I'm getting is that no, we really think he did it alone, and all the evidence is going to point to him and him alone. I do think there's some timeline issues that we've talked about and probably will talk about in the future. So I would say overall, no, but hey, there've been so many surprises in this case. Yeah. Every day's been a surprise for me.
It's an interesting theory.
Then if I'm still putting that objective hat on and putting myself in the shoes of the juror, I'm really now wanting to know how they think he did it.
Yes.
How he accomplished it. And we'll get
Show
there.
us.
We're getting there. I think we're getting there.
Well, and we haven't even heard the defense's side. I mean, we don't even know how long the defense is going to go on for. So
that's true. Yeah, and to be clear,
they're going to show us how he didn't do it.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah, and they don't have to put up a defense, but it's been very clear they're going to. I mean, they just have too many things going on where I'm confident they'll have lots of witnesses.
Well, one thing, and this keeps on running in my mind, is that Dick Harpootlian's already put it out there in his opening statement, the defense attorney for Alec, that he wants to take this whole jury on a field trip to Moselle so they can see how large this property is, how it would have been, because all of us are thinking if he was still on that property and he heard all those guns going off or smelled the gun smoke or whatever, you would have known immediately there was something horrific happening. With we know how many bullets were fired.
Yeah, and that's actually a good point, because he threw that out there, as I recall, an opening statement, right?
Sure.
And so if the state objects, it's going to look like the objection won't occur in front of the jury, but still, if they don't go out there, there could be some thought, wait a minute, the state's hiding something. So we'll see if they've got some agreement already, but my thought would be that if I'm prosecuting, I'd say, sure, let's go on out there. And this is not uncommon to have a scene visit.
A little bit of a go to the crime scene and walk it and see what it feels like. Boy, I would love to be there.
While that's all well and good, and it could have some value, I'm sure, it's hard to still escape what we agreed upon before we came into this episode. The biggest story of the week coming out of this trial.
Oh, yes.
That video that so far blows up his alibi, that I was not there. And yet here you are, identified by two of Paul's best friends, who considered you, Alec Murdaugh, like a second dad, like a second family. We're always and 100% confident that your voice on that video, putting you there about 5 minutes before the state says the murders happened.
That's right.
And that's you still can't get past that. I think the circumstantial evidence is certainly becoming insurmountable at this point, that he is somehow involved. Whether we take it for the fact that the shell casings, I'm going to be as clear as I can on stating this in case anybody else needs clarification. What we heard today from the state's firearms analysis expert is that individual and unique markings created by a certain gun were found on the shell casings by Maggie's body and on other places on that Murdaugh property, to a large extent proving that the murder weapon had been on that property at some point in the past.
Yes, that's a fair statement.
And that gun is missing. That gun is missing. They don't have it. They don't have the murder weapon. Where is it? Where did it go? And there's proof now that it's been there. There's other little things that we've heard throughout the week that his alibi doesn't match up with the timings. And there was the little thing about, well, Maggie had left and gone to the doctor that morning, and if we read Maggie's texts, she wasn't there at all. Alec wanted her to come home that day from the beach, and we hear that she likes staying at the beach. She didn't like staying at Moselle. It's
one
getting
thing
there.
after another. It's so convoluted.
But the big one is the video.
Yeah, so let's play the video. So this to us was probably the biggest moment in the state's case this week.
Agreed.
Get back. Quit, Cash. Quit. It's okay. Come here. Come here. Shit. Get him.
Hey, he got bird in his mouth.
Hey, brother.
That's a guinea.
There's a chicken. Come here, Cash. Cash. Quit.
Wow.
You hear Alec Murdaugh's voice about 4 times on that video.
Wow. And to your point, it is, in the States has a circumstantial evidence case. And of course, if I'm a juror, I'd like to have direct evidence. I'd like to have an eyewitness, but of course the eyewitnesses here are dead.
Right.
And so you don't have the murder weapons. Well, does that make it impossible to convict somebody of a double homicide? No, it's circumstantially can be proved. It's difficult typically in circumstantial evidence cases.
From
but
the extraction from the actual device to the
Oh,
phone
hold on,
logs,
it can be done.
Call detail records provided.
Sorry for that.
Sorry, we had a rogue video. Start playing. Max turned his head for 1 second and betrayed him.
As
Back on track.
Charlie, what were you saying?
I was just saying the reality of where the case stands is these strands of the rope that we talked about, that you can prove a circumstantial
Right.
evidence case. And I think that a really good analogy is a rope. If you have a single strand of that rope, it's very, very weak. But you get 2, 3, 4, 5. And I count strands here. What would you think? Maybe over 100 now?
There's
And
a lot.
there are a lot of strands. And I think it's starting to be a pretty stout rope here.
Well, and I think what the state's done so well, as we've watched, it's very hard to explain chaos. And I feel like they're doing a very good job of explaining the chaotic nature of what was going on in every facet. We knew that it was chaotic just because it was a busy young family to some degree that was doing lots of things. But then you start seeing, as you start peeling back the layers, you see the chaos and how stressful that chaos really was, from the boat crash incident with Paul to, they're building up to all of these truly
Right. And the financial issues. He was stretched financially, and those financial documents today, wow. I mean, he was not good with money, was he? It looked like to me he was had some bad investments and money was just flying out. But I still don't quite get where it all went, though.
Yeah, I think that's going to be next week. I think there's a lot to come next week, and it's going to play. It's going to play itself out. I mean, the defense is going to have a lot to tackle next. We did want to clear up one thing, and this was about the deleted calls on Alec Murdaugh's phone. We were talking about it. Let's go ahead and play that clip that Max sort of the one that just almost played a little while ago.
Compared the call logs from the extraction or from the actual device to the phone logs that I saw in the call detail records provided from Verizon. On the date in question on June 7th, I only saw 2 FaceTime calls on the phone extraction, and I saw a series of around 73 phone calls on the Verizon call detail record.
So I think last night we kind of glossed over that a little bit and maybe didn't give you an accurate timeline of what exactly happened, what exactly was being said right there. Those 73 missed calls weren't over a several day period. They were a single day.
Oh, is that right? I missed that. Yeah.
When they, there was, I think going back a day or two, there had been more testimony that they had pulled more days in a broader look. But the 73 missed calls were missing, according to our re-listen of it. The 73 missed calls were missing from the day of
June 7th.
Yes. And Charlie, to your point about strands and circumstantial evidence, why are 73 missed calls missing from your phone?
Wow. Yeah. Evidence of guilt, isn't it? Hiding evidence. So yeah, it's
who was he calling? Why was he calling? Who was he trying to get a hold of?
And I know it's a little bit off topic too, but I just can't leave today without talking about the bank, right? I mean, it looked like it was his personal piggy bank, right? I mean, who does that? And I guess Russell Laffitte must have been his key contact there.
Well, and Laffitte, from what you've learned when listening to the Russell Laffitte federal trial, I mean, this was a situation where they started and they didn't stop, and they realized that they could get away with doing that kind of work.
I mean, we heard the overdraft of roughly $350,000, and so Prosecutor Waters made the astute observation, must be the most generous overdraft policy, did he say in the world or in the country?
In history. That's what he said. And and I think AUSA Emily Limehouse made that same point during the federal trial for Russell Laffitte. And
she's been here too, by the way.
And I think Russell, his dad, and his sister, not just Russell, but his dad and his sister potentially have a lot to answer for there, because one of the most incredible things to come out of that Laffitte trial was the fact that when the rest of the bank's board of directors and other members of that executive committee started asking questions and said, "Hey, this doesn't look right," Russell Laffitte's dad got up in front of all of them and said, "We've been giving him money. We're going to keep giving him money," like in no uncertain terms. And you have to wonder, did he know? And Russell had, according to that was the overwhelming evidence. Yes. But the new CEO, I would say that he testified well. He's a new one, and I think the prosecutor called him new sheriff in town. It looked to me like he's going to right the bank there, and wish him well going forward.
A bit.
Yes.
Yeah, I think you're right. Well, we have wrapped up this week. We are going. Oh, do you have one more thing?
No, I just want to thank. I just really want to thank everyone who has been tuning in, whether you're watching along, Facebook, YouTube, abcnews4.com. That's our home website for us at WCIV TV in Charleston, ABC News 4. We're putting all this stuff on video so you can watch along with our YouTube channel, our Facebook. We're streaming on Twitter tonight. We've done that a few nights in a row now. We've also got the podcast. This is how we started doing it, was just on the podcast. If you're looking for us, we'd appreciate it. We're really thrilled to see today. We're looking at the Apple Podcast charts. We are in the top 50 true crime podcasts on Apple right now, which is just amazing for us. So that's in large part to all of you listening. If you're watching and not listening, please go like and subscribe to us on our podcast feed.
Anywhere that you listen to podcasts, Spotify, Apple, go for it. We'll be there. Max
has on the video feed right now. He has the full screen graphic up that shows you what you're looking for as far as trying to match up with the actual name of the show. It is Unsolved South Carolina, the Murdaugh Murders, Money, and Mystery. That's the name of the podcast, Unsolved South Carolina, the Murdaugh Murders, Money, and Mystery. If you can search either of those two things, if you're looking for us on the podcast itself, if you're watching and not subscribed to the podcast, please look for that. You'll look for this logo, the Unsolved South Carolina logo. That's what we're branded under. We do several other podcasts. We have one for the Brittany Drexel case.
That's right. It's running right now. We just dropped a new one last week.
The most infamous missing person case in South Carolina of the 21st century so far. Max is trying to attack me right now as I'm speaking. He's trying to wrap me up aggressively.
I know. This is why you've got to get a camera on Max and Drew. That is going to be my goal next week. It's going to happen. I know it's going to happen, but you got to see our setup over there too, because we're all working hard today. But I want to send y'all home with the thought that this is far from over. We're going to be following every step. We want you to follow along with us. We've got, it looks like we're going to have quite a bit more testimony. So we'll see you soon. We're signing off for this week. I'm Ann Emerson, Charlie Condon, Drew Tripp, Max Harrison. Thank you so much for being part of our day.
Max, who did this music?
Yeah.
This is Max.
This is Max. Where would we be without our music?
So at the meeting when Alex was confronted about financial misdeeds, according to the reports you received, that Alex's response was he knew he was going to get caught at some point in time. Is that what was reported to you?
That's what I recall.
And he asked you to speak at, eulogize Paul at Paul's funeral, right?
He did, and I did.
And you were very close to Paul, and Paul was a super guy, wasn't he?
Yes to both of those questions.
You said that Paul carried around a 300 blackout and a 12 gauge shotgun, a Benelli Super Eagle, I believe you said?
That's my memory. And then obviously they had numerous guns, but I had seen Paul with those on multiple occasions.
If I showed you a Benelli Super Eagle that's in the courtroom, would you be able to recognize it's Paul's or not? Or?
I don't know at this juncture. I believe it was camouflaged.
Camouflaged Super Eagle.
All camouflage Super Eagles.
Trying to not point at anybody, but does this look like Paul's gun?
I'll say it looked like it. Will I say it was? I can't say that.
Understand. And Your Honor, I'm holding up for the record, State's Exhibit number 4. And I put my papers down. Also, you testified that when you got to Moselle the night of the 7th, that you went through the main entrance, and that's the entrance with the brick facade or whatever, the brick gates opening up. That's the main entrance you went in?
Yes, there's a brick facade and then I think metal iron gates. But they never open.
And then if you go up, and you would have gone straight to the house if you'd gone straight, but you turned right. And you said, and there's a little roadway there, an old runway, and you were able to get back up to where the kennels were from that direction, correct?
That's correct. It's not far when you turn right. Right. A couple hundred yards maybe.
And then, but you said you were able to see shell casings, what you thought would be 223. Where were they?
The one, I don't think I saw everyone that was there. I remember seeing one, seems like in the driveway. Closer to the road from Paul and Maggie's bodies.
Brian, what do you think about that? What do you think of the point that Griffin was making about the shell casing? Is it realistic that we could look at that and gauge what kind they were from an outside observation at the crime scene?
You'd really have to know firearms and ammunition really well. But I got to tell you, that's not what stuck out to me in that cross-examination. It was one of the first questions where he said, this guy admitted to you that he knew he would get caught. So when we talk about this motive, it just doesn't sit right with me. You're telling me that, Mr. Prosecutor, this guy knows he's getting prosecuted for major financial crimes. He's going to have law enforcement all over him, okay? And you're telling me his answer to his problems is to murder his son and his wife in such a horrific, violent way.
But it worked. But it worked. If the idea is, think about it like this. So I agree, outlandish theory, right? Then again, it's also outlandish to think that a guy would hire a hitman to kill him so that the insurance proceeds go to his son. But it stopped the inquiries. He did gain sympathy. People are like, wait a second, let's back up. We heard from an attorney who spoke during that hearing that was outside the presence of the jury, who said, we were suing Alec Murdaugh, and then we were like, okay, well, if this is a real case of his family being killed, we don't think we're going to win this. We're probably going to have to settle it.
I understand that, but it's a very short-lived distraction, and he would have known that. I mean, fine, yes, in the shock of it, when it breaks the news and he's calling friends and family, oh my God, your kid, your wife, blah, blah, blah. But then literally a few days into it, he becomes the #1 suspect. He had to know that that would have been a major, major risk that makes his problems exponentially worse. I mean, a double homicide is not the solution to a financial problem.
I didn't say it was a good reason. I said it's a reason that at least the jury could understand. But I'm also of the opinion, if you introduce too much of this in, could it backfire on the prosecution? Could it be a distraction? Is it just too much for the jury to consider? And does it show a little? I'll tell you what, Brian, we do have to hit a break. I want to get more into that with you because I like the back and forth that we're having on this. So let's take a quick break. By the way, when we come back, I actually want to talk a little bit more about the case regarding the death of XXX Tentacion. A really interesting criminal case centered around his death. We'll be right back right after this. Case.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear testimony.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Day number 13, cross-examination.
Thank you,
Sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Is it Agent Fletcher or Miss Fletcher?
Miss Fletcher's fine.
Are you an agent?
Technically, I am commissioned. However,
Okay.
I'm a forensic scientist.
Right. Okay. Well, Ms. Fletcher, just want to go over a little bit of what we testified about yesterday and hit some smaller points. But you pretty much you said this yesterday, but gunshot primer residue is not biodegradable, correct?
No, sir. They're composed of heavy metals of lead, barium, and antimony. So they're individual particles of those metals. They are not biodegradable.
So if gunshot primer residue is on a surface, it will stay on that surface and will not degrade for hundreds of years.
Potentially, there's not studies that go out that far, but potentially.
Right. But the only way that current science knows to get primer gunshot residue off of anything is through cleaning, wiping it off, scrubbing it off, spraying it off. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And it comes out when a gun is shot, right?
Yes, that's how gunshot primer residue is formed. It comes out through the muzzle and in a semi-automatic through the ejector bore or through a revolver through the muzzle gap. So any opening within the gun, it'll come out.
Yeah. So the gunshot primer residue will follow the projectile, whether it's pellets or a bullet, out the barrel of the gun, rifle, or pistol, will it not?
Yes, sir, it will.
And then if you have a semi-automatic rifle or shotgun, gunshot primer residue will go follow the discharge cartridge or shell shot as it opens up, right?
Yes, sir. Studies have shown as far as about 60 feet. Beyond that, they haven't been studied.
Nope. So within 60 feet of a gun being shot, there will be gunshot primer residue on whatever's around there. Fair enough?
Whatever's around the bullet, per se. When it gets out that far, it's more in the immediate vicinity of the bullet.
But for sure, gunshot primer residue will accumulate on the firearm that's being used, will it not?
Yes, sir, it will.
And if it's not properly cleaned and maintained, then it'll stay there until it gets wiped off by someone's hand or left out in the rain or sprayed off, right?
Yes, sir, it will.
Okay. And when you were referring to transfer GSR, is that one of the things you're referring to?
Yes, sir. If you touch a gun that had been fired at any point, then you have the potential to transfer it to your hands.
Now, this jury has seen throughout the course of the trial a number of folks holding up some firearms that are in evidence. A couple of shotguns, 300 blackout, and they've seen seen witnesses hold up. Mr. Meadows held up yesterday this blue rain jacket, which you identified having 38 particles or more on it. My question to you is it very possible that where you're sitting right now, there's gunshot primer residue?
That is a possibility, yes, sir.
Now, you did some, you work in the Forensic Services Laboratory at SLED, correct?
Correct.
And the trace evidence operation manual pertaining to gunshot primer residue analysis, correct?
Yes, sir, there is.
And that governs you follow that manual, do you not?
Yes, I do.
And you agree with the statement that gunshot primer residue evidence is most probative in the following situations: from subjects who have not sustained a gunshot wound, from subjects who have not been in the proximity to the discharge of a firearm or admitted to discharging a firearm, and from subjects who were not found in the possession of a firearm.
I do agree with that, yes, sir.
And that's a statement of your operations manual.
Yes, sir, it is.
And you obtained clothing, which we know is from Richard Alexander Murdaugh, shirt, shorts, and shoes. And did someone under your supervision did lifts from those clothing items so that you can analyze the particles, correct?
Yes, sir. Jamie Hall collected the particle list off of those items.
And those and that collection was done on June 8th, I believe, was it not?
Yes, sir, it was.
And are you aware that the clothes were collected on June 8th?
Yes, sir, I was.
And were you aware that when the clothes were collected, they were wet?
I didn't know that they were wet until Jamie opened up the evidence, and it was evident that the shirt was a little damp and the shoes were definitely damp.
And so it's just been a few hours that that they had been placed in some sort of bag, and you opened up in the wet, and you smelled laundry detergent.
That's correct.
Were you aware it had been raining that evening at Moselle?
I was not aware of that, no, sir.
In any event, you tested after Ms. Hall, is that it, Jamie Hall?
Yes, sir.
She did the list, and you located 3 particles from the white shirt.
Yes.
You were at 3 particles from the shorts.
Yes.
No particles from the shoes.
Yes.
And there was no particles on Mr. Murdaugh's hands.
There was one particle on his right hand.
I'm sorry, there was 1 particle on his hand. And you would agree that that amount of primer residue, gunshot primer residue found on an individual who you had been informed had a firearm in his hand when the police arrived, that it was consistent with the transfer of a firearm.
When I analyzed the evidence, I did not know that he had a firearm in his hand, but that would be consistent with somebody who had a firearm in his hand prior to collection.
Okay. Well, you learned that at least by June the 9th at 11:03 a.m. when you had a telephone call with Agent Owen, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you told him that that amount of gunshot residue would be consistent with the transfer from a firearm.
Yes, sir.
And you stand by that here today?
I do.
Now, the seatbelt assembly, let's talk about that for a minute. You did lists, you and Ms. Hall or Agent Hall did lists of the buckle, is that right?
Yes, sir.
The latch plate, is that right?
Yes.
And then 3 spots along the belt, the webbing.
Yes, sir. 3 areas along the belt. We divided the belt into 3 sections and did both sides of it. And those were the 5 areas that we collected.
So did you take lifts from the entire webbing?
Yes, sir. We retracted it as far as it would go, divided it into 3 sections and collected them.
And the results of the lifts, and you did analysis, was there 1 particle on the buckle, right?
That's correct.
0 on the latch plate.
Correct.
0 on the belt, on any of the sections of the belt.
That's correct.
So the whole belt was 0. And so they found 1 particle.
I confirmed 1 particle on the buckle. Yes, sir.
And you can't say how or when the particle was deposited on the belt, can you?
I cannot.
And I think you told this Agent Owen that if Alan Murdaugh was shooting earlier in the day or anytime, at some point in time while he had that vehicle, and after shooting, he got in the vehicle, it has the ability to transfer any gunshot residue primer to that vehicle, right?
Yes, sir. I cannot tell you when that particle was deposited.
So if he had had that vehicle for 2 years and he'd been out shooting and got in it, that could have deposited one particle on the buckle and it could stay there unless it got knocked off, right?
Yeah, unless it was cleaned, it could have stayed there. Yes, sir.
And if he went and got a gun and then put it in the car and then he got back in the car and he got transferred GSR on him and he could hit the buckle and that could put it on there, right?
Yes, sir. That could have happened.
It's just very, very small. You can't see it with a naked eye, but it stays there forever unless it's moved.
That's correct, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, you were also asked to do analysis of blue rain jacket. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir, I did.
And once again, just like the seatbelt, there's no way for you to know when the gunshot primer residue was deposited on the blue rain jacket.
That's correct.
It could be at any point in time from the date that blue rain jacket was manufactured, right?
Well, probably not on the manufacturer date unless they were firing guns in the manufacturing plant, but any time after a consumer takes possession, probably.
So if a consumer took possession of that garment 4 years ago, and we're going to talk about how you can get gunshot primer residue on it, but unless it's cleaned off or washed off, it'll stay for 4 years.
It could, yes.
You have no idea how gunshot primer residue ended up on that garment, correct?
I cannot tell you how it got there.
Or when it got there.
Or when it got there.
Or whether it was being worn when it got there, whether it was being worn inside out when it was deposited on there, or whether it was laid on top of a gun, for example.
I cannot tell you any of those scenarios.
So Mr. Randolph Murdaugh, are you aware that this rain jacket was found in a closet in September of 2021 at Mr. Randolph Murdaugh's home?
That was the information that was on the submission, yes.
And he died, I think, on June 10th, 2021. Were you aware of that?
I remember hearing news about it.
But if he, before he got into his truck, had taken off his poncho and flipped it over and put it on the back seat of his truck where he kept his shotgun bow whoop, and it laid on top of this dirty old shotgun, it could have deposited 38 particles of gunshot primer residue, right?
If the shotgun was not clean, there's a potential for the transfer off of that shotgun, yes.
And if the bow whoop hadn't been cleaned in years, it would be.
No objection. What's he saying?
Bow whoop, B-O-W-H-O-O-P, the name of Mr. Randolph Murdaugh's shotgun. If that shotgun hadn't been cleaned in years, it'd be more likely you would get gunshot residue deposited on anything that came on top of it, right?
The transfer would be more likely, yes, sir.
Now, you also testified that 38 particles of gunshot primer residue was a significant amount.
Yes,
Remember
sir.
saying that?
Yes, sir.
So I guess then you would agree with me that one particle on the hand is an insignificant amount.
I can just say that it was present. I can't tell you that it's insignificant. It's just there.
Yet you can say 38 is significant.
Because it's much more than you would expect on an item that wasn't in the vicinity or didn't come into contact with an object with gunshot primer residue on it. One particle, I can't tell you when or how or it got there.
Well, would you agree 3 particles on a shirt is an insignificant amount?
It's just 3 particles on a shirt, and it can be one of the 2 ways or a combination of the 2 ways of being in the vicinity or transfer.
Yet you're comfortable saying 38 is significant, but you're not comfortable saying 1 is significant.
Insignificant implies that the evidence itself is insignificant, but it's a particle of gunshot primer residue. I'm not going to say that it's insignificant evidence.
Well, should you say 38 is significant, or do you say there's 38 particles in there?
Significant implying that it's a large amount, that it's a small amount, but a large amount.
So is 3 a small amount?
Not in how many that we get normally. It's about average.
Okay. Now, in addition to the rain jacket, and I think that is item 173 in your lab, you were also provided a blue tarp, item 174. Remember receiving a blue tarp?
Yes, sir.
And after discussing the scenario presented by the witness with Captain Ryan Neal, you and he decided that there was no need to process the blue tarp seized from Almeida, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware that this witness was Shelley Smith?
I am now. I was not aware who the witness was at the time.
So in your conversation with Agent Ryan Neal, he says, don't worry about the tarp.
Objection to hearsay.
Objection sustained.
After your conversation with Ryan Neal about what a witness had relayed to him, you, in consultation with Agent Neal, decided not to test the tarp.
That's correct. That was based on that the raincoat was balled up in a closet versus the tarp being folded in a container and in place in a location.
When you say balled up, what do you mean?
I wasn't there, so I don't know, but that was the information. It was haphazardly placed in the bottom of the closet.
Okay. If it had been folded and placed on top of some other items in the closet, would that have made a difference to you?
I'm not sure. That would have had to have been a discussion between the agents and my management.
Have you seen all the photos of the search warrant where it was found and how it was folded or not folded, balled or not balled?
I've seen one photo.
The one that's in evidence here?
I'm not sure.
You were informed from Agent Neal that, or you concluded that the supposition was that the firearm was in contact with the rain jacket, correct?
I'm sorry?
You documented that the supposition was that the firearm was in contact with the rain jacket.
They were trying to determine, I think, whether a firearm was in contact with the rain jacket, and that was a possibility given my results.
Now, you, so you remember what you did with the blue tar? Just put it in storage and it's never been taken out again, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, I don't know what happened to the blue tar.
Did you ever have any involvement with the blue tarp after it was presented to your evidence lab?
No, I did not.
The rain jacket do you know if fingerprints were taken off the rain jacket?
I don't know of any other analyses performed on the rain jacket.
Would you have been able to tell if there'd been lifts for fingerprints when it came to you?
For gunshot primer residue evidence, the trace lab always gets it first because any other processes might remove the gunshot primer residue. So no other analyses would have taken place prior to ours.
The rain jacket was slated, I believe you testified, for further DNA analysis.
That was what was on the outside of the box. Yes, sir.
And because of that, you and Agent Jamie Hall wore gloves and a gown and a mask, right?
We always wear gloves and the lab jacket, but the mask was added because of the DNA request.
Do you know the results of the DNA analysis?
I do not.
You were some photos that were introduced in the evidence and of the rain jacket. And I just want to publish two more that were introduced. 438. Doug, can you put 438 on the screen, please? I think you had it. Now it's gone. There we go. Agent Fletcher, can you see that?
I can.
What's that?
This is a page out of my case file that I prepared for my technical reviewer and as part of my information to keep with me. It's a picture of the packaging, the paper bag that the rain jacket was included in with the documentation on it, as well as the tag from the rain jacket labeling the brand of it, the size of it, and it also has our lab information and the initials and date in which it was analyzed by the trace department.
Okay, now at the bottom of this, I don't know if you can see it, but there's a date of 10/8/2021. Is that when you took the photo?
No, sir, that's when I prepared the PowerPoint for inclusion in my case file.
So Doug, you'll go to the next exhibit, 439, please. And there you've labeled manufacturer tags. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury what size this rain jacket is?
It's a large.
Okay. And do you know this brand name? Kokata?
I had to look it up. I wasn't familiar with it prior to this case.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Doug. Take that down, please. 1 second, Your Honor, please. Correct.
Good morning.
Mr. Griffin asked you about 38 particles on the parka, rain jacket, the blue garment.
Yes, sir.
You asked about 38 particles. That's what I'm responding to. Okay, I'll talk louder. Sorry. Actually, how many particles were on the garment?
In total, there were 52 particles. There were 14 that I confirmed on the outside of the rain jacket, and there were 38 on the interior of the rain jacket.
And I confused myself yesterday. There were 13 particle lifts and 12 particle lifts, correct? And then out of that, you found the 52 particle characteristics of gunshot primer residue, correct?
That's correct.
And 38 of those were on the inside?
Yes, sir.
That's what he asked you about. 14 were on the outside?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you wear that garment, do you typically wear it inside to inside? Is that what it means?
I would think so.
Yeah. And he asked you, is it a possibility that a firearm would come in contact with the rain jacket? And you said it's possible. It's really possible, isn't it? I mean, those numbers are unusual, aren't they? 38.
For the interior of a garment, I would think that they were unusual, yes.
And that's common sense, isn't it?
Well, they're just not.
What is it? I'm sorry. How do you describe that in your world, everyday living and in your examining it? How do you describe those particles inside of a garment that you're supposed to wear with the outside?
Well, typically, people wear their clothing right side out. And so if they're in the vicinity to the discharge of a shooting, that's where the particles are going to land.
On the outside?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Griffin asked you about, I think, a hypothetical if Scranton's father's gun had laid on it and it was in a truck. With the 38 particles inside of the rain jacket, be consistent with a recently fired firearm being contained inside?
It could be, yes.
With a recently fired firearm being carried inside of that rain jacket?
Just inside the rain jacket. I don't know that it matters if you're carrying it.
Okay, like you're very technical and precise. Okay. But if you were carrying it and you had a gun inside that rain jacket that had recently been fired, and you were taking it somewhere to hide it or transport it, would the 38 particles inside the rain jacket be consistent with transfer from a recently fired firearm?
That is a possibility, yes, sir.
And again, how did you describe those 38 particles in your world?
They're unusual because they're on the interior of a garment.
Go ahead.
And it's a large number.
Unusual because they're on the interior of the garment and an unusual number.
Oh, a large number.
Okay. The last answer for the record was a large number?
Yes, sir.
Further examination.
Very briefly, Agent Fletcher, what I gather, there's just a whole lot of possibilities of what could have happened, right?
That's correct.
The only thing you can tell us is what you saw under a microscope.
Yes, sir.
You can't tell the jury how it got there, right?
That's correct.
Or when it got there.
That's correct.
And, okay, and I forgot to ask one further question. A rimfire gun, does it produce gunshot primer residue?
Rimfire ammunition does produce gunshot primer residue. Some don't produce the traditional lead, barium, and antimony. Others do. It just depends on what type of ammunition is used.
All right, thank you.
We call your next witness.
Your Honor, state calls Annette Griswold.
We have a seat on the witness stand. My name is Annette Griswold, Griswold.
Ms. Griswold, how you doing today?
I'm doing okay, thank you.
Good. If you would just tell the jury a little bit about yourself, where you grew up, and what you do for a living. Please.
Okay. I grew up in Hampton, South Carolina, and lived there for the first 18 years of my life. Graduated from Wade Hampton High School. Went away for college at 18. Ended up falling in love with the Charlotte, North Carolina area. Over the next 2 decades, I spent most of that time in Charlotte. That's where I got married. And with the exception of a few years coming back to Hampton and a few years in India for my husband to get his degree, that time was spent in Charlotte until 2012. My dad took ill and he wanted us to move closer to be near him, and my mom needed help taking care of him. So I moved home in 2012 after my father passed away. A few months after, I went back on the job search, and I'd been out of work for 2 months helping my mom. So I was looking for a job and ran into my friend's father, and he told me I should probably check the law firm. I found out that I had a school friend that worked there. So I reached out to her, sent her my resume, and she forwarded it to the right people. And 3 interviews later, I was working for the firm, and I worked as a paralegal and was hired to work for Alec Murdaugh.
Which firm are we talking about?
What everybody refers to as PMPED.
Okay. And when did you start working there?
July of 2012.
And when you started working there, who were you working for?
Alec Murdaugh.
And the entirety of the time that you were there up until the time that he was no longer a partner of that firm, is that who you worked for?
That's correct.
So how long was that?
That was a little over 9 years.
Were you the only staff member that he had that was assigned to him?
No, we have, there's 2 of us that work for Alec. I've been with him, like I said, 9 years. And then the other secretary was Christy Gerald, and she'd been with him almost double of what I've been there.
Quickly describe for me sort of the division of labor between you and Christy Gerald, please.
I was hired to handle more of the larger cases that Alec had, where it's litigation law, and so it's personal injury for the most part, workers' comp, medical malpractice, premises liability, product liability, wrongful death, trucking cases. And so he wanted me to take over those bigger cases and handle those. And then Christy did more of the day-to-day stuff and the smaller files. Still just as important, but just smaller files than the larger ones.
You had the more complex stuff?
I did.
The bigger cases?
Yes, sir.
Just quickly, how was the defendant as a boss and a lawyer? Just what were his typical work habits, and what was he like in the office?
Extremely intelligent when it comes to the law. I respected and admired that in him greatly. He didn't keep normal hours. He liked to float in later in the late morning time or early afternoon. We always had a running joke. We knew that he might not be there all day, but he would always show up right before 5 o'clock when we were ready to leave. So just, kept unset hours. Pretty, I sometimes referred to Alec as a Tasmanian devil, because when he walked in, no matter what you were doing, you were started spinning, because he was just coming through and, shouting everybody's name and ready to get work done when he was walking in the door. So it was kind of confusing.
Let me ask you just a little bit. The jury's heard some testimony about disbursement sheets and how they work. And can you just remind them very quickly how that works? Who prepares the disbursement sheets, and how does that go about taking place?
After I find out that a case is settled, I go ahead and start
getting my disbursement sheet ready where I can kind of go ahead and expect what the deductions are that are going to come out of it. You know, the attorney's fees, the expenses. Anytime you have Medicare or any health insurance, there's typically a lien on that money, and we are required by law to pay it back. So I go ahead and start looking at all that, draft the sheet, and get everything on it that I know that I'm aware of, and then it goes to Alec, and he makes any changes he needs to, and then once he signs off on it, I send it across to our accounts payable department, and they cut the checks.
Are you familiar with what is generally referred to as the boat case?
I am.
And that is the boat wreck that occurred around February 2019?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that the defendant was sued civilly in that particular case?
Yes, sir.
After the boat case happened, did you notice any change in the defendant's demeanor around the office and about his work habits?
I did. He was more distant. Even when he was in the office, he was absent. It was he's always been hard to sit still and get answers from, and to sign our documents and anything that we had put in his office to sign. But it got extremely worse after the boat accident. He was rarely there. When he was, the door was closed, and it was almost impossible for us to reach him. Like, even if he was always on his phone, he was always dealing with something bigger than what we had going on.
As time moved on into the early part of 2021, did that even get worse?
It did. He would come in lots of times, and he was just not his normal self, or what his normal self used to be. It was just very tense, and I don't know how to describe it. It's just, you could tell that it was, the boat crash was weighing heavy on him, and it was consuming his life almost, it seemed like. And he was just harder to reach. And there was a couple instances where I referred to him as having his ass on his shoulders, because that's how I felt. It was disrespectful of me to feel that way and to say that out loud, but that's how I felt, because he just wasn't himself with us anymore. He came in, and it was just like, yelled our names and just didn't treat us the same way he did prior to the boat accident.
Was the defendant very protective about anyone going into his office?
He was. There was often times where he would come in on a Monday and say, "Who's been in my office?" And we'd be like, "I don't know, probably the cleaning ladies." We have no idea. He was, it was very cluttered, very unorganized, but he said he knew where his stuff was. It was organized in his way.
Jury's heard a lot of testimony about this, and just in the interest of time, I'm going to ask it this way. Over the years, in various cases, did the defendant ask you to put disbursements to Forge on various disbursement sheets so that settlement checks would be prepared from the trust account made out that way?
Yes, sir, he did. I can't remember when it started, but he told me, to put it on Forge. And me knowing Forge Consulting was a legitimate company, I would, on the disbursement sheet, I would put Forge Consulting. And he would say, "No, it's not Forge Consulting. If I wanted to be Forge Consulting, I would have told you Forge Consulting. I want it to be Forge." And I was like, "Well, I don't understand. Isn't the name of the company Forge Consulting?" And he told me that, he described it to me. He said, "Think of it like Forge Consulting is the large company, and Forge is a kind of under that umbrella of it." So he said Forge Consulting is the big name, and then you have all different things they do, including Forge, which is more like a savings account than a trust.
So he would actually get you to change it from Forge Consulting to just Forge.
Correct. Even when across the street at the accounts payable department, they would write the check out to Forge Consulting. Lots of times I'd have to reach out to them and say, "Hey, you wrote this to Forge Consulting. He says it needs to be Forge." And so lots of times they would have to change that.
Those checks that he would have on disbursement sheets to get cut, made out to Forge, would he often talk to you about picking those up personally?
Yes, I would ask him if I could go ahead and mail it to Michael Gunn at Forge Consulting, because he was our contact. And he would say, "No, you know what? I'm seeing Gunn this weekend. He's coming out to the farm, or we're going to meet halfway tonight and have dinner." He always said that he was going to hand deliver it. So I even got to where I would make file notes in my files. Alec took check to hand deliver, because I was so worried that he was going to lose these checks. Because he was, a little aloof sometimes, and, would leave keys in his vehicle, would misplace a few things. And so I was so worried that these checks were going to get lost, and then we would have to do a stop payment and reissue the check. So I started making notes where I would remember that I didn't mail it, that it was actually hand delivered.
Well, hand delivered, at least from who was telling you it was going to be.
That's correct. Yes.
Who's saying that?
Alec was.
All right, when you're talking about the defendant or Alec Murdaugh, do you see him here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point him out to the jury, please?
Yes, he's over in it looks like a navy blue jacket.
Your Honor, can the record reflect these sheets identify the defendant? You mentioned he would say that, "I'm going to see Gunn. I'm meeting him halfway. We're going hunting," things like that. Tell the jury again, who's Michael Gunn?
Michael Gunn he's our contact. He's the person we would talk to when it comes to trust annuities with Forge Consulting.
And that's the real Forge, correct?
That's correct.
Not the fake Forge.
Not the fake Forge.
Moving into the latter part of 2020, did you have any particular issue arise with a disbursement to Forge that caught your attention?
I did.
Talk about that.
I was currently working from home. I'd had surgery on Halloween of 2020, and I was working from home, hadn't come back yet. I was planning to come back to the office the following Monday. And on that day, I believe it was December 15th of 2020, I got a phone call from the accounts payable department. Nicole called me, and she's one of the ladies that cuts the checks and works for Jeannie Seckinger. And she told me that she had just got a disbursement sheet over, that Christy had sent over a disbursement sheet in one of my files. It made no sense. She didn't understand it. And I was like, I was confused too, because I was like, why didn't he contact me to do my disbursement? Because I'm kind of protective over my files. If I've worked that file the whole time, I want to finish that file. I want to work the whole process of it. And actually the disbursement part is my favorite part of the file, because I want to be able to have that, be there when that client gets their money and gets that closure that they deserve. So I thought it was very odd that Christy was drafting a disbursement in one of my files, and
This was the day you were off work.
that's correct. I was working from home, and I still could have been reached, but I wasn't until Nicole reached out to me and told me.
Keep going.
She told me, so I looked, she sends it to me by email or text, I can't remember, and I reviewed it, and it didn't make sense to me either. There was a line on it that said the attorney fees were going, or amount of it was going to Forge, and I didn't understand how that was happening, and I'd never seen him send attorney fees to Forge before, and so I didn't know that that was even a possibility. And so I called the office, and Christy transferred me to Alec, and I spoke to him and asked him about it. And he said, why did Nicole call you? And I said, well, she doesn't know how to write these checks out because it doesn't make sense to her. She hasn't ever seen a disbursement like this. And he said, I'll take care of it. And so he said, I'll call Nicole, I'll take care of it. And so I remember talking to Nicole later and say, so what did he say? What was the reason behind it? He said that they can structure their attorney fees, and that's what that check was for.
Did you have a subsequent discussion with the defendant about that?
I did, and he told me the same thing. He said it was something that they've been able to do forever. He just never took advantage of it before, and so now he decided that he was going to start structuring those attorney fees where it would make have interest on. And so it made sense, because why not? Why not, instead of having that money sit somewhere, put it somewhere where it's going to draw more money?
His explanation to you makes sense.
Yes, it did.
On its face.
Yes.
Do you remember the name of that case?
That was the Hirschberger case.
I'm going to show you. I'll show you what's already been amended down to the state's 429, and see if you recognize this document.
Yes, I do. This is the disbursement that was in December 2020 that I was talking about.
Okay. All right. Put it up on the screen. At that point in time, in December of 2020, is that right?
That's correct.
After the defendant gave you that explanation that seemed valid to you on your face, did that matter just kind of go away at that point in time?
It did. It was kind of always at the back of my mind, because I still felt like there should have been some kind of paper trail. But yeah, the explanation worked, it gave me, and so I was trying to just go with it because I thought it was valid.
As we move on into January 2021, did another incident happen that came to your attention as related to disbursements?
Yes, the end of January, it was a Friday afternoon. I left early that day to take my mom to the eye doctor, and kind of the same scenario of kind of an exact repeat of December happened again. Nicole from Accounts Payable called me, and I said, what's going on? And she said, well, I've got another one. And so Christy had drafted a disbursement in a case referred to as Moore, and she had sent it over once again. It had the same wording and kind of confusion that the Hirschberger one had a month previous. So she didn't really understand it again. Still, she was still trying to say, I feel like we need more information on this. And I said, I do too. And so kind of the same scenario as before, I reached out to Alec, he reached out to Nicole, and ultimately the checks got written. But it was the same scenario, as you can see on here. The $91,867.50 was attorney fees that were structured that went straight to Forge, to the fake, what we now know was the fake Forge.
All right. And is that still the Hirschberger matter you're talking
That's
about?
the Hirschberger one. And on the Thomas Moore one, it was,
okay. You got that call. Do you remember where you were the second call?
Yeah, the Thomas Moore, I was at eye doctor with my mom.
Right. I'm still in Hirschberger. Do you remember where you were?
Oh, I was home. I'd had surgery and I was home recovering.
And I'm going to show you this, and we're still in the same exhibit, that being 429. Do you recognize that at all? Let me hand this exhibit to you. Probably easier that way. Just take a photo if you would, please.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is what we refer to now as the second Hirschberger disbursement. It was on the UIM portion of the case and liability portion. So once again, the PMP attorney's fees were routed to Forge in the amount of $83,333.33.
All right, you had started talking about Thomas Moore. Is that another incident that came to your attention as we're moving into early 2021?
Yes, sir. That one, like I said, was at the end of January. Once again, I was out of the office. I was at eye doctor with my appointment with my mom. Got a call from Nicole. She said it's the same scenario. But this time it was all the funds that was in client's trust, which was $125,000, I believe, and all those funds were being routed. That was attorney fees and client money that was being routed to the fake Forge.
And this was another one of your cases, is that right?
It was. So another situation where I'm out of the office. It's almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon on a Friday. Christy drafts the disbursement Alex signs it, they send it over in my absence.
When these instances are happening that you're describing to the jury, where you happen to be out of the office, and these are your cases, right?
That's correct.
And all of a sudden you're getting communications that the defendant is having Christie draft some disbursements. In any of these cases, was there anything going on that something had to be done that very day that you just happened to be out of the office?
I didn't think so because in particular, the Thomas More case, we were working on the third party portion of the case, but there was also a workers' comp portion that another attorney was working on. And when you're working on a workers' comp case, if you settle the third party first, you can't disperse it until the workers' comp portion is taken care of, because workers' comp always has a huge lien that you have to negotiate for the client. So the money was supposed to sit there. It was my understanding it would probably be sitting there another year until the workers' comp portion of the case was settled. So those funds didn't need to go anywhere. So it was very odd that all of a sudden they're all sent to Forge because they were supposed to remain in the account, was my understanding.
Do you take pride in the work that you do on these complex cases?
I do.
Do you know your cases very well?
I'd say I do.
And was there any reason of which you were aware that things had to be happening the day that they were?
I did. No, it definitely put up another yellow flag, and it made me think about the previous one that happened in Hirschberger in December, because both of them were kind of the same scenarios. Me out of the office, someone else drafting it. And not that we can't work in each other's files, we can, but it's easy to miss something if it's not your file. If I had to go in somebody else's file and draft a disbursement, I may not know that there's a lien or a certain promised medical bill or anything else that needs to be paid. So that's why, to me, it's easier if somebody that's worked the case actually drafts the disbursement, because they know all the deductions that have to come out.
Was the defendant using the opportunity of you being out of the office to push these things through?
Yes, in hindsight, it was easy to see that the chaos, the sending it, 10 minutes before 5 p.m. was kind of a way of part of that little hurricane, a little tornado portion, sending over when most people are gone, and it's just going to get done quickly and no questions asked.
You said that Thomas More line was particularly unusual because it was workers' comp and those funds couldn't be dispersed yet, correct? To your understanding?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever have a conversation with the defendant about why these funds were dispersed?
I did, and he explained to me that he had gotten permission that since the money was going to be sitting there another year, that they were going to send it to Forge and let it draw interest, and then that would be money that would draw interest on for the client as well as the firm, because it was both portions of the money.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence. It states 328. See if you recognize this document.
Yes, this is the Thomas More disbursement that I'm referring to, where the entire client trust amount of $125,000.
Do you recognize the signature down at the bottom of the page?
I do. Alex signed it where it says R. Alexander Murdaugh, and then the client's signature is that is not the client's signature. It's Alex handwriting.
You recognize this handwriting working for him for 9 years?
I do.
Did the defendant have a case going on around this time involving Mack Trucks?
He did. What we refer to as the Ferris case. We actually went to Columbia and had a bench trial in that case in January of 21.
And did you work on that case to some extent?
I did.
Was that one of the ones assigned to you?
Yes.
Was the defendant the only lawyer on that case, or were there other lawyers?
No, there was 2 co-counsels that had brought us in. Wayne Ridgway was the first attorney that received that case. He reached out to Chris Wilson's office, and Chris joined the case as well. And then Chris reached out to our firm, and so now there's a third attorney, which was Alec, involved in it.
Ultimately, was that case tried before a judge?
It was bench trial, like I said, in January of 2021.
And did the judge issue a verdict in favor of the firm's clients?
Did, yes, sir. And the next month, I think sometime in February, we got a very nice verdict for the clients.
Who was going to be dispersing the fees in that once the money came in? Was that going to be PMPED, or was it going to be the other attorneys?
Chris Wilson's office.
Had the firm PMPED, had it accrued costs in the course of that litigation?
Yes.
Expenses?
Yes.
And did you prepare those and send those to Chris Wilson's office, or how did that work?
I did. I put the totals in an email and sent them to, Ellen wanted me to send him the totals by email, and so that's what I did. And then I guess he sent them to Chris after that.
Right. And then after that happened, do you remember what month the money came in, roughly?
In May.
Well, let me slow you down. Once you've done that, when the money comes in, you said Chris Wilson's office is going to be handling that disbursement, correct?
Correct.
What are you expecting to happen next?
I'm expecting copies of the settlement paperwork, copies of the disbursement sheets signed by the client, and I'm expecting 2 fee checks and 2 expense reimbursement checks, because there's 2 cases. It was a case for the deceased and a case for his wife. So I'm expecting 4 checks total.
Right. You're not saying I cut you off and said something happened in May. Did something happen related to the Ferris case in May?
Yes, I received by mail the settlement package from Chris Wilson's office, but all it contained was a cover letter and the 2 expense reimbursement checks. So I emailed Vicki Lyman, which is Chris Wilson's secretary, and said something like, "Hey girl, I got these expense checks in. When can I expect the attorney fee checks?" And she replied to my email telling me that, excuse me, "Hey friend, the attorney's got that money at disbursement." And I was really shocked because I didn't even know when the disbursement took place. I was never supplied copies of it or anything.
What's your thought when you when Vicky says that? What do you think may have happened?
Well, I called her and I said, you already gave the checks. I was like, I don't think we received them. And she was like, yeah, they were done at disbursement in March. And so I asked her first to send me over copies of the disbursement sheets and where I could look at those. And then I reached out across to our accounts payable just to make sure that checks somehow bypassed me and went straight to into the client trust, to their department. And they told me no, that they didn't have any such checks on the books either. And I was like, okay. So I assumed that they gave Alec the checks and he's lost them. They're misplaced. They're somewhere in his truck. They're somewhere in a file folder stuck and just kind of hid away and he's forgotten to give them to me.
You're like, come on, why'd you give them to my boss?
I said, why would you do that? I was like, why would you give checks to the attorney? Why wouldn't you send them straight to me where I can get them deposited?
I'm going to put States 312 that's already in evidence, and this is the page marked date stamp 2371 for the record up on the screen. Can you see that on your little screen? Do I need to bring that in?
I can see it.
And can you tell the jury what that is?
That is the email I was talking about where I told her I just got the expenses, but where's the fee? And she says it's because your boss of mine and Liz's got their fees once they were signed. Duh.
Did you have a conversation with Alec at this point, or what did you do next?
I did.
So you called the finance in your own firm and said, hey, we get this check? And they
Correct.
said no.
They said no. And so I verified that. And then I asked Vicky, I said, are you positive? And she said yes. And I was like, okay, I'll go see if he remembers where they're at. So he happened to be in the office by that time. His door was closed. I went in, he was on the phone, and I kind of kept checking and going back. Eventually I got to speak to him, and he was still kind of on the phone. He was like, no, I didn't get those checks. And I was like, are you sure? And he said, yeah. And I was kind of back and forth. I'm like, he said he didn't get them. Are you sure? And this kind of went back and forth for a few minutes. And over the course of the rest of the day. And I said, hey, he just told me that Chris was still holding those funds in trust. I was like, I don't understand. You say that they've been cut. I was like, can you send me copies of stuff? Because I don't see anything. And he's telling me their funds are in trust. And she was like, Annette, I know for a fact that the checks are cut. There is no money in trust. And the reason I know that is because when the checks were written to Alec, I knew it was a bit odd because they were written to Richard. They were written out to him personally instead of the firm. And I said,
they were written out to him personally instead of the firm.
Correct.
Why did that stick out in her mind? Why did that stick out in your mind?
Because common sense tells me that the attorney fees belong to the firm, where the firm, I didn't understand the complete breakdown until Jeannie went over it in her testimony, but I knew by common sense that the funds belong to the firm. And then once they do whatever percentages and everything they need to do, then the attorney gets his portion later. So I knew it wasn't right, that it shouldn't have never gone to an individual attorney. It should go to the firm as a whole.
When you asked the defendant, said, hey, Vicky says you already got those, and he tells you what?
He told me that Chris was holding that money in trust, that it had not been dispersed yet.
Did he tell you Vicky's wrong?
Yeah, he told me Vicky's wrong. I don't care what she's telling you, she's wrong.
What was his demeanor when you were inquiring,
Just kind of like, just shooing me out of his office. Like, I don't have time for this.
After Vicky tells you that it was odd because the checks had been made out to the defendant personally instead of the law firm, what did you do next?
I asked her, I said, are you sure? And she said, yes. And she said, yeah, it was written out to him. Well, first I was like, I'm sorry, what did you say? And I made her repeat it to make sure I heard correctly. And she was like, and then kind of while she was saying it out loud, I think it kind of registered to her, oh, wait, that probably wasn't the right thing to do, because she kind of hushed after that and didn't want to talk and kind of wanted to get off the phone with me. And so I still kind of tried to question Alec over the next couple of days and tried to get a reasonable explanation of what was going on, because in my mind, I'm still hoping he just lost the checks and this was all just a misunderstanding. But at the back of my mind, there's this huge red flag telling me this is not right. What is going on?
Did you eventually take this issue to anyone else since you couldn't get an answer about it?
Yes. I eventually, I don't know the exact date, but I eventually emailed Jeannie Seconder and asked her if she was in the office because I really needed to speak to her. And she said she would be back later that day. And so I went into her office and I had everything printed out and kind of showed her and told her my concerns. And she was instantly on, on high alert as well, because, it didn't look good. We were still both hoping that it was a misunderstanding, just this one-off, something silly that happened. But we both had that nagging feeling of, this is not good. Something is definitely wrong.
Did he instruct you to do anything?
She did not. She said that she would talk to him about it, and she kept the paperwork that I gave her.
Were you ever asked to send another email to Vicky asking for particular documents?
Yeah, actually, it was kind of my idea. I kind of told Jeannie, I was like, hey, why don't we do this? Why don't you send me an email telling me what we need, and then I'll forward that email for myself, and to see if we can get copies of everything where we can figure all this out and eliminate it. Because at this point, we want to prove that suspicion we had was wrong and that everything's really okay. So she did. She forwarded me an email, and
I'm still on States 312. What's been date stamped is 2374. And is this the email that you just described that Jeannie forwarded to you requesting the documentation for the Ferris fees?
It is underneath where, Jeannie texts there or emails there and tells me exactly what she needs and kind of is very specific.
And what date was that? I'm sorry.
That was May 27th at 11:40 a.m.
All right. And then going over to 2373, the same exhibit, is this the email right here that you then forwarded to Vicki Lyman at Chris Wilson's office?
Yes, it was, I forwarded that email that Jeannie sent me on the same day, May 27th. And I knew she was on vacation, but I went ahead and sent this to her. And then when I knew she had time to get back from vacation, I sent this follow-up on the strand on June 2nd and requested it again.
All right. And did you get a response email from Vicki Lyman in Chris Wilson's office?
Yeah, she said she didn't, this doesn't involve her, and she said she would forward it to Chris. And we were basically just asking for copies of everything where we could clear this matter up. And, like I said, we wanted our suspicion to be wrong.
That item already in evidence?
I'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 440 to your testimony. And again, just tell me, first of all, just if we're not going to any content, whether or not you recognize that particular document.
I do. It's a text strand between myself and Vicki Lyman.
And is this, what is the date on that particular text strand?
June 2nd, and then it runs into June 3rd.
And is that 2021?
Yes, I'm sorry, 2021.
Is this a text strand where y'all are discussing the things that you described here today?
Yeah, I told her I just, don't mention anything.
Hold on, just real quick.
Okay, sorry.
Y'all are describing what we're talking about here today?
That's correct.
All right, Your Honor, this time I'll move Stage 440 into evidence.
Your Honor, object on hearsay grounds. It doesn't fall within an exception to the hearsay rule.
See the document. Sustain the objection.
Did you ultimately text Vicki on that particular day?
I did. I told her that I gave her time to get back from vacation, and I just basically texted her with my concerns and told her how stressed out I had been over the situation and how I was hoping my suspicion was wrong, but I was really stressed out. And unfortunately, my daughter, me and Vicki had talked on the phone. Vicki had called me as well, and unfortunately, my daughter had overheard me too. So she instantly got really worried for me. And my daughter said, "Mom, you need to go ahead and get your resume because once you turn all this in, they may fire you." So
Right.
she was very concerned for me.
And this latest email on the screen, that was June 2nd, 2021. Is that
That's correct.
You recall June 7th, 2021?
I do.
Was that Monday?
It was.
Were you at work that day?
I was.
Did the defendant come to work that day?
He did. He came in probably around lunchtime. I can't remember if he came in before lunch or after, but somewhere in that time frame.
Did you see Jeannie Seconder that day?
I did. Jeannie had already told me that she was going to talk to Alec about the Ferris e-checks that were missing. She was going to go and talk to him about them that day. And so she asked me to let her know when he got into the office. So when he got to the office, I reached out to her to let her know.
And did she come up to your area?
She did. And we have open style offices, no doors on the secretary's offices. So she had to pass by me to get Alec's office. So I saw her when she was walking past.
Did she give you any luck when she walked past?
She did. It was kind of just like that, just kind of a raised eyebrow, like wish me luck, here goes nothing kind of look. Like, hope, because we were both just, like I said, wanting to get answers
about what?
About those missing checks and figure out what was going on.
Where did she go after she gave you that look?
I heard Alec's doors closed, so I assumed in his office to talk to him.
This is what day?
This is June 7th, 2021.
Did she come out after?
She did, and she didn't stop. She just hurried by my desk and she went on about her business.
Did you have any conversation yourself about the Ferris fees with the defendant that day?
I don't recall having any discussion with him on that day. At that point, I turned, Jeannie had everything and it was kind of in her hands.
What time do you think you left work that day?
I left at 5:15 that day.
Is that your normal time?
It's not. I typically work later. Alec always tend to work nights, and me and Christy tend to kind of adapt his schedule a little bit and work a little later than 5 o'clock. But most of the time we were there till 5:30, 6 o'clock.
When you left the office on June 7th, 2021 at 5:15, was the defendant still there?
He was.
Did you go home? Eventually went home?
Yes.
Just a normal night?
Yeah, I went straight home that night.
Did that change at some point?
Yes, definitely. My phone was on silence and I slept through a bunch of text messages and calls. I woke up in the middle of the night and my phone was just full and I was like, what is going on? And so I'm looking through the text messages. They don't make a lot of sense. I see I have a voicemail message from Randy Murdaugh. And so I checked the voicemail and I could tell he was upset and crying. And he said, Annette, please call me when you can. It doesn't matter what time. And so I don't remember what time it was, but it was sometime in the middle of the night and I called him. And he told me, well, when he answered the phone, he was upset, obviously. And I said, Randy, what's wrong? And he said, it's bad in it. It's real bad. And I said, oh no, Mr. Randolph passed. And he said, no, it's not Dad. It's Maggie and Paul. And I said, what? And he said, they've been shot and murdered. And I said, what? And it was very overwhelming. We both cried on the phone with each other. And obviously the first thing I did was say, oh my God, how is Alec? How is he? Is he okay? Where's Buster? Is Buster okay? I was very concerned. I had a million thoughts running in my head. I was like, are you guys safe? Is this something aimed at the entire family? And I was very, very worried about Alec and Buster and Randy and his family and the entire Murdaugh family. So it was very overwhelming.
Over the 9 years of working closely for the defendant, did you also get to know his family, Maggie and Paul and Buster?
I did.
Is this firm pretty tight knit?
Yes.
What was the reaction of the people in the firm to this terrible news?
There was two reactions. First was scared. We were like, please lock our doors. We're scared. Who is this aimed at? Is it a client retaliating? Is it, aimed at Alec? Is aimed at the firm? We didn't know. We just had so many questions, no answers, a million thoughts running through our heads. We were just there, supporting each other and helping one another through this grieving process. And at the same time, we were very protective over Alec and Randy. We wouldn't let them leave the office if strange cars were driving around. We would say, don't walk out yet. There's a white car that's went around 3 times. I mean, we were in complete mama bear mode. We didn't want them to go out and have to talk to reporters. We didn't want them to have to run out and run into anybody. And we were scared for them. We were very protective. I mean, anything suspicious out the window, we were on high alert.
Said, what kind of mode?
Mama bear mode.
Mama bear protecting who?
Protecting Alec and Randy.
Did the law firm community rally to the aid of the defendant?
They did.
Was that the primary focus on everybody's mind?
Oh,
in the aftermath?
Absolutely.
Were you at all concerned about finding out what happened to these Ferris fees after that happened?
What Ferris fees?
What Ferris fees?
Yeah, what Ferris fees? That was the furthest thing on my mind.
In fact, was that the last time you really thought about it in any aspect until September of 2021?
It is, yes, sir.
And you were more focused on helping this defendant and his family in the aftermath of this tragedy that had happened.
Yes. And everybody was so supportive. I mean, some of the associate attorneys stepped up and they came up to me and Christy and said, hey, if you need anything over the next few weeks, you need us to review a file for you, get something else, sign it and get it out the door. We're here for you guys 100%. So it wasn't, we were supported. And then we had other folks in the office that were coming up to us, supporting us as well, because they knew we were at a standstill. What do we do? Because we knew obviously he was not going to be the same, not be himself for quite a while.
I asked you earlier about the boat case. Before the murders, when the boat case happened, had there been some reaction and backlash in the community against the defendant and his family after the boat case?
Yes, it was very difficult because Hampton being a small town, we all know each other and we all know both sides for the most part. For instance, Mallory Beach, her father is my first cousin. So Mallory Beach, I was kind of felt like I was in between a rock and a hard place because, her family is, beyond heartbroken over the loss of her. And I know some of them didn't like the idea that I was still working at the firm, but I was still, to me, it was two separate entities. This is my job. This was my family. And I had to keep them separate. I didn't want any part of the boat wreck case. I didn't want to know any details or anything because, like I said, I was keeping my family life and my work life separate.
After the murders, you said the law firm community, though, rallied to Alec's aid, correct?
Absolutely. Everybody.
Did the larger community do as well?
Yes, they did.
After the murders?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that after those murders happened, what Ferris fees? They were the farthest thing from your mind, correct?
Yes, sir.
When did they come back to your attention?
September 2nd, it was a Thursday in the afternoon, and I was looking for a file in the file cabinet, and I was unable to locate it. And lots of times if, Alec's talking to a client on the phone, he'll yell for a file and we'll take it to him. So I was like, oh, it's probably in his office. So I went to his office to look for the file. And when I found it, I picked it up. And when I did, a check kind of floated like a feather to the ground. And when I bent over to pick it up, I saw the check and what it said and had on it. And I instantly became very upset because it happened to be one of the checks from the Ferris case that didn't exist.
And what did you see on the check that let you know that stuck out in your mind?
It was from Chris Wilson's office. It was written to Richard Alexander Murdaugh. And at the bottom, it said Ferris fees.
Yeah.
And it was dated March.
So what did you realize about that?
I said, he's been lying this whole time. He had these funds. He lied to me. Oh, that feeling in the back of my mind was correct. Unfortunately, he did take these funds because when I flipped the check over, I also saw that he had deposited by mobile deposit. And I can't remember if he signed the back of the check or if it just said mobile deposit only.
Let me show you States 313, see if you recognize that. It's already in evidence.
Yes, sir. That's the check that I found on September 2nd.
And if you flick up one side, the other side.
Yeah, it's got his signature, Bank of America deposit only.
You recognize that writing as the defendant's?
Yes, it is.
When that check fluttered down, you picked it up?
I
You
did.
saw that? Where did you take it? Did you take it anywhere?
Yeah, I went back to my desk, and you can imagine all the emotions that I was feeling at this point. You know, I was hurt. I was angry. I just was beside myself. And I was a bit enraged too, because I asked him so many times. There were so many times that I felt like we could have clarified this and got it taken care of. But here it is from March to September. And I find this check that supposedly did not exist. And so I went to my desk, I called Jeannie, and I was like, I just found something. And she said, oh shit, what did you find? And I said, are you busy? And she said, come on over. And I went over and closed her door and threw the check at her. And she was like, is this one? I said, yeah, that's one of the fairest checks that doesn't exist.
Was Jeannie doing anything else or start doing anything else when you came down with that check?
I didn't know it until I took her the check. But when I took her the check, she was like, yeah, I just ran a report yesterday. And she said, one of the attorneys is going to call Michael Gunn later today. And I was like, well, what do you mean? And that's when she told me that she thinks there's some more stuff too. Back to my suspicion with Hirschberger and Thomas More, she pulled a report and she found out that we have other issues of stolen funds. But I was not aware of any of that. I didn't know that she was looking into it again. I didn't know any of that until I took her the check and she said she had just started doing stuff within the last few days.
Within a few days of this happening, what happened to the defendant's employment at the law firm?
He was fired the next day.
And did the law firm engage in a review process to determine the extent of any alleged?
Yes, we've had months upon months of going through all of the files and finding, just following the numbers and making notes on everything. And lots of hours, lots of manpower involved in this process of putting everything together, and just in awe of how much was happening. And we had no idea about it.
Without going through all the exhibits that we've gone through with Jeannie Seconder, but she was the one, or one of the central ones in doing that review.
Of course, yes.
And without going through each one, is a lot of those disbursements for the fake Forge account, those were disbursements that the defendant told you to put on there?
That's correct.
Are those a lot of those disbursements one where he corrected you and said, no, don't put Forge Consulting, put Forge?
Yes, they were.
A lot of those checks ones where he said, oh, I'm going to see Michael Gunn later, I'll take the check myself.
Yeah, they were all for him.
I'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 441. Again, without going into context, tell me if you recognize that document.
Yes, it's a text message that Alex sent to me and Christy on September 26th when he was in 2021, when he was in rehab, is my understanding.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 441 and evidence without objection. No objection.
Submitted without objection.
Your Honor, I apologize. We do have a 403 objection and subject to court prior ruling on this.
Exhibit, I don't.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case. Yes, sir, Mr. Griffin.
Just preserving our prior objections on 404B evidence under 404B and 403. And this is nothing new. I just forgot to state no additional objections than what we've already had in this line of testimony, which is this is the same line of testimony of financial misconduct. That's all.
Mr. Waters.
And I just clarified, I think, with defense counsel that he was not adding a specific 403 objection to that. It's just the prior objection. However, this is a text from the defendant to this witness in this particular instance. Certainly, it can be read, and then there's no hearsay issue because obviously it's a statement of a party opponent, and it certainly also is relevant because it can certainly be read in the nature of an admission to the various things that are at issue in these particular proceedings. And for that reason, there's certainly the probative value of an admission is certainly, I would argue, is the probative value of that is not substantially outweighed by the danger of any unfair prejudice.
It introduces another issue, the issue of drug use, and I think the witness testified that he was in rehab. Is that what you said? that he was in rehab and sent an email. And just want to be clear from the defense that the part of it, of the testimony that establishes to this witness that he was in rehab, that is not a basis for your objection.
We do have, yes, we do object to evidence of his drug use and should be included in this, and we would ask that that document be redacted to the extent it references rehab at this time.
It doesn't specifically mention drug use. So have you all reviewed the exhibit and tell me if you have no objection based on the fact that he's sent it while in rehab, then it's admissible as far as your prior bad acts objection.
We don't have any additional objections, Your Honor. We would, because this does raise additional character issue. Asked the court. We asked the court to give, additional limiting construction at some point in time.
How does the character in that he saying he's getting better, or what part addresses character?
Certainly says I'm getting better every day, and it's clear from that he's in rehab. I mean, that's
all right, Mr. Waters.
Your Honor, I mean, he doesn't expressly say that. I would point out that the issue of pills has already come up a few times in this trial. I'm not trying to go there, but it is, when we talk about 404 and res geste, it is kind of part and parcel of a lot of things. I mean, even the defense has examined, I believe, in the second juror on the issue of pills. And on top of that, we had Chris Wilson, who testified in camera, who will also testify here today. One of the things he says when he had that confrontation with the defendant on the the afternoon, I believe it was September 4th, that the defendant said, yeah, I've been stealing money and I've been hooked on pills for a while. So this is a bridge I think we have to cross at some point. The state is not trying to gild the lily with that, but at least, with these various witnesses, it is part of what they're being said. As far as that specific exhibit, though, Your Honor, there's no express reference to drugs or anything like that, and it certainly is in the nature of admission. And again, I think for that reason, it's very probative and very relevant and admissible for that reason.
Well, my concern obviously is that we do not, or that I do not allow testimony involving these admissions to bleed so far into the character 403 that it has the effect of undoing the 404 analysis. A lot of testimony has come in unobjected to that touches upon the defendant's character. That's why I want to be clear on what the objection is.
From the state's perspective, we are trying to, walk that line. I mean, there's a lot of the financial stuff we're not even seeking to admit. I think that, we've limited it to things that had that connection that we discussed in camera. So, I'm not trying to gild the lily.
I'm not sure what that means.
That's a phrase I learned from Chief Justice Toll over the years. I guess that means, piling on, I guess is a way to do that. And again, I don't have, we recognize the situation we're in and trying obviously not to get out over our skis from what the admissibility of, that the court has already ruled on.
I'll ponder it while we take our break, and we'll be in recess for about 15 minutes. Ma'am, you may step down. Do not discuss your testimony.
And I fully anticipate the defense is going to really lean into this in the sense that they're going to say, look, these people in the firm knew, because there was some establishment yesterday in terms of the witness that the clients didn't necessarily know that the money had been stolen. So that takes them out of the some other guy did it type of defense where, when you've got the people in the firm that did have knowledge and they're going home and they're telling their husbands, and then their husbands are going to work and they're telling people at work. And then one of those people tells somebody who might be a client. I mean, it's creating a potential minefield for the prosecution and a potential gold mine for the defense in terms of being able to say, look,
there were tons of people out there that wanted to get this guy. He was stealing huge amounts of money from people that really needed it. And as we know, money is always a motive for murder.
The only thing to respond is his family was killed. He wasn't killed. And if he was there at the scene, whether you want to believe he was there at some point in the night, were there minutes before the shooting happened, why he wasn't killed as a result, that would be a question. And also mentioned Mark Tinsley, who you just brought up, just to give everybody some context, that is one of the lawyers who was suing the Murdaughs over the 2019 boat crash and basically said, if I recall correctly, that when these killings happened, we were thinking we're not going to be able to win this case and we might have to settle this and it ends. Okay, Laura, I want to go to you now because this is critical. Let's put the motive aside. How strong is the prosecution's case at this point?
I feel like the prosecution's case is pretty strong, and here's why. I think that the cell phone evidence placing Murdaugh at the kennels, I think that's big.
Oh, yeah.
I also think that the kind of sort of tangential effect of his coworkers, like the CFO, kind of say things like he's a professional BS artist. I think that tends to really sway the jury. And I think when you add on things like gunshot residue, I think that Miss Shelley was a really, really compelling witness. Say like, he asked me to lie about how long he was there. To me, that's really big. Especially when you add in, he asked this woman to lie, and then we actually do have some type of physical evidence placing him at the scene.
So here's the thing I'll say to that. Other than the kennel video, which I still think is the strongest piece of evidence, I don't think the defense really touched upon a lot.
Yeah.
What they seem to do is be striking at the timeline presented by the prosecution. I think the defense has come up with a credible explanation for every one of the other pieces of evidence. Gunshot residue, when did it get on there? How did it get on there? That there's no murder weapons, right? They have an idea of how the Murdaugh family weapons were the weapons. The cell phone evidence, I mean, I think they did a terrific job of establishing, when the murders might have happened, but the evidence doesn't definitively show that Alec Murdaugh, cell phone evidence, places at that scene. So what do you think about the defense cross-examining right now?
I get that. And I think that the defense is going to have a real opportunity through all of its cross-examination to really kind of, chip away at each of those things. But I think that the defense's biggest problem here is a sort of totality of the circumstances.
Out that the defense did jump on. But I think in the jury's mind, you see tarp jacket, it looked to be a big tarp with some armholes in it to me. So they were very
Mama bear mode.
Mama bear protecting who?
Protecting Alec and Brandy.
Did that law firm community rally to the aid of the defendant?
They did.
Was that the primary focus on everybody's mind?
Oh,
in the aftermath?
absolutely.
Were you at all concerned about finding out what happened to these Ferris fees after that happened?
What Ferris fees?
What Ferris fees?
Yeah, what Ferris fees? That was the furthest thing on my mind.
In fact, was that the last time you really thought about it in any aspect until September of 2021?
It is, yes, sir.
And you were more focused on helping this defendant and his family in the aftermath of this tragedy that had happened.
Yes.
All right. So, Bob, as I mentioned, if you believe the prosecution's motive, that is key because it basically says everything stopped when these two people were killed. But I don't want to just talk about the motive because all I've been talking with you about this morning is the motive. I'll give you a chance to jump in here. How important is this for the prosecution to establish? In other words, as I asked Laura, how strong do you think the prosecution's case is, motive aside? Oh, Bob, I might have you muted there. I just want to make sure you got it. Yeah, we got you there. Oh, I think there we go. Now I got you. Yeah.
That wasn't my end, just for the record. So as far as the strength of the case, in terms of the totality of what they're putting out there, I mean, it's circumstantial. We knew that going in. The video, I agree with you, Jesse. I think that is the smoking gun. I think that puts.
All right, to this exhibit number 441, I find that it is admissible under Rule 801 by a party opponent. However, the portion of it that says, when I get out of here is problematic. If the defense would like that portion of it redacted, that would suggest that he's in rehab and when he gets out of here, he's going to do this or that. We can redact that portion. If the defense does not wish to have that portion redacted, the exhibit will come in its entirety.
Your Honor, here's where we find ourselves on the defense side. His drug addiction and drug use is frankly res gestae to the alleged criminal conduct on the financial fraud. And it's hard for us on the defense side, and it didn't really get fleshed out in our in-camera hearing because they didn't put evidence up of this, but it's something that we all knew. But it is part and parcel of the financial crimes, and it explains why he did what he did. And it does, in a way, pile on and make it even more prejudicial. And so when considering that, Your Honor, what we would ask is we want to renew our motion, object to all the financial crimes now that we know drug use is coming in the midst of it, because it is res gestae, it does tell the entire story. And we would ask the court to strike all the financial testimony the court's heard thus far, and let's proceed with the murder trial.
That motion is denied.
Thank you.
But the portion, the court admits this document and will redact that portion if requested by the defense. Do you want to redact the portion that suggests that he was in rehab because it's part of the res gestae? It may even be part of your defense. I don't know. The state is offering evidence, and
We're not asking it to be redacted. We would request it whenever we get at least 404B witness testimony that the court provide a limiting instruction. Thank you.
Well, I'm not going to give a limiting instruction prior to every witness's testimony or in the middle of every witness's testimony. The court has given the limiting instruction twice and will do so at the end of the case as well. And there may be other instances, but not at every juncture where evidence is being offered.
Yes, sir.
All right, so this exhibit is admitted. You may bring the jury. Thank you. The objection is overruled. The exhibit is admitted.
May I please court, Your Honor? Just very quickly, when we left off stakes 441, now admitted into evidence, this was a text you received from the defendant, is that right?
That's correct.
And the date on that is September 26th?
September 2026, yes.
Is that 2021?
It is.
Is this the text of that text that the defendant sent to you?
It is.
Only have a couple more questions for you. But before I get to the end, one question I wanted to ask you was, what was the defendant's cell phone usage like?
He was always on his phone, always on his cell phone, always on his office phone. He would quit one conversation and grab another. Sometimes he would have both phones to his ear.
Would it be unusual for the defendant to go anywhere without a cell phone with him?
Absolutely.
I want to play for you what's been admitted to evidence in States 297. Let me have the this input, please.
Quick, Angie. Quick. It's okay. Hey, he got burgers now. Hey, Mo. It's a kitty. There's a chicken. Come on, catch. Quick.
Do you recognize any voices in that video?
I do. I hear three voices.
And tell me who you hear.
I hear Paul Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Elliot Murdaugh.
And how sure are you?
I'm 100% sure.
Have the element one more time, please.
I'm sorry. Oh.
Going back to States 441. Can you read just that one sentence starting where my finger's pointing that the defendant sent to you?
The worst part is knowing I did the most damage to those I love the most. Good morning.
Ms. Griswold, were you hired by Alec to work at the law firm?
I was hired by the firm, but he was in one of the meetings and it was my understanding that I was going to be working for him.
Right. And so you interviewed with him?
I did.
And you've been working, you worked with him for?
About 9 years.
9 years?
Yes, sir.
And 1 second. My understanding is that you moved back to Hampton because you had, your father was ill?
My father was ill. Yes, sir.
And then, so you moved your family back, you and your husband, and
Right. My husband and my daughter and I moved to be closer to my dad and help my mom with him.
and you got a job working for a law firm. And did you work exclusively for Mr. Alec Murdaugh?
Most, yes. I mean, there was other attorneys that I might do some work for here and there, but primarily Alec was who my attorney was.
And if you needed to take time off for personal matters, would you just have to run by Alec?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And he put family first at work, did he not?
Most of the time, yes.
And he encouraged you to put your family first.
Absolutely.
And I think your husband had a heart attack. He was in the hospital for quite some time.
Yes, for 5 weeks before he ultimately passed away.
And I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
But Alec encouraged you to do all you needed to do to care for him and don't worry about work. Isn't that right?
Yes, he did.
And you didn't miss a paycheck.
I sure didn't.
Is he a good person to work for?
It was hit or miss. I cared about him. I respected him. I loved him. You can't be that close and work with somebody without having, developing feelings for them and their family members.
Right.
But it was hard to work for him sometimes. He was a bit erratic, and for all the respect and love I had for him, it was still very difficult to work for him.
I think your description was he was like a Tasmanian devil that would come through at the end of the day.
He would.
And he was frenetic.
Yes.
Okay. And but people came to him if they needed something, right?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
And so he had a lot of people coming. And did he ever say no to anybody's request?
He didn't know the word no.
Right. And well, he would want to schedule his appointments around his family's commitments, wouldn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
So like if the Buster and Paul had ball season, he'd be sure to block all that out off his calendar, wouldn't he?
Most of the time. Sometimes he didn't tell us about personal matters or things where they were going until the day of or whatever, and we would have to reschedule stuff. But if it was on the calendar, yes, he was going to be there for anything that the boys had going on.
He put in his work life family first. Is
Yes,
that right?
that's correct.
You would agree with that?
I would definitely agree with that.
And you got to know Maggie, did you know?
did. Yes, sir.
And she was thoughtful for you on your birthday and anything you had going on?
Absolutely. Yeah.
And I think you mentioned the Ferris trial in Columbia. That was in Columbia, wasn't it?
That was, yes, sir.
And you went to the trial, didn't you?
I did.
And you remember Alec going up on a Sunday and he spent the night in the hospital because his dad was going to have surgery the next day?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, it seems like it's been a long time, but yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then Maggie came up on Monday and stayed with him during the trial, right?
I never did see her. Our paths never crossed because I was kind of in work mode, but I know she was there.
Right. And he traveled frequently with Maggie on work trips, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
And he would take his family to conventions and when they would have work, right?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
And Alan wasn't the type of guy that would go off on a guy's trip. His trips were family trips.
I mean, I don't know that without a shadow of a doubt, but I know a lot of his trips were family related, something with him and Maggie, or him and Maggie and the boys and their significant others.
Right. And he was real close with Maggie's family too, wasn't he?
Yes, it appeared that they were very close.
And if Mr. Brandstatter, Maggie's dad, couldn't get in touch with Alec on his cell phone, he would call you and ask, where's Alec?
Yeah, he would call myself or Christy and say, hey, can you get Alec to give me a call? Yeah.
And they communicated quite frequently, didn't they?
They did.
And did you meet Mr. and Ms. Brandstatter?
I didn't meet him until we had Mr. Randolph he got the
Board of the Palmetto?
Yeah, and that's when I met them. That was the first time I'd ever met Maggie's parents.
If Alec was in even a deposition, and if Maggie or Paul or Buster would call, I mean, he would walk out and take the call, wouldn't he?
I never was present with them. I've heard rumors of such, but I was never present with him at depositions and mediations.
Well, in the office, if he was in a meeting, he would always take their calls. Wouldn't he?
Absolutely. Yes.
Never say, oh, gosh, tell her to call him back.
No, he never put off calls with his family. He always talked.
Now, you were talking about the night that you learned that Maggie and Paul were murdered, that you thought when you first got the call that it was about Mr. Randolph.
Correct.
And we're talking about Mr. Randolph murder.
That's correct.
Alex and Randy's dad.
Yes, sir.
Because it was well known that he had just been put back in the hospital and his condition was not well.
Yeah, it was my understanding that at that point, the family was making arrangements to bring him home and hospice may be involved. And so obviously we were all expecting awful news.
And he, in fact, did die on Thursday, June 10th, I believe.
I believe so too. Yes, sir.
And after that, you said that the whole law firm rallied around not just Alec, but Alec and Randy and their families.
Absolutely.
And
And we rallied around each other because we were scared. We were worried.
right? And then after, well, I guess there was like a tidal wave of media surrounding the law firm at some point in time, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
And so y'all had to, be careful with comings and goings, and that was kind of scary, I think.
It was. We ended up having to lock the front door because they would just walk in and just overwhelm the receptionist. So it became in like a daily habit there for a few weeks. So we had to end up locking the door.
And as a result of Maggie and Paul's tragic murder, Alec Murdaugh became front and center of a media spotlight, didn't he?
He did, yes, sir.
And it wasn't, and there were cameras outside the court, outside the office frequently, right?
There were, yes, sir.
There were cameras out at Moselle.
I think so. I didn't go out there, but I'm assuming they probably were.
And all the buzz was about Alec Murdaugh and what happened to Maggie and Paul, right?
Yes, sir.
And all the while you were around Alec on occasion, and you noticed his demeanor, and he was grieving greatly, was he not?
He was grieving, and he was also very humble. He had changed dramatically. Afterwards he was more mellow, and he would come in the mornings, and instead of yelling Christy in it and telling us what to do, he would actually come to our desk and say hello and check on us, and we would in turn check on him. So he was very different after the murders.
And he had a hard time working after the murders?
Absolutely, yeah, as you can imagine.
Sure. And you're aware that you got to keep up with his whereabouts, but he spent a lot of time with Maggie and Maggie's parents?
Yeah, he would tell me that he would have weekend plans, and I would hear him on the phone with his in-laws and making plans to meet up for the weekend.
And he stayed in Somerville a good bit with Buster, with Maggie's parents?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
And he and Buster traveled up to the upstate, to Lake Erie or something? Are you aware of that?
I remember him saying, the family had property or something up there, his in-laws, and they were all getting together.
And you're aware that Alec would not spend a single night after Maggie and Paul were murdered at Moselle?
Yes, sir. I knew that.
And when he was working in Hampton, he was either commuting from Somerville, Edisto, or staying with his brother Randy, or something like that?
I knew he was either staying with family or, he was coming back from Somerville or Greenville from being with the in-laws, but that's all I knew.
But he never spent one night more at Moselle?
Not as far as I know, yes, sir.
Now, you were asked questions, Mr. Waters, about the Ferris matter was the furthest thing from your mind after murder of Maggie and Paul, right?
Yes, sir.
And that you didn't do any more about that after Maggie and Paul's murder, right?
That's correct.
But I think you also said that you conveyed your concerns to Jeannie Seckinger, and that she essentially took over.
Yes, when I gave it to her, I knew she told me she would take it from there. And so I know I gave it to her, and that was that.
And so there's really nothing more for you to do on the Ferris matter after you turned it over to Jeannie, right?
Correct.
And then you were in Alec's office one day looking for a file, and stumbled across this canceled check.
Yes, sir. It must have been underneath the file. I wanted in between that and something else. So when I lifted my file, it fluttered to the floor.
And and you felt, I think you talked to this jury about how this whole thing put you in a bad spot, and your daughter said you need to dust your resume off or something like that.
That's
right?
correct. Yes, sir. I was worried. I was hoping I was wrong. I was hoping that my gut feeling was wrong, and that what I was looking at was not money being stolen, and that he was not doing that. I was hoping I was wrong, but at the same time, I was scared to turn it in, because what if they, look into it and it's nothing, there's nothing going on, and then, it disturbs the relationship we had working together, and, what would I do? Would I be able to stay at the firm after turning him in on something so bad that he could lose his job over it? So I was concerned. I was concerned for my livelihood. I'm a single mom with a teenage daughter.
And nothing happened to your job, right?
No, sir. Nothing happened to my job.
It's just Alec who lost his job, right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And you mentioned in what's in evidence as defendant's exhibit number 441 is a text that you received from Alec, right?
That's correct.
And was it just to you, or was it you and
me and Chris, his other
Christy,
secretary?
The other secretary. And the date is Sunday, September 26th at 4:30 p.m. in the afternoon.
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned it was from rehab.
Yes, as far as I knew, it was rehab. I assumed it was probably one of the steps of reaching out to those that you hurt and telling them you're sorry.
And Alec was in rehab?
Yes, sir. As far as I know, he was.
And I want you to read this, the whole email, if you don't mind.
Okay, sure. Hey, it's Alec. I'm finally feeling a little better each day. I'm over the worst, but still feel like I have the flu. Real weak. I have been worried about y'all, and I'm sorry I didn't get to tell y'all myself. I know both of you been hurt badly by me. I know it sounds hollow, but I am truly sorry. The better I get, the more guilt I have. I have an awful lot to try to make right when I get out of here. The worst part is knowing I did the most damage to those I love the most. I'm not real sure how I let myself get where I did. I'm committed to getting better and hope to mend as many relationships as I can. You both are special people and important to me. Please know how sorry I am to have made you part of my misdeeds. I hope you are doing as well as possible. I love you very much. Please tell Cheryl and Haley hello, and I'm sorry. All my love.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Anything further?
Mr. Griffin asked you about whether or not you were worried about losing your job over these Ferris fees. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then he asked you the defendant lost his job, right?
That's correct.
After the murders, but before September, the defendant still had his job, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
He still had his law license, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
You said in response to defense counsel's question that people came to him if they needed something, correct?
Absolutely. Yes, sir. He was trusted by everybody, and they knew that if they needed something, all they had to do was reach out and he was going to help them.
He was trusted by everybody. Did you trust him?
I trusted him. Yes, sir.
People came to him for anything, like all these clients right here?
Yes, sir.
He was a prominent lawyer?
Yes, he was.
One of the most prominent in the region?
Yes.
And all of that came to an end in September 2021 when all of that came out, did it not?
Right. When I found the check, I knew that he had lied to me and that he'd stolen that money.
Thank you. You may step down. You may call your next witness.
Johnny James for the state. State calls Michael Gunn.
Gunn.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. You have a seat on the stage.
Just that Michael Gunn, is that your seat? Just state your name again, spell your last name.
Sure. So Michael Gunn, last name is spelled Gunn.
Good morning, Mr. Gunn.
Morning.
Just barely morning. Where are you from, Mr. Gunn?
From Columbia.
Born and raised?
Oh, grew up in Conway, South Carolina.
Grew up in Conway, South Carolina. All right. Where do you work?
Work for Forge Consulting.
And what is Forge Consulting?
Forge Consulting, we are a settlement planning firm based primarily in Atlanta. I run the Columbia or South Carolina office, and we work with people, plaintiffs and plaintiffs' attorneys, to help them really try to take the settlements that have been recovered for them and try to make them, make these settlements last a long time. These people normally have been in catastrophic injuries or wrongful death of a loved one.
So your company works with law firms who represent people who've been hurt, and if they get a little bit of money to make them whole, you can help make that money last a longer time. Is that an accurate summary of what you just described?
Yes, sir, and that's the goal.
All right. When did you first start working for Forge Consulting, or did you work for Forge Consulting, or did you found it?
I'm one of the principals in Forge Consulting. We started in 2003. I've been there since 2005.
And what is your actual, you said you're a principal, what is your actual title at Forge Consulting?
We are principal and settlement consultant.
Okay. And so do you work directly with the attorneys yourself, arranging some of these settlements and structures, things of that nature?
Yes, sir, I do.
So if you could, what exactly is a structured settlement in a summary form?
Sure, kind of a primer on it. Essentially, a structured settlement is when it's only available to those who've been, first of all, to those who've been injured or involved in wrongful death or workers' compensation. It's really a method for them to try and save money. And what I mean by that is when they get the settlement, they have an opportunity to put some of that money into almost like an annuity. And that annuity would pay them over time, much like a paycheck, because a lot of these folks have lost their jobs, they've lost a loved one, or they have bills to pay. And so by doing that, it allows them to receive that money. But not only do they receive the funds, they do receive them tax-free from the federal government.
Totally tax-free?
Totally tax-free, with interest.
Now, who actually funds these annuities that ultimately get paid out to those who've been hurt?
Sure. Well, generally speaking, the annuities are funded by the insurance company that's paying the claim or the defendant themselves. That's generally speaking.
And when they pay that claim, where does that money go in order to fund the annuity? Does it go to Forge Consulting?
The only way it would go to Forge Consulting is if the check was made payable to that insurance company, and then we would forward the check on to that insurance company.
So in that instance, you wouldn't actually be really taking the money, you'd just be stuffing it in an
We'd
envelope.
be a mail carrier. We'd just be a mail carrier, correct.
And I apologize. We're both speaking pretty quickly here. Madam Court Reporter can only record one of us at a time. So if I'm asking a question, try and let me complete it and then answer it thereafter. So to clarify, the only instance where you would get any money is if the check is made out to an insurance company, you stuff it in another envelope and send it on its way.
That's correct.
But ultimately, the money comes from the insurance company to whoever's funding this annuity. Is that correct?
Generally speaking, yes.
And the people funding this annuity would be another insurance company or some other firm of that nature. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So that would be the structuring of monies awarded in a lawsuit to the person hurt. What about monies awarded to the lawyer in a lawsuit? What about an attorney's fees? Can those be structured?
They can be.
All right. And how does that process work?
It's a very, very similar process. It's a similar outcome. The difference is the attorneys would be deferring it, but when they receive funds, they would have to pay the tax at that time. But it is a way to defer the taxes. But it's the same scenario. The money would have to come from the defendant and/or its insurance carrier, and there would also have to be language included in settlement documents, et cetera.
But it couldn't come directly to the attorney, could it?
No, sir. That would be constructive receipt, and the IRS would consider that taxable income.
Constructive receipt, and they would consider it taxable income. So can you explain that just a little bit more for me?
Well, if they receive the money, then the IRS is going to consider that taxable at the time it hits their account. And therefore, undoing that's going to be quite a bit of a problem.
And so then they would get taxed on all of that money, correct?
That is correct.
As opposed to just the amount of money that they wanted to get that year.
That is correct.
And you indicated that it would be deferred taxation. So to use an example, let's say I represent somebody on a big suit and get $1 million in attorney's fees. If I were to structure it, I could have that stretched out over 10 years, $100,000 a year. And then, am I hearing it correctly? I wouldn't get taxed on $1 million all at once. I would get taxed on that $100,000 a year each year for those next 10 years. Is that a good way of describing it?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And as a result, pay less in taxes.
That's the goal.
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
I am.
Do you see him in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you point him out for me?
Wearing a check shirt and blue jacket appears.
Let the record show that he identified Mr. Murdaugh. When did you first meet Mr. Murdaugh?
Probably 20 years ago, give or take a few years, 20 years ago. Probably at a convention or a continuing education seminar, since our primary market are plaintiffs' attorneys.
And what was your first impression of Mr. Murdaugh?
Very jovial, friendly. Never met a stranger. Just a generally nice guy.
Did you have occasion to work with Mr. Murdaugh more going forward from that point in time?
I did. As generally speaking, as we get to know our clients, a lot of times friendships get born out of that, and you get more comfortable dealing with them. And so yes, I worked with this firm a great deal. Did a lot of work with this firm. I probably actively would work. I've worked probably 5 cases with Mr. Murdaugh.
Now, in terms of this firm, did you work with Alec on a lot of cases or relatively few cases compared to his partners?
If you compare to his partners, relatively few.
So most of the time you're working with the other folks at PMPED, but Alec maybe just a handful of times. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did Alec hold any other positions other than his role at the law firm that caused you two to work with one another frequently?
Sure. At one time, he was the president of the Association for Justice, which is a voluntary organization of plaintiffs' attorneys. And so we'd be very closely together at trial lawyer events and things of that nature, to say the least.
And is there a shorthand for that organization that used to be applied to it? The
SCAJ.
SCAJ. As part of your professional relationship with Alec, what sorts of things would y'all do together?
Again, usually these would be at events. It was never really a one-off. It was usually events. Golf, dinner, lunch, things like that. Just, things that you would do. Things that you would do when you're at a Hilton Head.
About how many times would you say you golf together?
I'd probably say I'd put the over under around 15.
15? Yeah. And you'd go have dinner, maybe some drinks together at the conference, correct?
Not every year. We would see each other. Dinner was probably few and far between.
Did you ever go hang out with Mr. Murdaugh at Moselle or any of his other properties?
No, sir.
Did he ever come and hang out with you in Columbia for dinner or drinks or anything like that?
It would be business related.
Did you ever go to any sporting events with him, like a Gamecocks football game or anything like that?
I never went with him. I may have seen him there, but never went with him, no.
There's a lot of folks in the stadium at Williams Price on game day.
Depending on the season.
Did Mr. Murdaugh ever meet you in Columbia and deliver checks to you and tell you, hey, these are for the clients for structures or anything like that?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever meet with him halfway between Columbia and Hampton and get checks from him?
Absolutely not.
And did you ever call him and say, hey, can you bring the checks to me so that we can finance this?
Absolutely not.
And would forge under any circumstances accept client money checks personally in order to fund an annuity for them?
No, sir.
And so if you received or saw or reviewed an instrument made out to forge, and it said in the memo line, money for client or something to that effect, would that instrument be legit?
Well, it would be returned to the person that sent it to us with an explanation as to why we could not take it.
You would not take it?
No, we would not take it.
In working with Mr. Murdaugh, did you ever discuss options with him about how to structure fees for his clients?
Generally speaking, we have those conversations with attorneys, and I do remember he inquired about it, kind of went through what you would need to do, how you would need to do it, kind of the process in which it's done. So yes.
So did you explain to him some of the things that we've explained to these folks from around the county here today?
It's the same canned elevator speech I give to everyone. This is how the mechanics of how it works.
Were there any specific cases that he came to you and asked you about whether he'd set up a structure?
I don't recall there was a specific case. I do remember there was a case where we sent some options over one time and nothing ever came to fruition. It was just, here's what you can do.
Do you recall the name Dion Martin?
I do recall the name Dion Martin.
What, if anything, do you recall about Dion Martin? Was that one of Alex's cases?
It was. What I recall about that case is that I got a signed option from plaintiff's counsel, signed by Mr. Dion Martin, or I'm assuming Mr. Martin, saying he wanted to set aside X amount of dollars. I'm not really sure exactly what that amount was. And he wanted to do it to an annuity. And so annuities, like anything, kind of based off of stock market and whatnot, so they can kind of go up and down. So there's a time window in which you are able to purchase that. Not the rate may go up, rate may go down. And so I consistently sent emails to Mr. Murdaugh as well as his paralegal, Annette Griswold. I would say at least 4, maybe 5 emails saying, hey, this is going to expire. This is going to expire if you don't fund this now. And after getting no response after multiple weeks, we just closed our file.
So you did open a file for Mr. Martin, correct?
We open a file for every case, yes.
For every case, and I want to drill onto that a little bit. What prompts you to open a file?
Well, part of it is so that we can remember when the attorney calls us and says, hey, I've got a case I'm about to start working on, or we got it, and they don't give us any information because they might be in the car. You say, this is the John Smith case, and I've got that tied to an attorney. And so that's how we do that.
So if you get so much as a phone call saying, I want to talk to you about so-and-so, you make a file.
That is correct.
Even if it's just one conversation.
I always ask for a name.
You ask for any other information?
I ask for a great deal of information, but oftentimes that takes a little while to get. But the name is what I need first.
Are you aware of a boat collision that occurred in early of 2019 in relation to Mr. Murdaugh or his family?
I'm aware.
And are you aware of generally any litigation that resulted from that case?
I'm aware.
After that boat crash and that litigation began, did you have any further conversations with Mr. Murdaugh about structuring any fees that he might earn?
We had general conversations, generic conversations, but we never had any in-depth conversations.
So you never asked any specifics beyond the general canned speech?
It was, this is what you can do, this is what you can't do.
Did he ever bring you any fees and say, hey, I would like to structure these or anything to that effect?
No, sir.
Do you recall in and around September of 2021, receiving a phone call from Lee Cope?
I do.
And what generally, well, tell us a little bit about that.
Sure. Mr. Cope called me, asked me if he could trust me, asked if he could trust my office as much as he trusted me, let me rephrase that, and said, I'd like to give you a name of some cases, and could you tell me what y'all done for those clients? He gave me probably 10 to 12 names. I remember I was standing in my driveway, so I'm furiously writing down these names, hoping I could read my own handwriting, and I got back with Mr. Cope and told him I didn't have a file open on any of these people.
None of them?
Not one.
Not a single name that he provided to you?
No, sir.
Did they follow up with you and provide you any additional names?
They did. The next day, he called me again, gave me another list of names, went through that list. The only name that stood out was Dion Martin that I referenced earlier.
Did they ask you about where Forge Consulting did its banking?
They asked me if we banked at Bank of America, and I told them we had not for the last 4 years.
Was it the last 4 years, or was it a little bit longer than that?
It was 4 to 5 years, somewhere in that range.
I jumped ahead a little bit. You are generally aware of the events of June 7th, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I am.
When did you first become aware of the murders of Maggie Paul Murdaugh?
Probably early morning, on June 8th, probably 5:36 in the morning. I got a couple of missed phone calls.
What did you do after learning of the murders?
Other than being stunned by it all, I let my wife know, called a few other people. I let my business partners know.
Did you reach out to anybody in relation to Mr. Murdaugh or Mr. Murdaugh himself?
I did reach out to one or two of his law partners just to express my condolences, and obviously I hope it wasn't true, but that was confirmed. And then I waited a day and reached out to Mr. Murdaugh and just let him know we were thinking of him, didn't have the words for what to say.
Had you ever met Paul or Maggie?
I have.
Did you know Paul very well?
I didn't know Paul very well. I know him, but I didn't know him very well.
How well did you know Maggie?
I knew Maggie, pretty well. She would oftentimes, I believe when Buster was in school in Columbia, she would text me and ask me where he could get his haircut and where he could get his pants hemmed and things like that. And I was kind of like her local Google. So, it was funny because I'd always respond to her.
You're in Columbia, Buster's in Columbia, she's in Hampton, and so she's texting you with questions.
Absolutely.
Did you attend the funeral for Paul and Maggie?
I did.
Did you see Alec there?
I did.
Did he say anything to you?
Not at the funeral, but after.
Did you go to a wake afterwards?
I did.
Did he say anything to you at the wake?
He told me how much Maggie had loved me and my wife and our family.
Between that wake and September of 2021, did you see defendant Mr. Murdaugh on any other occasions?
I saw him in Hilton Head in August. I saw him.
Where did you see him?
At the Skage conference in Hilton Head, the annual convention. That's all attorneys and vendors and whatnot attend.
At the lawyers' convention in
Yes,
Hilton Head?
yes, sir, that's correct.
Oh. Was anybody with him?
His brother John Marvin was with him primarily, but others were around, law firm members of the firm.
What was the scope of your interactions with Mr. Murdaugh at the convention?
We hung out a little bit, or said, exchanged pleasantries, hugs, still, couldn't believe what had happened. And we did go to dinner. I went to dinner with him, his brother, and the majority, I don't want to count them off, of his law firm on, I believe it was Saturday evening.
Now, we've talked about Forge Consulting. Are there any subsidiaries of Forge Consulting or alternative names or other companies associated with Forge?
We do have two other companies that are under the Forge umbrella. One is Advocacy Trust, which is a trust company, and another one is Advocacy Wealth Management, which manages, it's a veteran SEC-related wealth management firm.
Do you have any subsidiary? Excuse me, stumbling over my own tongue. Do you have any subsidiaries that are just named Forge?
No, sir, we do not.
Did you ever tell Mr. Murdaugh that he could use the name of Forge Consulting or Forge for his own purposes?
Absolutely not.
Prior to September of 2021, did you have any knowledge that Mr. Murdaugh was using the name of Forge for his own purposes?
No, sir.
Back my reports and all.
I'll stand for a moment. All right, comes to order.
Showing you a document already in evidence of State's Exhibit 335. This document says it's a Bank of America statement. Is this an account statement from a Forge Consulting account?
No, sir, it is not.
Exhibit 335 on the Alamo for the Jersey C. Richard A. Murdaugh, Sole Prop, DBA Forge. That's not one of your accounts?
No, sir.
No further questions for this witness.
By the defense.
Good afternoon.
You had some formal positions with the South Carolina Association of Justice?
Yes, sir.
What were those?
This government affairs lobbying work for them.
Okay, on a contract basis?
And as an employee and as a contractor.
Okay. At one point in time, Alec Murdaugh was the president of the South Carolina SCAJ?
Yes, sir, he was.
And were you employed at the time or contract lobbyist?
Yes, sir, I was employed at the time, yes, sir.
And part of his duties, well, I guess he was on the board for a period of time as well, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And the SCAJ board and the president would meet in Columbia quarterly, monthly, how often?
They would meet in Columbia probably twice a year. They normally met at the convention spots or the CLE spots, and then one was always by telephone. But usually the president was giving the telephone call. The president would come to Columbia.
And when he would come to Columbia, you remember Maggie would come with him and spend the night on those business trips?
Sometimes, yeah. I don't know specifically for that for the skate stuff, but I do. Maggie spend the night in Columbia, yes.
But you saw them traveling together in Columbia. I mean, you said you were seeing in Columbia on business reasons. Was the business reasons his membership on the board and then
I was generally speaking most of the time when I would see him, because of that, yes, sir.
And then he and Maggie came to you and your wife's wedding in New York, right?
They did.
And my understanding is the big day came on the day of a big blizzard.
3 feet of snow, yes, sir.
So you had to delay the wedding a day, right?
We did.
And you got to spend a lot more time with Maggie and Alec.
And all the other guests, yes, sir.
Right. And so and at that point in time, your wife became friends with Maggie and y'all became pretty good social friends?
I think so. I mean, we still didn't really hang out much after the wedding other than professional settings, and that could have been just because of the distance between towns. But yeah, we keep in touch, no doubt.
And then every year, I think you mentioned there's an annual convention at Hilton Head of the, you used to call it trial lawyers, but
still do too.
Yeah, of the trial lawyers, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's usually at a hotel. It used to be at the Westin at Port Royal, I think.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
I think maybe they moved it. I don't know.
Marriott now.
Yeah. So, and there that there'd be seminars, during the day, and then there'd be socializing in the evenings.
Yes, sir.
And it was a family event.
Very much so.
And Alec would bring Maggie and Paul and Buster
every time.
And you got to see him interact with his entire family.
I did.
And he was a family man, wasn't he?
By all accounts, yes, sir.
And you went to Maggie and Paul's funeral?
Yes, sir, I did.
And then after the funeral, you went out to Moselle?
Yes, sir.
And I'm sure, what was Alec's demeanor?
He was a broken man. You could tell. He was very upset. He was very upset.
And then you saw him a few months later at that convention at Hilton Head?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you said he was with his brother, John Marvin?
Yes, sir.
And his son Buster was there too.
I believe that's correct, yes, sir.
And John Marvin's not a lawyer, right?
He's not.
Is it unusual for John Marvin to come to the lawyer convention?
I had not seen him before, no, at the convention, no.
Right. He was there supporting his brother?
I believe so, yes.
And people were trying to lift Alex Spears up and support him during that period of time?
I think so, yes, sir.
1 second. Man.
Thank you, sir. Call your next witness.
Excuse me.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You'll have a seat on the stand. If you'll state your name, just that microphone there, and spell your last name for the record.
Brian Hudak, Hudak. Agent Hudak, how are you doing today? Pretty good. Where are you employed? South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, also known as SLED. All right, and what is your duties there? I'm a special agent in computer crimes. All right, and just briefly, what do your duties entail? Conduct forensic examinations, cell phones, computers, vehicle infotainment modules, any sort of electronic device that can hold evidence. Also, I'm an evidence custodian for the unit.
Just a moment, sir. I have the jury go to the jury room for a recess. Okay, and we'll come in. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to evacuate the building at this time, so we'll be in recess until we discover what's going on. We'll couple this with a lunch break until 2:30.
To and what do we know from outside of this case? That there is this is a movie. I mean, this entire episode, this entire case involves movie-like scripts with influential families that everyone's afraid of, to curious deaths that haven't been explained, and people not being found responsible for disappearances. I mean, there's some heavy-duty intrigue that surrounds this defendant, this case, these facts, the players. And so while you're sitting there, and again, you said it could be a generator, it could be something in another courtroom, it could be a fire drill that they inopportunely scheduled for this high-profile case. Or it could be something associated with some of the players or adding to the movie type script that this case has been rolling on up till now.
And you have been a judge. You know that it's not a light thing that when you evacuate a building, it has to be something heavy that may cause a danger to the occupants. Now, again, we don't know what it is. It could be something just as simple as a power outage or whatever. But what I'm concerned about is the effect that it may have on the continuation of the proceeds and people testify. Talk to me about testimony in a high-profile case and handling a high-profile case as a judge, especially one like this, Alex Murdaugh, where he's accused of taking money from so many people and hurting so many people.
Well, in the context of high-profile cases, the sensitivity of the presentation of the evidence is also heightened. Jurors, and I've had dozens of jury trials. I presided over about the same number of jury trials over the course of a couple of decades of a career. And one thing that is a very simple statement is that jurors are incredibly sensitive. It's why as judges, we kind of explain every step of the process, and we're careful to kind of give a checkpoint to the jurors every time something happens, or to try to help them to understand when something occurs that we're afraid they may take one way or another. You never know what clothing one wears and how that's going to affect the jurors' decisions about what's going on. You never know when we say disregard that testimony, if they're able to put it to the side, because we're human, and things like that just can't be disregarded. So in a high-profile case, the sensitivities of those who are hearing the case is elevated 10 or 100 times, depending on the nature of the facts. And I would guess certainly this is true. So when we hear testimony, it all has a greater amount of significance than it would normally in jury trials.
And as a matter of fact, we're talking about it. The media is there, and it's a very interesting case. It really is. Did he do it? And can the state prove it if he did kill his wife and his son in a horrendous manner? Anyhow, we're going to take a quick break here at the network. We'll try to find out what is going on in that courthouse, in that courtroom in South Carolina, and be back to you. Stay with us on the other side of this break.
Because it is high profile, and they're sitting around like, ooh, let me see if I can impact this somehow. And now I'm sitting back watching, the fruits of their labors with everybody outside kind of nervous, having disrupted a nationally observed proceeding.
Now, Judge, let me just stop you. Let me just ask you right now, because we're seeing our pictures, our photographers taking right outside the courthouse. What is happening there? Let me ask you this. We talked just before we went back in the courtroom about the effect of things on jurors in a high-profile case. Here, I don't know when, if the jury is being told that there has been a reported bomb threat, but you and I both know that if they haven't been told, they will learn it, that jurors learn these things, all right, because the family members will be around, they'll be concerned about them. The jurors concerned for their own safety in a case like this, how does this now impact it?
Well, what we do know is historically there have been cases where jurors after the fact have talked about, what they had going on, or jurors who have been dismissed have discussed how they were aware of the public clamor or things going on outside that could potentially, cause risk to their own families or to their business. And so certainly where they have been rapidly evacuated from the middle of the trial, you're right, they're going to find out what happened. The judge may even tell them himself, so that there's not so many open-ended questions about what's going on, thinking that their sensitivities may be better served by letting them know what happened. But everything that occurs in a courtroom during a jury trial is going to cause the jury to have a raised eyebrow and a second view of what it is that they're involved in. And I'm certain that these events will do this with this jury.
So, Judge, as we're looking at these pictures that our photographer from the Long Front Network is taking outside the Colleton County Courthouse, which has been evacuated for a reported bomb threat, and the trial of Alec Murdaugh will be in recess until 2:30 p.m. Let me ask you this as a judge. Do you have to bring that jury in one by one and ask them whether this has any impact on them?
Certainly that would be an appropriate thing. That would be an appropriate thing, and I would not be surprised if the judge does that. Again, the sensitivities of the jurors always has to be kept in mind. And if there is any concern that this incident has caused any one of them, because any one of them can cause a decision to be rendered one way or the other, or a mistrial. So if there's any concern that this evacuation and the potential bomb threat or the potential threat that they're under as a result of this trial has caused, then yes, I think it would be appropriate. Not required, but certainly would be appropriate.
How about the witnesses, Judge? Talk to me two things. I'm going to give you an A and a comma. Witnesses who have not yet testified, or remember, the defense is going to say, if I'm the defense, that Alec Murdaugh had a lot of enemies, and we talked about this prior to the bomb threat, and therefore there are a lot of suspects out there. Does this lead into that for them? Are they going to be able to use this in any way, or would you, as a judge, make a ruling that they can't?
No, I would, as a judge, I would certainly issue a ruling or a determination that it would not be appropriate for the jurors to remark, for the defense or the prosecution to remark in any way on this incident, unless investigations reveal right now or in the very near future that someone associated with either the state or the defense or a potential witness was was involved in this. If that information comes out, then I'd say, yeah, you all have at it. But otherwise, it's speculative, and because of the innumerable possible sources of this call-in thread or however it came in, it would be unfair and irrational for the jurors to be able to hear testimony about what this may be related to, and why they should take that in consideration for their decision.
And as I'm telling the viewers again who may have just tuned in, the trial of Alec Murdaugh has been adjourned until 2:30 p.m. because there was a reported bomb threat at the Colleton County Courthouse. The courthouse is being evacuated, has been evacuated. We're waiting for our own Gigi McKelvey to get to a safe place as the law enforcement is going to investigate this to make sure no one will be harmed. Right now, it's just a reported bomb threat. We hope, obviously, that it's not a real bomb that has been placed. But, Judge, if you are now sitting on this case, and I bring you back to this, we have a lot of people now impacted, whether they be witnesses, whether they be reporters, whether they be the participants, the prosecution, the defense in regard to this. And at this point, we still don't know if that's a real bomb threat or if it was somebody just trying to make a name for themselves. So you're sitting there, you're Judge Newman right now. What information do you want to make sure that everyone is safe going forward and that this does not impact witnesses' testimony, witnesses coming forward, or jurors?
Well, certainly I call in court security. I have a conversation with whatever chief law enforcement supervisor is in charge of the scene, and I ask them very directly if there is evidence that this was related to anyone who was involved in this case. And certainly the law enforcement have to have limitations on what they reveal, but to the judge involved in this case, they would at least give preliminary information if they have it. And I, as the judge, would ask that information to ensure that this case could go forward safely, safely for the witnesses, safely for the jurors, and really for myself before we go back into that courtroom and resume testimony. And I'd also want to know if this was an isolated incident, that we don't have to keep worrying about this, or if we have to be concerned that every hour, every 2 hours, every day, there's going to be an emergency evacuation while we, look into something that most likely is not legitimate.
Yeah, Judge, just let's go forward on that because again, right now our viewers are watching from our own photographer who is taking pictures outside the Colleton County Courthouse from a far enough distance so that everyone is safe, including everyone inside the courthouse, including the judge who has to be evacuated. So he has to go someplace else, right, to run his courtroom to get information. Now, you have family members of jurors who are watching this, right, and they don't know whether this is a real bomb threat or not. What, as a judge, would you say to the family members of the jurors who have to decide this case fairly? Because one of the things that has been just around this trial has been like the elephant in the room is that the Murdaugh family is so powerful that maybe no one, even the state, can't get a fair trial. So what would you say to the jurors at this point, the family members of those jurors, about the safety?
Well, I mean, I just reinforce that, we do have within the court system and generally within our society, some very powerful investigative and enforcement tools to protect individuals who are part of the system. I would reinforce that understanding to the jurors and to their families. And I would remind the jurors' families that their family members are, underwent a pretty intense process to be able to sit on this jury in judgment. They're thoughtful. They're careful, they're introspective. That was all the things that was concluded for them to be able to sit in this jury. And certainly, if any fear or concern for their safety or their family safety, that they should be assured that that would be communicated to the judge and that person would be adequately protected and even released.
So if you are thinking about this from an outsider or the judge sitting on the case, Judge Newman, who obviously has been moved to another location because he will not be in the courthouse getting phone calls or running this case, who would you be looking at again now? Do you think it was somebody who wanted to disrupt the proceedings because they didn't like the evidence? Or what is your leaning as a person, a judge who's had a number of high-profile cases? Do you think this is some crackpot who wants to disrupt the evidence because that way they control the media, control the prosecution, control the defense?
Honestly, that's more what I'm looking at right now. Like I said, this case is like a movie. And so the potential players or potential individuals could be involved and why this could be happening really has an endless stream of thought. But what I also know about our society, look at social media, look at the television. People film themselves committing murders. People post anything to get likes and retweets and to get people to look at them. I can truly see this being someone who is delighting in the fact that they were able to cause conflict and chaos while they're watching it happen on TV, really completely unconnected to this case. I can see that possibly being true. What would really be at the heart of whether or not we'll find out who this is, again, is whether or not law enforcement has received other information or threats before this day, before this happened, that could lead them to understand that someone was likely going to do this and even lead to that particular person.
Let me remind our viewers a couple things. One, the courthouse in Colleton County has been evacuated for an alleged bomb threat, we're being told, and the Alec Murdaugh trial is in recess till 2:30. And when we left, it was Brian Murdaugh. He was a SLED agent, a South Carolina Law Enforcement Division agent, who had just started his direct. I mean, barely got his name out with some questions that were just at the beginning of what he was going to tell the jury, when the judge probably immediately and quickly and without notice said, we have to adjourn this trial. So, Judge, how important is it, number one, to take threats like this seriously, and when you take threats like this seriously, how important will it be to find the person so you can try to make an example that this cannot be done to ruin any criminal proceeding or civil proceeding, a justice proceeding, I should say, in the future?
That's right. It's so incredibly important. I mean, look at the time and resources spent, halting the trial, removing individuals. They're doing a complete sweep of the courthouse now with a bomb detecting dog or some other type of technology equipment in order to detect, what may be devices. Heaven forbid they find something. But if this is not true, look at the potential every time anywhere around the country someone decides to do the same thing. So it is incredibly important that all available resources are expended to find, identify, prosecute, and punish whoever is responsible for this so that it can be clearly understood that this is absolutely unacceptable. And those that do it will, in fact, be held responsible. Technology in the world today is so advanced that it's so easy to trace what people are doing, where people are, almost what people are thinking at any given time, that it's hard to believe that people believe they can do this, get away with it. And again, with what they're having to do because of this threat, there are going to be all efforts to find who did it. And it is important that they actually find this person and quickly so that those who are conducting the trial can be comfortable in knowing that they don't have to worry about the legitimate threat or even the disruption of threats like this in the future.
Now, Judge, I'll remind our viewers again that there has been an alleged bomb we are hearing reported at the Colleton County Courthouse, that the courthouse that housed the trial for Alec Murdaugh has been evacuated until 2:30. Now, Judge, even though it's been evacuated to 2:30 and the judge may have to bring the people back in, including the witness who was on the stand from SLED, Mr. Murdaugh, let me say to you this. We now see traffic around, that's not at the courthouse, but around the town, Walterboro proceeding. But that doesn't mean that there's not a great impact that's going to go around that town, does it? That indeed Alec Murdaugh himself is maybe in a case that subjected to everyone to a bomb threat. Do they now hate him more? Do you think the jurors would hate him more because of that, because they think that maybe he would be the target of the bomb threat? Or do you think it's the other way around, that they think there's some crackpot who likes the Murdaugh family and wants to disrupt the proceeding?
I don't know. It'll be hard for the jurors without some specific instruction from the court or other sources to relate this specifically to the defendant. I think that would be a tough conclusion for them to reach. I understand, as I've said many times, jurors are extremely sensitive and look at a jaundiced eye with everything that occurs. But I would suggest that for them to project their anger or dislike on the defendant for this incident would be a little tough.
So Let me ask you this: law enforcement, they have to protect everyone, right? The jurors and all. But what about the defendant who's in custody and his family? How does law enforcement go about protecting them? Because you know, and I know, the defense is going to say that this was a threat that may have been directed against the Colleton County Courthouse, but the defense is going to try to argue that it was really directed against Alec Murdaugh.
Yeah, law enforcement does have an obligation when they are aware of threats, general or definitely specific, even against the most hated defendant, serial killer that may walk the face of the earth. They still do have a sworn duty to provide protection to that individual. I'm not suggesting that he is in that same category, but I'm just saying that there's nowhere on the spectrum of defendants that law enforcement has a lower duty to provide protection. So certainly they would have the duty to do the same here. I'm guessing that he has additional security because of this bomb threat. If there were two deputies that were accompanying and escorting him before, there may be 4 or 5. There may be even deputies now with some type of protective gear and maybe even put on him as a result of this. And again, we're seeing this particular bomb threat, but we don't know whether there were other threats, unspecified or unsubstantiated threats that were made over the course of the last year, either against the defendant, as high profile and as apparently as bad of an actor as he is with many enemies, or just against people involved in this case altogether. We don't know whether that's the case, but law enforcement certainly does know. And if they did receive those, they're responding accordingly and specifically with protection for those individuals they believe may be targets.
Judge Rucker, I can't think of a better guest to have on as we continue to discuss the bomb threat that has been reportedly made at the Colleton County Courthouse in the trial of Alec Murdaugh. And of course, trial has been suspended for the moment to at least 2:30. So let me ask you this, Judge. There are a lot of other people that need to be protected. There's the public, and there's also the media. Could there be an argument made by any of the attorneys that the media, it's because of the media that you're getting this bomb threat and that the judge closes the courtroom? Or how do we protect the media and the First Amendment here from actually seeing this process work itself out? As we see, everyone now is outside the courthouse, a far distance away in case there is a bomb, so that everyone is safe. Because we have to remember, we're reporting an alleged bomb threat. That does not mean that there isn't an instrument or an item or a bomb that someone's planted in or around that courthouse. Judge.
Well, anyone who would suggest that the media is somehow responsible for this errant act of some criminal would have to make the same argument that a person who exercised their Fifth Amendment right in court is responsible for other people committing crimes. They would have to argue that individuals who have killed blacks over years are, for exercising their 15th Amendment right to vote, are responsible for their own. I mean, the First Amendment gives the media the right to be present, and it gives us as the public to understand and to know and to see through purposes of transparency what's happening in our court system, what's happening in our justice system, to see that justice is being served. So certainly, I don't think anyone rationally or reasonably could suggest that the media and their presence and their engagement in this case is in any way responsible for this occurring. Certainly, what we can say is that because it is public and because it is of interest, someone could have, with the desire to get attention and to get satisfaction, is sitting back watching this because they called this threat in, causing all of this chaos.
And Judge, we have about a minute to go. I know you said you'd issue an order that no person can, no defendant or the state can refer to the bomb threat. But what if the defense comes to you and says, we've been saying that there were 2 shooters. We've been saying that Alec Murdaugh had enemies. We now want to use this bomb threat to show you he has enemies. Depending on the wording of the bomb threat, they may have an argument. Judge?
Certainly understanding that the defense is entitled to reasonable arguments and support and advocacy of the defendant, there has to be some rational relationship between the defense and the testimony that they seek to elicit. Seeking to use a random bomb threat without information of the source of it or the cause of it or the connection of it would require, in my opinion and in my decision, it to be excluded unless they can present evidence of a connection between these anonymous, random potential other shooters and this bomb threat. And I'll just suggest to you, I know that it's a recess until 2:30. I would be very surprised if there's any more testimony or any more proceedings today with as significant of a disruption as this is causing just for this past half hour. I don't think there's going to be any more proceedings today.
You know, Judge, you took my last question before the break right out of my mouth and answered it. Very, very interesting because, of course, if there is any wording that would suggest it was against Alec Murdaugh himself, the question is, was that real or was that a feigned suggestion? Okay, we're going to take a very quick break here to Law and Crime Murdaugh. We'll see you on the other side. Right now, there is a break in the trial of Alec Murdaugh. The Colleton County Courthouse has been evacuated because of a bomb threat. Stay with us. We're the Law and Crime Network. Joseph, you are sitting on that jury right now. You have probably been told right now that you have been evacuated for an alleged bomb threat. You as a jury, what are your feelings? And you as somebody in law enforcement all your life and in the justice system all your life, what are your feelings as to what must be done and how this should proceed?
Well, if you're talking about an everyday, average, run-of-the-mill citizen who occupies that space, I'm saying, hey, I didn't sign up for this. You know, it's already been nutty enough, as Gigi had pointed out. And you think about, and I'm very curious relative to jury behavior of how this is going to impact them as they go back into that jury box eventually, and they're sitting there and they're listening to all of the proceedings. They're having to take all of this in. Does this prejudice them in any way whatsoever? And remember, Linda, we're in a highly technical phase of this case right now. We've been talking about forensics for a while. It requires every bit of your power relative to attention, because these are waters these people don't normally swim in, and God bless them. I'm glad that they don't have to. That's for people like us to do. But they're having to pay attention and listen to this stuff, highly technical data. And now this is going to be in the back of their mind. I cannot help but think that this does impact them. Can you imagine sitting there? They evacuate you out of the place. They've had to remove you. Where in the world are they going to take them to?
So Joseph, is it important then, and I'm going to ask Gigi to comment on this first, is it important then in your mind, both of your minds, Gigi first, to find the person immediately who called in the bomb threat, and that it's just a threat, that it's not a real bomb that's been planted here? Is that important for the sanctity of these proceedings so that the case against Alec Murdaugh can proceed in the Colleton County Courthouse? Or do you move the case?
Well, I mean, if we find out it came from states away, then I think you've got your answer that this is just some person that wanted to cause a sting. If it came from close by, then, I guess they're definitely going to have to take a little bit better look at the safety of everybody inside that building, and not just Alec Murdaugh, but the jury and the spectators and the media, everybody, staff. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. No movement here. I mean, we're still cornered off. There's more law enforcement cars pulling up, blocking these roads off, except for the main thoroughway right in front of the Wildlife Center where the media stage is. That's still moving. Like I said, they haven't blocked off the street in front of the courthouse still. I just walked back up here. So just side roads, but the main road is accessible right now. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. And I'm sure, they'll be able to quickly trace down the subject of it if it came through in a call.
And Joseph, we do not know whether it came through in a call or not, but what tools does law enforcement have to find out, number one, where it came from, whether it's the internet or a call? Number two, to find out whether or not that huge structure, which we fondly refer to as the Colleton County White House, is sometimes on the air here, doesn't have some type of incendiary device that's been planted, not necessarily even in the courthouse, but around the courthouse to protect everyone.
Well, first off, let's take that, because the immediate safety of a location is preeminent in all of this. So trust me, South Carolina has the resources to begin to sweep that area, particularly with canines and people that are involved in explosive ordnance. And they will do that immediately. Do not be surprised if you see those trucks roll up. They'll probably task from the state. Now, to the greater issue, here's the important thing. If this overextends the resources of the state, of SLED, their chief investigative agency, to track this person down, they were probably going to call some of their resources to bear from places like the ATF and the FBI. And if you want to assure the people in this location that everything is okay, what they need to do, hop on this person, get the cameras out there and perp walk them out of their home, see that they're in custody, and get them down to the local courthouse and do whatever that the lawyers and the judges are going to do down there to press charges against this person.
And Joseph and Gigi, let me go to you first, because you were in the courtroom when you were evacuated. The Colleton County Courthouse, I repeat, has been evacuated. It's the case, the courthouse that has been housing the trial of Alec Murdaugh for a double murder, the homicide of his wife and his son, Paul, young son, Paul, 22 years old. Gigi, let me go to you first. Did you see, or can you tell where the jurors have been evacuated to?
No, they took them out of the normal door that they bring them in and take them out of. So we did not see them, because as soon as they were out of sight, the judge stood up and said, we have to evacuate. So we never saw the jury pass. Normally we have to stop at the very bottom of the stairs if they're bringing the jury through, but we did not. They were getting all of us evacuated. So we never saw the jury after the judge told them we were going to a recess.
And Joseph, we are seeing pictures outside that our photographer is taking, doing their job so well, Gigi and our photographer from the Long Crime Network, so that you can see what they are seeing in this evacuation process. But Joseph, going back to making sure that the courthouse is safe, what kind of devices itself do they have besides the bomb-seeking dogs? Is there some type of drone that carries a heat seeker or whatever? Because that is a really big place there.
Yeah, it is. And I would imagine more than likely they would have swept the area to a certain degree to look through there, just eyes on. If they identify anything that looks suspicious, they'll bring out the robot. They'll walk the robot through there or move the robot through there and to assess any kind of packages or anything that are left behind. As far as in-house drone technology, I don't have any knowledge of that. But I can tell you, robots have always been kind of the default position to keep as much distance between law enforcement agents and the explosive device. If they find something there, they're going to try to neutralize it. And hey, if they do find something there, I can guarantee you they're not going to come back into session today. This is going to be a long, painstaking process if they do find something. If not, they clear it. I think that everything will be made safe at that point.
Yeah, Gigi, Judge Van Rucker said he doubted as a judge that you could go back into session today, unless it's merely for the asking of juror questions about how this may impact them. Was there any talk going down the stairs, or have you heard anything being out there on the street from anyone about what the judge is going to do about the jury when he brings them back in, if it is today?
Yeah, no, we haven't heard. That seems to be the question we're all asking each other is, are we coming back at 2:30? Right now, it's just still a very active scene. I'm walking towards our camera guy right now. You can see that this main road is open, but, right in front of me, there's cop cars blocking one lane of the highway. But yeah, and then there's several emergency vehicles all around that they seem staged more than being used. So right now, it just doesn't seem like anybody has seen a bomb squad truck or anything like that yet. So that's kind of the next step we're waiting on, is to see that roll up.
Hey, Linda.
Yeah, Joseph.
Linda,
Joseph.
Yeah, one more thing. I can tell you this is going to be the result no matter what happens. You're going to see an increased police presence around the perimeter of the courthouse moving forward as this case continues to move through the process of being adjudicated. You're going to see a heightened level of presence of law enforcement there on site just to reassure everybody, because this is something these people are not used to. Not that anybody is, but in this small kind of out of the way little place that's safe and secure, it's terrifying for these folks.
Yeah, and I see a car backing up there. We don't know why that's happening. Maybe law enforcement. Anyhow, we're going to take a quick break. We still have our eyes and ears on that courthouse outside. Gigi McKelvey will be there. Our Law and Crime Network photographer will be there. Joseph Scott Morgan will stay with me. Again, breaking news. The Colleton County Courthouse has been evacuated. An alleged bomb threat that is now being investigated during the trial of Alec Murdaugh. Stay with us here. See you on the other side of the break.
All right.
Any knowledge of what's going on?
Neither of us grabbed our tripods quick enough?
Yeah. Yeah, mine's locked on.
I want to welcome you back to the Law and Crime Network. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden. Yes, what you are looking at right now are scenes outside the Colleton County Courthouse in Walterboro, South Carolina. Now, why are you seeing outside the courthouse? Because we have breaking news that there was an alleged bomb threat. It's been reported, and the courthouse has been evacuated to at least 2:30 and maybe longer. And why is that important? Because it was where the trial of Alec Murdaugh was taking place for the murder of his wife, Maggie, and his son, Paul. Again, the Colleton County Courthouse has been evacuated for an alleged bomb threat that's been reported to us, and that we will see whether or not the court will be back in session later on today. And hopefully it is just a threat and it's not an actual bomb. But our own Gigi McKelvey has been on the ground there. She was actually in the courtroom when the bomb threat occurred, and she's also joined here by Joseph Scott Morgan. We're here to take your questions. But Gigi, go to you first. Let me see the atmosphere inside the courtroom. You told us what happened inside the courtroom. What happened when you were going down the stairs and people were unsure of whether or not this was a bomb or not?
Well, I think the urgency, when the judge obviously said we have to evacuate the building, a lot of people were very anxious to get down the stairs. So they yelled out, go slow. We don't want anybody hurt. Somebody says there's a lot of lawyers around here if you get hurt, which brought some laughter, a little light moment. But, everybody was moving with purpose for sure. And they were definitely ushering us out of the building, holding the door open, told us to go get across the street. And that's where we've been for however long now.
And did you see Alec Murdaugh or the jury being evacuated, Gigi?
I did not see either, but I did hear that they got Alec out of here very quickly, took him the opposite way they normally would leave with him, with obviously heavy police escort. So he was taken out really probably before we even got down the stairs. So yeah, they got him. There's a large presence on the side of the courthouse where there's a lot of little stores lined up on kind of a main street. So I don't know if maybe that's, to protect the members of the jury if they take him in that direction. But there does seem to be a really heavy police presence. They just put up a barrier where you can't even go down that road. There's a lot of people coming out just, I guess, that are local now to see what's going on. Lots of traffic increase. I see people parking now to kind of get out and look. So definitely a big, scary thing for this very small, quaint community today.
And Joseph Scott Morgan, you have been in the justice system all of your life. I know here in New York City, where I am right now, when we see that bomb truck go down the street, usually the one that's following a cavalcade of cars or somebody important, it's always scary when you see it stop and people come out of the top. Is that what you would be looking for here to know whether or not there is a real bomb or whether or not law enforcement, SLED, and whoever has been called in is actually looking for the perpetrator of the threat, whether it be by mail, phone call, or whatever?
Yeah, many times some of these agencies will leave them unmarked. It'll look like a big box truck, almost like an ambulance, if you will, but it'll be kind of black in appearance or blue. It'll have lights. It won't be a slick top because they have to make it through traffic like they do in Manhattan. You see, these vehicles have to have lights to get through. One of the things that you might notice is that if this is going to be a federal agency rolling up, my money would probably be, if they have a threat, it's going to be ATF that'll show up. I don't know where they would be sourced out of. I don't know if they have resources in Charleston or if they'd have to go all the way to Columbia, but they would have a unit, or maybe Savannah, because Savannah is not that far away. They could source something up there from that. So trust me, all eyes are on this and they're looking into what resources they have. I would imagine if they found anything suspicious, you'd see this perimeter move further and further back, because if there's one, there might be two. I'm thinking back to Eric Rudolph, who left secondary devices.
Explain who he is, Joseph. Explain who Eric Rudolph was.
Yeah, the Olympic Park bomber. I was with the Emmy's office when that bomb went off back in 1996. And of course, he bombed the abortion clinic, and there was a secondary device there back in a dumpster. He had bombs that went off in Birmingham, this sort of thing. So they'll draw you in many times with an initial device. Once the assets show up, a second device that's sitting there might be detonated. And that's one thing you have to be careful about in these particular cases.
So, Joseph, what you're telling us then is that if this is a real bomb that's been planted, as opposed to a bomb threat, which is also incredibly serious for the effects it's called, but that it had to be somebody who had access to the perimeter or the surrounds of the courthouse.
Yeah, they would physically have to have physical access to this location to walk it in and drop it off. I saw the line queuing up yesterday, and the line, the population, Gigi can probably speak better to this. My sense is, however, that there are more people there than have been in the past few days or weeks leading up. It seems like this is growing, kind of all of the eyes on this trial. So the more people you have in the mix, more eyes that are on it, certainly more eyes that are on it nationally, you're going to draw attention to it. And there's no telling who's out there that might want to get their voice heard in some twisted way, or present something, or just be a general nuisance. And of course, that happens many times. You have people that call in bomb threats to all sorts of locations. It happens in courthouses. It happens, unfortunately, in schools, office buildings, and then it turns out to be nothing. But you can't treat it like that. You have to take this very, very seriously, because we've seen what happens when you don't.
Yeah. Now, we are taking your questions from YouTube. We have a question from Davisha. I hope I'm not mispronouncing your name, from YouTube, wanting to know, do we know how the bomb threat was submitted? Was it an online or phone call? Gigi McKelvey, you're there. You were in the courtroom.
We do not know. He did not elaborate. He just told us to evacuate. And I haven't heard anything here on the ground from anybody yet. Seems like they're not talking about the context of what was said or how it was communicated. So we are actively trying to ask people, though, so we can find out an answer for you guys. But still just heavy police presence. But like Mr. Morgan said, the parameter has not changed. Still traffic moving freely within feet of the courthouse. So, that's a little reassuring in itself. But I still have not seen any kind of bomb squad or any kind of canines or anything like that yet.
Okay, we have another question from Kuda Brown from YouTube. Joseph, you were covering the Darrell Brooks case, or Darrell Brooks, depending on which day he pronounced his name, with us. Was there a bomb threat in that case also? I can't remember. And of course, if Joseph can't, we will look it up for you and we will answer your question. But Joseph.
Love that handle, Kuda Brown. Yeah, I honestly, I don't have recall on that. I did cover that case, but I don't have recall as to whether or not that there was a threat in that particular time period. I'm sure our producers can find that information.
I'm sure they can too. Now, let me just tell you, my understanding is that the Sheriff's Office, right, the Colleton County Sheriff's Office issued a statement. The Colleton County Sheriff's Office urges citizens to use an alternate route of travel and will update travel conditions as needed. Also, from the Scott Grooms, the City of Waterboro Director of Media Operations, confirms that the Sheriff's Office is, and I'll put it in quotes, sweeping the courthouse right now. The Sheriff's Office is sweeping the courthouse right now. And indeed, the Colleton County Sheriff's Office has urged citizens to use an alternate route of travel and will update travel conditions or traffic conditions as needed. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we will have the thoughts from Joseph Scott Morgan on this and Gigi McKelvey, who was in the Colleton County Courthouse when the trial of Alec Murdaugh had to be stopped immediately, quickly, so that the courthouse could be evacuated for a bomb threat. Stay with us. We are the Law and Crime Network.
back up. I'm sorry.
Welcome back to the Long Con Network. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden. What you're seeing right now is outside the Carlton County Courthouse, where the trial Alec Murdaugh has been stopped in a dead in its tracks, I should say, as a bomb threat was called into or released or emailed to the courthouse. We don't not sure how, but let me read to you from SLED, the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. A bomb threat was received by the Carlton County Courthouse personnel. The building has been evacuated, and SLED, along with the Carlton County Sheriff's Office, are investigating the threat. Now, Scott Grooms for the city of Waterboro, where the courthouse is located, Director of Media Relations, confirms that the Sheriff's Office is now sweeping the courthouse as we speak and bring you these pictures from our Long Con Network photographer who's there with our own Gigi McKelvey. And also, the Carlton County Sheriff's Office has urged citizens for an alternate route of travel, to use an alternate route of travel as needed because of this bomb threat and the precautions that are being taken to protect everyone in case it is more than a threat. Our own Gigi McKelvey was in that courthouse, in that courtroom, when Judge Newman promptly stopped the trial. Gigi, do you know what update is happening? Is there a bomb squad truck on the scene?
Well, I just heard that they are sending the bomb squad from Somerville, which is about 40 minutes away. I'm sure they're probably a lot closer than that now. We've been out here literally 40 minutes. So, yeah, Somerville, we were wondering, that's a little bit closer than Charleston and Savannah. So we're assuming it's SLED that's sending their bomb squad, but still haven't seen them yet. I'm trying to kind of walk around the courthouse in a big circle to see if they've arrived yet.
Joseph Scott Morgan, let me bring you into this. We have a number of chatters and questions from our YouTube viewers. Dragon Zone asks, who would do a bomb threat? And if it was made by the defense, I'm going to add, what do you do? Joseph Scott Morgan. And by the way, we don't have any indication that that's the case right now. This is an if question.
Yeah, well, it would certainly, it would be a matter of, first off, finding out what the source of the call was, who was it, what their motivation was, and any kind of attachment they might have to anybody involved in the case. And they would have to pursue that separately as an investigation. And trust me, it would be a full court press on this. This just initiated, so this is going to be real-time data that they're going to have coming in from whatever the source was, whether it was phoned in or if it was some kind of internet chatter, maybe it was an email, who knows at this point in time, it's too early to tell. But that will be traced back and tracked. And trust me on this, Linda, they've got this thing locked down relative to the data, not just the building itself, but this is something they're going to be really digging into. Just think just for a moment, and you've been a trial lawyer for a long time, just think just for a moment how much the state of South Carolina has invested in this case. And this is not something they're just going to passively sit back and say, oh, well, you know, this happens. That's not going to happen in this case. Whoever did this, they're going to track them down. And I can assure you, the state attorney general is going to look into this, and they'll probably be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
As well, I will add, should they, for the disruption of proceedings and the implications that have been going on here. Let me ask Gigi, you are outside the courthouse with our photographer whose pictures you're seeing, but the media question is from 50, is actually is S2 Media, okay? Has a question from YouTube. Will this now become a closed trial?
Oh, that's an interesting question. I mean, you know, who knows? It's very high profile. I mean, we've been seeing the public, you know, fill the seats up, especially in the morning. The afternoon, it's a little more empty, but high profile of a trial as this is, I'll be curious to see what restrictions the judge may place on proceedings, depending on what we find out as far as who called in this threat or who communicated this threat to the courthouse.
And we also have another question, Rebel67 from YouTube, and I'm not sure whether this means cameras that are filming inside the courthouse for security or cameras, but do they have cameras around the courthouse? Joseph Scott Morgan, would there be security cameras around the courthouse? Because we see our own camera person who is with Gigi McKelvey taking pictures of what's happening outside the Carlton County Courthouse right now. But would something like this courthouse have security cameras all over the place?
You would hope that they would, and that they would be functioning. It's one thing to have cameras, but are they functioning? We've heard this time and time again when we're watching cases. I hope that they're on top of this, but also, and this might be a motivation for whoever it is that called us in. This is very high profile, and you have to think about this. There's swarms of media all over this case in this courthouse, and there's a lot of eyes on. So you have all of the other videography that's going on as well. Anything that looks suspicious, anything that they can tie back to a specific location, they're going to pull that and they're going to hang on to it and analyze it very, very carefully.
Yeah, and I'm standing on the side of the courthouse, actually.
Go ahead,
sorry.
Gigi.
Please go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm standing on the side of the courthouse where they normally bring Alec in, and I just counted 4 security cameras on the outside just on this one side.
All right. With that, you know what? We have a number of your questions from YouTube. We're going to try to answer them. But right now, we have to take a quick break. We'll be right back with you. But the breaking news is the Carleton County Courthouse, the trial of Alec Murdaugh. Carleton County Courthouse has been evacuated. The trial has been adjourned for right now while the bomb squad is on the way to sweep that courthouse, which is being done as we speak. Stay with us. More on the other side.
I'm Anjanette Levy, and thanks for joining us here on Law and Crime as we cover this breaking news out of Walterboro, South Carolina. The courthouse there in Carleton County has been evacuated because someone called in a bomb threat. Not a good idea at any time, and certainly not a good idea during a high-profile murder trial such as this one. So we have a lot of people asking questions about this on our YouTube feed and in our Twitter feed as we do. We take your questions all the time, right? So we want to answer as many of them as we can. So keep those questions coming to us. But really right now, the focus is on this bomb threat and what it could mean for the trial and for the person who called in the bomb threat. Joining me to discuss that is Linda Kenny Bodden, the host here at Law and Crime and a very famed defense attorney, and Joseph Scott Morgan, a forensic death investigator and the host of the Body Bags podcast. And then Gigi McKelvey of Law and Crime is here with us on the phone because that area is cordoned off right now. It's being swept or will be swept to ensure that it's safe. Gigi, I want to start with you. It's too bad we can't have you on camera, but the reason we can't have you on camera is because you've kind of been booted out of our setup there. So tell me what you're seeing right now.
Yeah, so right now, just kind of every corner around the courthouse, there are law enforcement officers staged. The main road is still open, even though the sheriff's office have asked people to take alternate routes. Doesn't seem to be a big sense of urgency. The parameter hasn't been pushed back. So, that's kind of what we're seeing right now. The area where Alec is brought in every day, that road is completely blocked off. And they just blocked that off entirely about 10 minutes ago. There's emergency vehicles everywhere, middle of the street, down the roads. So they're being extra precautious and making their presence known for sure.
And Linda, you've done high-profile cases, of course. Aaron Hernandez for one, Phil Spector for another. Have you ever seen a high-profile trial where someone did something like this, calling in a bomb threat?
Well, and Jeanette, not in my cases, luckily. I mean, we did get threats, personal threats on the phones all the time in different cases that I've handled. But usually this type of situation is somebody who wants to disrupt the proceedings, either to get fame or may have a motive to disrupt the proceedings. And that's what the judge is going to have to work on. Was this done purposely? Was it done by somebody who thinks the prosecution was doing a good job and wanted to get the case against Alec Murdaugh stopped? Was it by somebody who favored the defense and thought that should be stopped? Was it done by someone with the state? Or is it the defense lawyer's dream? Because the defense is going to say, you see, we told you that he was the subject of people who hated him. And therefore, if they hated Alec Murdaugh before the homicides, and there could be a reason that Maggie and Paul were killed, this is an example, or this is a prime example of what the defense has been saying. So it's very interesting, Anjanette, what's going to happen here.
From an investigative standpoint, Joseph, I heard you earlier saying this, and I know from covering these types of things in the past, that it is highly unlikely the person that called in this threat will get away with this. There is so much technology that law enforcement can use to determine who makes calls, who places calls, where they come from. So talk to us a little bit about what is going on with that right now. I would assume some type of computer crimes person is right now looking at the origin of that phone call.
Oh boy, you bet they are, Internet. They're digging into this. They've locked everything down from a digital standpoint and have kind of, if you will, kind of sequestered that bit of data so that they captured it for that moment. They're going to be tracking this down digitally, and they will throw all of their resources toward this. And again, my supposition is that whoever did this, at least initially, I don't know what the final outcome would be in a case like this, but initially they're going to make an example out of this person, because now, we talk about a bomb threat like this, but this goes to a level of, this is a terroristic threat as well, where you have people that are, there's no telling who could have gotten hurt if they left in a panic, just getting out of that building. Just think about it, the bomb, there doesn't necessarily have to be a device. They could have just stampeded out of the building. You could have had people that were harmed in any number of ways. There's all kinds of ways. I think the prosecutors will look at this, and they're going to use everything at their disposal in order to prosecute this person.
And Judge Newman is a no-nonsense judge, and
Yes,
this happened during a trial in his courtroom. So you can bet that there are going to be some consequences. Let's get to our questions from the viewers who are watching. Submit your questions on Twitter and on YouTube, and we'll get to as many of them as we can. Gigi, one question for you comes from Melissa Dotson from YouTube, and she asks, do you have to go through a security checkpoint every day when you go into the courthouse?
Yes, we do. You put your belongings on a belt like you're at the airport, and then you go through the metal detectors, and then on top of that, whether you buzz or not, they want you. So security is very tight here. Even though they know our faces, if you've been here every day, they still want to see your media badge. I mean, so they definitely aren't slacking in the security department. So yeah, it's all in place.
And, Gigi, I know that you and I have, probably talked to some of these deputies when we've been down there, and they are on top of it. And there is the security that you can see, but there's always, in a case like this, the security you can't see or don't see. So you have to know that there is a lot going on with regard to that, because there will always be a presence to kind of show, hey, we're here and we're on top of it. But then there's always something going on in the background as well, plainclothes people and things like that running around. Let's get to another question. This is kind of dovetailing off of that. What security measures have been in place since the trial began? Extra security measures. We kind of just covered that from Deborah Buchanan from YouTube. Basically, a lot of security around there, a lot of armed deputies at all times are there. And then there are things going on that we don't really see. So there are a lot of people keeping an eye on this to ensure everyone is safe. What government building doesn't have cameras? The Sixth Sense from YouTube asks that question. So Linda, I don't think there is any government building that doesn't have cameras.
Yeah, while we were waiting, Gigi actually went to a location, I think, where Alec Murdaugh was taken out, and she saw a number of cameras, at least 4 cameras that are covered. Most places do have cameras. The question is, do they cover all the cameras? Because, and are they at the right location? Remember, we have seen the recent cases, the Koberger case out in Idaho, where there were a number of cameras. But sometimes, courthouses get a little bit lax because you're recording people coming in, right? So you have a record of people coming in, but you're not necessarily recording all the judges' areas and all. And we don't know where this came from. We simply don't, Anjanette. And until we do, a lot of questions are open right now, including how the judge is going to handle the return to the courtroom when it does happen, whether it's here in Colleton County or in another courthouse.
And really, this is a question, you bring up, how this is going to move forward. Katrina Hughes from YouTube asks, where did the jury go? And, they had to leave. Everybody had to leave the courthouse and leave the area. So, Gigi, I guess they just walked out of the courthouse like everybody else did. It's not like they're sitting in a room in there.
Right. That's kind of the big question. Now, I will say that one side of the street they bring Alec Murdaugh in on is completely blocked off. And there is a good number of law enforcement vehicles down there. So maybe, it's like a little main street. Both sides have these great little hometown stores and restaurants. So maybe they've taken them somewhere over there. But yeah, it's definitely a little more heavily secured on that side. So I'm sure they didn't put them in a room and tell them to wait.
Yeah, exactly. Joseph, this is my question. You've been involved in a lot of criminal cases over the years, investigating deaths and things like that. So, Joseph, have you ever seen this type of thing happen in your experience?
With a panic or with a bomb threat? Yeah. I was talking with Linda just a little while ago. I was working in Atlanta when the Olympics were bombed in '96. So yeah, I've seen the fallout, certainly from this type of thing. And of course, with the perpetrator in that particular case, we had another event involving him in Atlanta where several people were injured there, and very badly injured, as a matter of fact. We had one death associated with the bomb itself in Atlanta. So yeah, I've certainly seen it. And, again, it goes back to the idea of terror. Terror is not really something we talk about in the way that we talk about it nowadays, back then in 96 and the late 90s. But, it's not just about a device. It's about how you can control the population just by implying that there is something there, just by stating it. Go back to the old idea, the psychology of people, the old adage about you can't yell fire in a theater because you're going to induce a panic. And this kind of, and Linda and I were chatting about this as well. And I'm really thinking, how does this influence the psyche of the jury? And back to your other point about where are they? Because they're walking a fine line now. If you lock down this jury and say, for instance, and I don't know this for a fact, but let's just say, for instance, that they put them into the back of the sheriff's van and took them to the sheriff's office to protect them because they are the most valuable resource at this point in time. How is that going to impact them? That's going to stay with them. And I would think that the court would look at that long and hard.
And it may kind of freak them out. You just don't know. I mean, Joseph, Linda, and I, and Gigi, I mean, we're used to being around stuff like this, but your average person isn't, and they might be thinking, what on earth is going on? So keep your questions coming to us here on YouTube and on Twitter, and we will get to as many of them as we can. When we come back, we're going to talk about the charge for something like this that someone could face. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime. We will be right back, continuing to follow this breaking news. Let's turn now to what we've heard so far in this case, and really most recently this morning, GSR gunshot residue testimony from Megan Fletcher. She testified to the test results on Alec Murdaugh's clothing, his seatbelt, his sneakers that he was wearing the night of the homicides, and that blue raincoat that was found in his mother's home. So with me is Linda Kenny-Bodden, a host here at Law and Crime and defense attorney, and Jonna Spilbor, an attorney as well. Jonna, I want to get your take on the gunshot residue test results that we heard about earlier today and yesterday. But Alec Murdaugh had a small number of particles that related to gunshot residue on his hand, his t-shirt, his cargo shorts. His t-shirt, they said, also smelled like laundry detergent, which was unusual. Sneakers, no GSR, and his seatbelt had small particles of GSR. But then that blue raincoat that was found in his mother's home, they said basically was covered in the stuff. It had 38 particles, and Megan Fletcher had stopped counting. So, Jonna, your take on this gunshot residue evidence and the fact that the defense says that they haven't tied that raincoat definitively to Alec Murdaugh.
A great point with that. But I think, first of all, the overarching feeling that I've gotten from, I guess, almost 3 weeks of this trial is that you could not go and have tea and crumpets at the Murdaugh home without getting GSR on you. Like, they are a gun family. They have a shooting range on the property. They use guns. So GSR is going to be all over the place. Okay. But now the prosecution, who does have some holes in the theory, and the theory is, well, all right, Alec Murdaugh must have secreted a gun in this tarp, and that's why there's so much residue on the inside of that tarp, and that's why there's some residue on his shoulder, on his seatbelt, but not on his shoes because he went and changed. So there's this theory, this rolling theory of the prosecution, but it has holes. So the defense is pointing out those holes. And the reason those holes are as important as the evidence is because if the jurors can't infer what the prosecution wants them to, then there is reasonable doubt as to whether or not the prosecution's theory holds water. So I don't see the GSR being the thing that the jury is going to collectively hang its hat on and find this man guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. I think it's almost going to be a wash.
But Linda, the prosecution will say, well, this is just one piece of the puzzle. Prosecutors love the puzzle analogy and how, you put the pieces together and then it paints this picture and you begin to see it. So how much weight do you think the jury is going to give this evidence?
Interesting. As you know, by the way, I love Jonna's homage to my cousin Vinny that the prosecution's theory doesn't hold water. But, you know, I think the GSR is a wash in this sense. I think they did it to show that there was no negative GSR. And if you think he's guilty, you're going to say it means something. But 38 particles, Angela, even on the inside of a raincoat, which is not sure that he wore or whether he carried it, is nothing. When you do GSR testing for a wound, you get thousands upon thousands of particles. 38 particles is more like a transfer. Now, maybe that helps the prosecution's theory that he was, he carried the guns and he brought the raincoat over. But what I was stymied about on the raincoat, this is the one thing, is that they didn't do wearer DNA. Was this something that he just had? Did he buy to carry guns, or had he worn it? Anyone seen him wearing it? And was there wearer DNA? And you test that under the armpits. I hate to tell you, but that's where you would test for wearer DNA. It's like in the inside of the sneakers or at the knees of pants when you test for wearer DNA. And they didn't appear to do that. So I'm not sure they actually connected the raincoat to the one being brought in. Maybe it was brought in another time and from the shooting range where the guns were shot. But I think the prosecution still needed to do it, Anjanette.
Mm-hmm. And one question I have, and this is a question that was posed to me from a viewer, and I'm wondering, I want to kind of get both of your thoughts on this. A viewer asked me some time ago, did they swab his nose for GSR? And this person said they sometimes forget to do that because apparently there will be GSR in your nose. So Donna, have you heard of noses being swabbed for GSR before?
I have heard of that, but we saw the interview with Alec Murdaugh in the minutes after, hours after, and I don't think there'd be any residue left with the amount of crying that that man was doing. So I'm guessing they skipped that step. But, and again, it wouldn't be unusual for GSR to be everywhere around that compound, for lack of a better word, because they were active gun enthusiasts.
Angela, they do swab your nose. I had that in the Spector case. They swabbed Phil Spector's nose when we had the hung jury that they tried, and there was no GSR in his nose because the theory is that the poof of the plume, if you firing the weapon, would go up your nose and you would have a lot of particles, not necessarily transfer particles, but I have seen it obviously in cases.
Interesting. Well, let's get to some of our viewer questions. Tanya Taylor from YouTube asks, why in some states is GSR not considered valid enough to use to incriminate, but other states allow it? So apparently, I mean, I don't know that to be fact. Jonna, do some states maybe not allow it because they don't consider it reliable?
I don't think there's a problem with the reliability. I think you can have cases like you have here where you cannot determine really the source, the time, when the GSR got there, how it got there, that it could be transferred, it could be not transferred. So its value can be diminished based on the actual facts and circumstances of the case. Like here, what the defense is doing, I think, a good job of pointing out is you don't know when the heck that GSR got there. You don't know how it got there. You don't know who was wearing it, who was touching. You don't know any of this. You just know that it exists and you're trying to fill some holes with that. And it's just not that effective, or the weight of that evidence isn't going to be that heavy with the jury.
Yeah, and Anjanette, the FBI does not no longer for years use GSR for identify the shooter, because you could be in a group of people and again you could be in the plume but you're not being the shooter. What it is valid for is the distance, for instance, the stippling on a wound, and that's all caused by a different type of GSR. You heard the analyst say, well, she's not an expert in that type of GSR, she's only an expert in the metals, the primer residue GSR. So some states do not allow it to determine who is the shooter because of what Jonna says, the easy transferability. If you're in the area of guns, you could actually be a person who was taken into custody for a crime and be in the back of a police car and come in and they swab you, and all of a sudden you're connected to a homicide because you have GSR in your hands that you got from sitting in the back of a police car because where there's guns around.
Well, and Alec Murdaugh's attorneys have said, he went and got that shotgun that night, for protection. And so just holding that, it sounds like, could have gotten some of those particles on his hand, shirt, and shorts. And then that would make sense as to why it wasn't on his sneakers. So I was just kind of thinking about that while we were talking about this. Let's get to another question. This is from Mez and Hearing Dog Hall, I think, or Hal, from YouTube. Have the clothes he wore in the earlier footage ever been found or tested? Jonna, I think Mez is talking about the blue shirt, the tan chinos, the khakis, and then what appeared to be some brown loafers that he was wearing in that Snapchat video that Paul sent at 7:56 that night. We haven't heard anything about those clothes and those shoes and whether they've ever been located. Because I guess if you're out and about with your kid running around looking at floppy trees, you're going to go inside maybe and you change your clothes, and those should be in the hamper.
Yeah, and that's interesting because I think part of the reason why we even know that he was wearing something else is because the prosecution's theory is, well, this was an intentional wardrobe change. Like he lied about what he was wearing at the time, and maybe he got rid of those clothes so that they couldn't be tested. And really that revelation came through a video, a Snapchat video that we really didn't know existed until they brought it up, really for that purpose. So I don't think that outfit right there that we're looking at, I don't think that was ever recovered, or we probably would have known about it by now.
Linda, what do you think about that?
Yeah, obviously that's what the prosecution theory is, that perhaps maybe he even had the clothes underneath him, that the shorts that he put on, maybe they were underneath that, and the t-shirt underneath that, and then he changed everything. So I think absolutely that's why we're seeing these videos, and I don't recall any mention in openings by the prosecutor that the clothes were ever found, and if they were found, I think we would have heard about it. We also learned by one of the witnesses, Anjanette, that when he came back to his house and the police were there, he took off his shorts and his t-shirt that he was wearing in the Moselle house and put them in the bag. He actually dropped them in the bag. She motioned to that. And then he put on another like pair of shorts and a t-shirt that he had, that we see in the video where he's giving the statement. So it's very interesting. He may have had many pairs of that short and t-shirt look.
Very possible. All right, we are going to take a quick break. Keep your questions coming to us both on YouTube and on Twitter. I'm Anjanette Levy and you're watching Law and Crime. We'll be right back.
Now, this jury has seen throughout the course of the trial a number of folks holding up some firearms that are in evidence. A couple shotguns, 300 blackout, and they've seen witnesses hold up. Mr. Meadows held up yesterday this blue rain jacket, which you had identified as having 38 particles or more on it. My question to you is it very possible that where you're sitting right now, there's gunshot primer residue?
That is a possibility, yes, sir.
Now, you did some, you work in the Forensic Services Laboratory at SLED, correct?
Correct.
And there's a trace evidence operation manual pertaining to gunshot primer residue analysis, correct?
Yes, sir, there is.
And that governs you follow that manual, do you know?
Yes, I do.
And you agree with the statement that gunshot primer residue evidence is most probative in the following situations: from subjects who have not sustained a gunshot wound, from subjects who have not been in the proximity to the discharge of a firearm or admitted to discharging a firearm, and from subjects who were not found in the possession of a firearm.
I do agree with that, yes, sir.
And that's a statement of your operations manual.
Yes, sir, it is.
And you obtained clothing, which we know is from Richard Alexander Murdaugh, shirt, shorts, and shoes. And did someone under your supervision did lifts from those clothing items so that you could analyze the particles, correct?
Yes, sir. Jamie Hall collected the particle lists off of those items.
And those and that collection was done on June 8th, I believe, was it not?
Yes, sir, it was.
And are you aware that the clothes were collected on June 8th?
Yes, sir, I was.
And were you aware that when the clothes were collected, they were wet?
I didn't know that they were wet until Jamie opened up the evidence, and it was evident that the shirt was a little damp and the shoes were definitely damp.
So it's just been a few hours that they had been placed in some sort of bag, and you opened it up in the wet, and you smelled laundry detergent.
That's correct.
Were you aware it had been raining that evening at Moselle?
I was not aware of that, no, sir.
And you located 3 particles from the white shirt.
Yes.
You were at the 3 particles from the shorts.
Yes.
No particles from the shoes.
Yes.
And there was no particles on Mr. Murdaugh's hands.
There was one particle on his right hand.
I'm sorry, there was 1 particle on his hand. And you would agree that that amount of primer residue, gunshot primer residue found on an individual who you had been informed had a firearm in his hand when the police arrived, that it was consistent with the transfer from a firearm?
When I analyzed the evidence, I did not know that he had a firearm in his hand, but that would be consistent with somebody who had a firearm in his hand prior to collection.
Okay. Well, you learned that at least by June the 9th at 11:03 a.m. when you had a telephone call with Agent Owen, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you told him that that amount of gunshot residue would be consistent with the transfer from a firearm?
Yes, sir.
And you stand by that here today?
I do.
So there's been a lot of chat here on the network about the importance of the gunshot residue. What does it mean? What does it tell us? And, it's kind of it's okay.
Okay.
You may now be seated.
You may bring the jury.
The jury is present, sir.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're now ready to proceed, and counsel, you may proceed.
All right, Agent Murdaugh, before we interrupt there, I think you're explaining your duties. Let's just start there again. What are your duties at SLED, sir? In computer crimes, I'm responsible for examining digital evidence via cell phones, computers, vehicle infotainment systems. I also respond to network intrusion incidents, and I'm the evidence custodian. Okay. And in the course of your duties at SLED, did you have occasion to come into contact with a 2021 Chevrolet Suburban that was driven by the defendant on the night of the murders? Yes, I did. Okay. And what was your role with that vehicle? What did you do with that vehicle? I was contacted about potentially removing the infotainment system for examination. However, it was unsupported by the tool I use, so I was asked to still remove said infotainment and OnStar systems to be sent off for further examination. I'm going to show you with the mark as State Exhibit 444. You write that document, sir? Yes, that's a SLID property receipt that with the information for the infotainment module and the OnStar module.
Is that the document you filled out when you removed that infotainment center?
Yes, it is.
And what else did you remove?
Infotainment module and an OnStar module.
And you just testified that SLED did not have any tools that gave you the ability to actually analyze those items. Is that correct?
Correct. The software I have access to, which as far as I know is basically the only software, it was unsupported by that at the time.
And do you know if even today that software supports this particular vehicle?
I don't believe it is.
Okay. All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked for ID only at this point. Items 447 and 448. Let's see if you recognize those items.
Yes, I do. It's the infotainment module and the OnStar module.
Okay. And are those the items that you removed from that 2021 Suburban?
Yes, they are.
Okay. I'm going to ask you let's start with the entertainment center. I believe there is a serial number printed on that. Could you read that serial number on the infotainment center into the record, please?
432-031-217-0000-296.
Okay. And your exhibit 444, which is your paperwork you filled out and removed it. Did you write that serial number on that paperwork?
Yes, I did.
All right. And you don't have to read it out loud, but can you compare the serial number for the infotainment center on your property sheet with the serial number on that box and
They do.
All right. And then what's the other item? 447, what is that?
The LG OnStar module.
Okay. And does that have a serial number somewhere on it?
It does, but I cannot read it in the bag.
Would you be able to do anything to help you read it? Is that if we open it up, would it make it?
Yeah, if I can remove it.
All right. Do you have any knife on you that you
I
can
do.
open it? And it looks like you're doing something else there.
It appears to be a Federal Bureau of Investigation evidence tape. That's actually right over the serial number, and letters in federal are preventing me from reading it. So I don't. No. It does not appear that, so no.
All right, but could you read excuse me, on your property receipt, could you read the serial number on your property receipt for the OnStar?
Yes. It is 009 Victor India Echo Yankee 519052.
All right, and to the best of your knowledge, is the unit you're holding that exact unit you took out of that vehicle?
Yes, and for the letters and numbers of the serial number, I can see what I can see does match up.
All right. All right, at this time, say we move to introduce exhibit, the property receipt, 444.
Okay. It's a minute.
Okay. All right, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit 445, 445. And let's see if you just recognize that document.
Yes, I do.
And is that document that you personally prepared?
No, it's not.
All right, but is that another property receipt?
Yes, it is.
And are those records that Slate, property receipts, are those records Slate keeps in the normal course of business?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize the name and signature of who did prepare that receipt?
Yes.
Who was that?
Lieutenant Murdaugh.
Okay. And what does that property receipt represent?
It appears to be representing the GM infotainment module and the LG OnStar module, changing custody for the purpose of providing to the FBI for examination.
And do you know how those two things were sent to the FBI?
I do not.
All right. And the serial number, the GM infotainment serial number. I don't have to read it again, but could you compare that to the serial number on the infotainment center?
They match.
Okay. And then I know you can read the full serial number on the OnStar, but the letters that you can see, can you compare those with the serial number on the second property receipt?
For the ones I can see, they do match.
And at this time, I'm going to move to introduce exhibit 445 into evidence.
No objection. Admitted without objection.
All right. And at this time, I'm just going to move that items 447 and 448 be marked for ID only at this point.
You don't have to move for them to be marked for ID only.
Yes, sir. We're just going to mark them for ID only at this point. None further for this witness hearing.
Anything by the defense?
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Your next witness.
City Hall, what?
Will you swear or affirm any testimony you give David the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I would.
You would, please, sir, be seated. State your name and spell your last name.
My name is Dwight Falkowski. Last name is spelled Falkofske.
All right, Mr. Falkowski, how are you doing this afternoon?
Doing good.
All right. Where are you employed, sir?
I am employed with the FBI.
Okay. And what is your job title there?
I'm an electronics engineer.
Okay. And what unit of the FBI are you employed in?
The Electronic Device Analysis Unit.
Okay. And what does the Electronic Device Analysis Unit do at the FBI?
We collect data off of cell phones and other mobile devices, and in my case, vehicle systems, mobile devices in general, that can't be collected by commercial tools.
All right. And so the FBI has a unit dedicated to extracting data off certain devices that is otherwise unavailable. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you kind of mentioned it, but specifically, what is your role in this unit?
I serve a role as an automotive forensic specialist.
Okay. And what does that entail? What does that mean?
So I take a look at automotive systems and extract data off the memory components of systems. And then from the images we get from those memory components, I will take a look at there, find the data that we're interested in finding, and we will create parsing tools that will pull out that data and take it from a computer format to a human readable format.
Let's explain that a little more. You said a parsing tool. What is that? Explain that to the jury what that is.
Okay, so a parsing tool is, in this case, a computer script that I'm writing or I have written that will go in and look at the collected binary image, the flash memory image that I've created, and go in and either create a file system or just go raw into the binary and search for data that is of interest to us. This is data we've researched and found, and it'll take that data out of the system and again put it into a human readable format, text or graphics or coordinate points, so that we can understand it as humans.
And in its most basic format, data is stored how?
In binary.
And what's binary mean?
Binary is just zeros and ones, what the computer reads.
Okay. In a parsing tool, if I understood you correctly, it helps you take that binary information and translate it into information that you can read and understand. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. And have you, first of all, tell us a little bit about your background. What education and training have you had in this area?
I have a bachelor's of science degree in electrical engineering. And if you'll give me one moment, I have my CV here, and I'll list out training I've taken with the FBI. In August 2016, I took the Digital Evidence Management Systems training. That's to store data on our electronic evidence management system. In August 2016, completed digital evidence handling. October 2016, legal ethics training. August 2017, a CDART mentorship under FE. The CDART mentorship is an internal designation for, at the time, I was working as a contractor to the FBI, and this training allowed contractors to handle evidence, and that was the extent of that training. And also in August 2017, completed the CDART proficiency testing. And I've also testified as an expert witness in September 2019.
Okay, and what do you recall, if not specifically, but generally, what would you qualify as an expert witness in 2019?
I don't recall the exact name they gave me for the expert witness, but I serve as what I've told them. I serve as an electronics engineer, automotive forensic specialist.
Okay. And how would you best describe your expertise that you're going to talk about today? How would you personally describe it?
I take a look at automotive systems, and I go in there and find the data of interest. The types of data would be things like connected devices, cell phones, thumb drives. From cell phones, they can also collect things like call records and contact lists, also navigation data, locations of the vehicle or destinations that the user may have entered the system. I go find that data in these systems, and I will write these parsing tools that I've mentioned to go ahead and pull those out. That's generally the extent.
So would automotive forensic specialist be descriptive of what you do?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to enter Mr. Falkowski as an expert in the area of automotive forensic specialist.
He's so qualified.
All right, thank you. All right, so let's talk a little more about the mechanics of how you obtain this data and what you do. And just talking not specifically in this case, but just kind of generally in your unit.
Okay.
What do you do when you receive a device from a vehicle? First of all, what kind of devices do you receive from vehicles?
They tend to be an infotainment center, which can be basically the brains of the system that puts on some of these modern cars, that puts up the screen, it shows you music. If it's got navigation, it'll show navigation. It's the computer brain of that system. Okay. Also take a look at components such as the telematics box, which you'll hear about, like the OnStar module in this case. And those will tend to have connected device services and sometimes location data as well.
Okay. And just generally speaking, how do you access the information stored on these devices?
First thing we do is what we call data extraction, and data extraction involves basically going in and finding the flash memory components on this computer, the infotainment system or the telematics box, and we have different methods to extract that data. We have software methods. We have methods where we'll connect to the circuit board, or sometimes we will just remove the chip and read it with a reader.
Let me stop you real quick. This jury heard testimony about cell phone extractions and how cell phones are extracted, and you mentioned sometimes you can use a software method. How is that analogous to how cell phone data is normally obtained in extraction?
If I can compare it to a commercial tool like Celebrite, a software solution would be something you could plug into the system while it's operating in order to get into the system and extract the data you need.
But some of these automotive devices are far more unique than an average cell phone, correct?
Yes.
And therefore, is there an off-the-shelf ready system that can access most vehicles?
No. There's one commercial company called Murdaugh that does have a tool that is used in the field. However, we only accept the devices at EDAU for systems that there is no support for.
Okay. So you mentioned this company Burla, which does produce a commercially available software that can extract data from some vehicles, correct?
Some vehicles, yes.
But it does not support the 2021 Chevrolet Suburban, correct?
That's correct.
And that's how the device ended up with you, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So I kind of stopped you there. And if a software solution isn't available, like Murdaugh, what are some of the other methods that you use to pull data off of some of these automotive systems?
I mentioned such as attaching wires to a circuit board and extracting data from the memory component, or also removing the chip from the board and putting it in a reader and reading the flash memory chip directly.
Okay. And let's talk more about what you did in this case. When you attempted to access the data for the 2021 Suburban, did you encounter any problems?
Yes, we ran into our first instance of data being encrypted on a vehicle.
Okay. And that's not something you'd run into before?
Not on vehicles.
Okay. And briefly, explain to the jury what you mean by encrypted, please.
So when a system encrypts the data, it takes basically a code word such as called a key and scrambles the data using that key so that it can't be written unless you have that key. And the key will, to read it back, you require the key to unlock the data and see it back in its regular form.
And you discovered this data on this Chevy Suburban was encrypted, correct?
That's correct.
All right. I'm going to show you, they've been marked ID only, 448 and 447. And I'm going to take a look at them and see if you recognize them, please.
This is the OnStar module that I processed. And this is the infotainment system that I processed. For
How do you know those are the units you processed?
We have an FBI identifier tag on here, and my personal identifier symbols are on here.
And that's on both of those devices?
On both units.
All right. At this time, state would move to enter exhibits 447 and 448 into evidence.
No objection.
All right, so let's talk about, you say when you initially tried to access the data on these, they were encrypted. Can you tell us what the FBI did or what you did to ultimately allow you to be able to access the information?
Involved our greater team to develop a tool that would be able to reach into a live system on one of these vehicles and extract the encryption keys and remove the encryption keys so then we could decrypt the data that we had collected.
Okay, and was that process ultimately successful?
Yes, it was.
And how long did that take?
Approximately 1 year.
Okay. All right. All right. And when you access this information and you finally had it decrypted, what types of information did you find? Let's start on the infotainment center. What types of information did you find on there?
So the infotainment center contained connected devices, phones that have been linked by Bluetooth or USB, and associated with some of those devices were call logs and contact lists. And there was also a little bit of location data.
Okay. So you found some call logs, correct?
That's correct.
And how would that infotainment center get call logs? Explain that process. Why would they be on that center?
So a lot of cars that have Bluetooth connectivity will, when you connect the Bluetooth with them, sometimes they will ask you if you want to let the car connect to it or access your data on your phone. Sometimes it doesn't ask, but in most cases it'll ask you, and then at that point it'll take things like call logs and pull them from the phone into the computer, the infotainment system.
Okay. All right, and you found some call logs on this infotainment center, right? Correct.
Yes.
You found some location data, correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall if you found any from the date of June 7th of 2021?
Yes, there was data from that date.
Location data?
Oh, location data, no. It's like call data.
All right, you found some call data. You found some Bluetooth data. And what kind of Bluetooth data did you find for devices? Did you find?
It primarily the Bluetooth address of the connecting device.
Did it provide you information of when a device may have been connected to the infotainment center?
No, there was no timestamps with that data.
Okay. All right, but there's another thing, another type of data you found on this infotainment center, correct?
Yes, we additionally looked for vehicle information regarding the state of the vehicle.
Explain to the jury, what does that mean?
So what we were looking for on this car was something to show if the car was moving, if doors were opened or closed, windows up and down. We searched for this type of data on this vehicle.
Okay. And did you find some of that data?
We did. We found what we call states of the vehicle. And in this case, it was more granular things such as, and one of the ones we're interested in looking at is the shift lever going in and out of park, kind of giving an indication.
And we'll talk more about that in a minute, but would you say that there was a lot of this vehicle status data?
Yes, this vehicle stores a voluminous amount of data in some logs.
And is the majority of it really useful when you try to okay. Did you attempt to pare down the data you're looking at to find potentially useful information?
Yes, we combed through the data and we looked for data that matched our testing of a similar vehicle or identical type vehicle to be able to identify messages in this log that can be attributed to the vehicle states.
Let's talk about that. You mentioned it. You said testing. What do you mean by testing? What did you guys do to test this?
We obtained a identical 2021 Suburban vehicle with the same build out. Okay. And we drove it multiple times and extracted data from it multiple times in a series of tests designed to try to understand what is going on inside the system.
Okay. So this is simple testing. So you go out and drive it and you'd record, you knew when you're driving, so you could record times, correct?
Record times, locations, yes.
And then you could go back in and pull that data off the infotainment center of the test vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
And then you can compare that to the logs that you guys wrote saying we did this at this time, correct?
That's correct.
And you what could you do with that comparison? What did that help you with?
So that helped us identify in the logs laid out states, very granular states of.
When we say granular, I apologize when I stop you, but I want to make sure we understand everything you're saying. When we say granular, what do you mean by that?
I'll explain a few of the states and give you an example.
Okay.
When the vehicle first, say you open the door and you see the screen turn on the car, that would be maybe one or two of the states that the system tells me it's waking up. The message saying it's waking up. Then the message saying I'm showing my animation video on the screen as it starts to boot up. And then eventually, like if the car is being, and then other states of the car, such as in and out of park, a lot of the states only mean something very small in the whole scheme of how the car is operating, a very specific little pieces of data.
Okay. And there's a lot of it, correct?
There's a lot of them.
And so you had to kind of figure out a way to kind of pare that data down into something that's useful for you to interpret, correct?
That's correct.
And how did you do that?
Initially, we wrote a utility into our parser that would go through, first of all, and select all the messages we found of interest that indicated some sort of state of the vehicle. And then we attempted to take that data and put meaning to it. And it was a challenging process, let's put it that way.
But ultimately, do you feel like, at least for certain types of events, you're able to draw some conclusions about what was going on with the vehicle at certain times?
Certain events were much more specific about certain of the things that were going on with the car, and were clearer.
And when you were asked, the question of, can you use any of this information to determine when a vehicle could potentially be moving? Is that something that you look for in this data?
We were looking for that data. We found something close to that data.
Okay. And in your testing and analysis, what did you determine would be the best indicator to you looking at the data of when the vehicle is moving?
The message indicating whether the car was in park or out of park.
Okay. And so you found a reliable indicator in your opinion, indicates the vehicle would likely or possibly be moving, correct?
That's correct.
Now, all you said was this particular message says it's either in park or out of park, correct?
That's all it says.
And it doesn't necessarily say whether it's in drive, correct?
That's right. I don't know what gear it's in.
Okay. But you can tell when it's out of park.
Correct.
And can you tell from that whether the vehicle is actually physically moving?
I cannot.
I am. And at the end of this analysis, did you prepare data and a parser report to send to SLED at the end of your analysis?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit 443. I'm going to see if you recognize that.
Yes, this is a copy that I validated earlier today against the original evidence that was submitted.
So that contains the information you provided SLED, correct?
That's correct.
And generally speaking, what is contained on this CD?
It is the our unit's derivative evidence results of what was extracted and reported for both the OnStar module and the infotainment system.
Okay. All right. And so this provides both. We said there's voluminous raw data that came out of this vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And it includes a full copy of that, right?
There is.
It also includes a report that kind of pares that down into more useful information to you, correct?
Yes.
And what did you call that report again? Was it the HTML report?
Oh, the format was in HTML, so you could open it with a browser.
And what tool did you use to help you prepare that condensed report?
That was the parsing tool that developed that.
And that's what you talked to you about at the beginning of your testimony with the jury. And that's a way to use software to help pare down the data into something useful.
Correct.
Okay. All right. At this time, state would move to enter.
Admitted.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit 449, and just describe what that is. Please.
Okay, this is a spreadsheet that basically shows many of the states of the vehicle that we were looking at in testing running our tests on the test vehicle. This is an analysis of the states that were on there, and this is what we were using to develop the understanding of what these states meant.
Okay. And so what would be a shorter way to describe that? A more simple way to describe that?
It's an analysis of the state machine.
Okay.
Of state vehicle states.
Okay. This would represent some of the research that you and your team.
That is research. Yeah, that's a research document.
Okay. At this time, state would move exhibit 449.
No objection to. So admitted.
All right. And we talked about call logs. You found some call logs, correct?
Yes.
On this vehicle. And where did those call logs come from again?
They were stored within the infotainment system.
And where did the infotainment system get them?
From an attached phone.
Okay. All right. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 446. And let me see if you recognize that document and where it's from.
Yes, these were call logs that we recovered off the infotainment system.
Okay. And those are two specific calls, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And what are the date and time of those two calls?
The first one, June 7th, 2021 at 22:06:14.
And what was the number dialed on?
9111.
Okay, 3 ones. Okay.
And then another one shortly thereafter at 22:06:18. A couple seconds later, or just 911.
And in your research and testing, can you determine of when these call logs would have been pulled off the phone that made these calls?
No, at some point, they would have downloaded that information from the phone. I don't know what time that occurred.
Okay. All right. And at this time, I'll move Exhibit 446.
No objection.
Submit it.
All right. All right. And I'm going to show you what I believe is our last document. And this is Exhibit 442. And I'm going to ask if you recognize this document.
Yes.
And what is that document?
I've titled this document the 2021 Chevy Suburban log file excerpts from June 7th, 2021.
All right. And is this a condensed version of data from that original, that CD that we showed you a minute ago?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that condensed to? Why did you condense it to that particular data for this particular printout?
This spreadsheet was the data that our parsing tool was looking for amongst all the log files and extracting those out.
We talked about this a minute ago, but if you're trying to determine when this vehicle moves, you identified a key indicator. When a vehicle may possibly move, you identified a key indicator in that data that would indicate to you, in your opinion, that the vehicle could have possibly been moving, correct?
That's correct. In or out of park.
Okay. And when you produced that report, did you color code certain columns?
Yes, I hand colored the columns on here that indicated those for clarity.
And I think I meant to say rows because they're
rows,
correct?
yes.
My apologies. And you color coded certain ones, right?
That's correct.
Okay. At this time, say move to enter Exhibit 442.
Okay. It's submitted.
You're going to publish this. And I'll need the computer, please. Yeah. It's got to boot up. My apologies. Okay. So we'll keep moving. I'm going to need that exhibit back, please. And we're going to switch to the Elmo. Once we get the computer going, it'll give a better view. But for the moment, we'll look at the Elmo. Okay. Can you read that document on your screen? Okay.
I think I can read that.
Okay. So let's just start at the top. And I think you read the title. It's 2021 Chevy Suburban log files, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then we see a row below that that looks like descriptors, correct?
Correct.
All right. Well, let's just start on the left. Let's explain what these mean. And we see on the far left it says line and then a number symbol or hashtag. What does that mean?
Okay, I'm going to explain that using the next column over file name first. The file name indicates the particular log file that the data was recovered from. There was numbered log files in the system. And for this date, there were 2 different log files that contain this data. And the line number indicates the physical or the actual line number starting from 1 at the top that data was located on.
Okay. And then we see the date next to that. What is that again? Specifically the date and time?
That is the timestamp of the actual log entry.
All right. Let's switch to the computer, please. And this will make this a little bit easier to see, hopefully. Oh, okay. And I think I'm at the top. All right. Can you still, is that a little better for you to see?
I can see it fine.
Okay. All right. It looks like somehow I managed to mess up the spreadsheet. My apologies. All right. So event type. What does event type mean?
Basically, the event type is a part of the log entry that describes what sort of event is going on. It describes the event.
Okay. Event description. What does that mean?
It's just a longer, more verbose version of the event type.
And event value. What does that mean?
That is the actual value of the event rather than this is the event and this is what its value is.
Okay. When you say value, what do you mean by that?
It can be a 1, a 0, a true, a false, or a textual indicator of the system state.
All right. And you say 1 or 0, true or false. You mentioned a while ago that data is always binary, right? So binary is always 1 or 0, correct?
In case a lot of these are 1 and 0.
Okay. And that's how data is typically stored in computer systems.
Typically,
correct? Yeah. Okay. All right. So finally, on the far right, it says raw line from service file. What does that mean?
That is actual line from the file copied verbatim.
Okay. And so that's the actual data log that you pulled out of the system.
That is correct.
And it includes a timestamp as well, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So let's just look at the top here. And you said you added in some color coding, correct?
That's correct.
And the top line appears to be red. That's 83, 84, correct?
Yes.
And 86, 76 is also red, correct?
That's correct.
Why'd you color code those red? What is that?
Those were basically messages that were showing the system starting up. The computer for the infotainment system initiated a boot sequence.
All right. And did your testing identify a number of ways the system on this vehicle could start up?
We observed it starting up with several ways. Okay. I don't think we know all the ways it may start up.
Okay. Well, what are some of the ways you observed that it could start up?
Just things such as opening the door of the vehicle or getting the vehicle, turning it on.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And when we say system startup, we mean the infotainment center.
This is referring to the infotainment center, not the whole vehicle.
Okay. So it's not necessarily we're turning the vehicle on every time we see a red color there.
That's correct. Just the infotainment system.
It could be someone opening the door, correct?
Yep.
Right. And that represents, in some cases, where the screen in that car just kind of lights up if the door opens or from another reason, correct?
That would be an indicator, yes.
And are there certain occasions where the system can kind of start up on its own?
There's some unexplained times when the system seems to initiate a boot for no apparent reason. It's theoretical on what the car is doing at that point.
Okay. All right. And then below that, at line 9142 and 9144, it looks like you color coded those two lines as blue. Correct?
That's correct.
All right. And why did you code those lines as blue?
Those indicated these vehicle parked message that we found to be very useful in determining potentially the car moving.
Okay. And this is something that you found in your testing and analysis, correct?
That's correct.
That was reliable?
This is a reliable message.
All right. And it reliably means what?
Reliably tells you whether the car was shifted into park or shifted out of park.
Okay. All right. And looks like lines 9142 and 9144 both occurred at 12/21/43 on June 7th of 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is that local time?
That is local time.
All right. And what does that mean? What does vehicle park true mean?
Vehicle park true means the shift lever of the vehicle was placed into the park position.
Okay. So the vehicle was shifted into park.
That's correct.
All right. But I see it looks like the exact same message on both lines, correct?
That's correct.
Why do we have the exact same message on both lines?
If you take a look, scroll to the right on the one that's showing the raw values, you'll see that the messages are not identical. They're from two pieces of the subsystem reporting the same event.
Okay. So this particular log and maybe some other ones get reported in different places on this infotainment center.
There's a lot of duplication of messages.
Okay. And they don't, if they had the same timestamp, how would you interpret that if you see duplicate messages with the exact same timestamp?
I would typically consider that just a single event.
Okay, and so let's look down below that, and I see multiple things happening, and I'm highlighting it on lines 9148 to 9156 at 12:33 and 23 seconds, and I see a number of things happen there with the same timestamp, correct?
That's correct.
And in your analysis, in your opinion, when you see a group of messages happening at the same time, what's the best way to interpret that information?
You have to kind of take a look at them as an aggregate.
Okay, and so you kind of look at all these messages as a whole to interpret what they mean, correct?
That's correct.
Rather than each one individually.
That's correct.
Okay, so let's look at it. Looking at lines 9148 and all those lines that are timestamped identically, which goes down to line 9159, what does that group of messages, in your opinion, mean was happening on this vehicle at that time on June 7th of 2021?
It looked like the infotainment computer was beginning a power down sequence.
Okay. Okay, and we go down to 1242, and we see a few lines in 9167, 9459, and 9716. We see a few of those red color-coded lines, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and again, what does that mean? Why are those coded that way?
The infotainment system initiated a boot up sequence starting up.
Okay. But any number of reasons of why that would have potentially booted up at the time.
Yeah, it could be a number of reasons.
Okay. All right, but then at 9954 and 9956, we see some blue color-coded messages, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and what do those mean? It says vehicle park false. What does that mean?
Vehicle park false means this car was shifted out of park.
Okay, and that's at what time?
18:23:57.
All right, help us out. What's that in civilian time?
6:23:57
PM?
p.m.
On what day?
On June 7th, 2021.
And again, we see two identical messages, correct?
Yes.
But you would interpret that as one event, correct?
Yes.
And what is that event again?
It's a vehicle taken out of park.
Okay, and we see a few things happen. Looks like 1853 and 1911. Some of those red color coded. What's your interpretation for lines? Looks like 396 and 984 on June 7th there. What's going on in those lines?
It's another infotainment system boot up startup sequence.
Okay, and then we see another red event at 2103:44, correct?
Yes.
And what is that?
Another boot up sequence.
Okay, and from any number of reasons, correct?
Correct.
Could be if someone just opened a car door, correct?
Yes.
And then we see a group of messages. Looks like a few at 2104:05, and then a few at 2104:18. Quite a few more at 24:04:18, and that's 9:04 p.m. Correct?
That is correct.
All right. And that group of messages at 9:04:18 p.m. What in the aggregate? What is that telling you is going on with this vehicle at that time?
One moment.
I have the times.
Yeah, at the 21:04:18, those ones look like the system was. But prior to that, it seemed to be shutting down, and then it stopped and started coming back up.
Okay. And so it seems to be starting up around 21:04:18, correct?
Yes.
And that'd be consistent with that red coded message we saw a second ago, correct?
Yes.
And it's also consistent with the red coded message at line 1281 at 21:05:56, correct?
What do you mean by consistent with that message?
I'm sorry. Take a look at line 1281. See that?
Yes, I see 1281. That's the next system startup message.
Okay. And what time is that again?
21:05:56.
All right. And I'm going to do my best, and I'll try to stop you. Let's try to talk in local time.
Okay.
Or civilian time, excuse me.
I'll start processing it.
And I make that mistake too. What time is that in civilian time?
That would be 9:05:56
PM?
p.m.
On June 7th?
On June 7th,
Okay.
2021.
Okay. And then below that, we see a group of messages starting at line 1557, and they have an identical time state of what?
9:06 and 44 seconds.
Okay. PM?
PM.
All right. And what is that group of messages telling you at that time?
That looks like the vehicle system is moving, continuous power up process.
Okay. All right. And then we see a series of messages that all occur within 2 or 3 seconds, starting at line 1591 at 9:06:48 p.m., and then continuing on through 9:06:49 p.m., and quite a few at 9:06:49 p.m., and then to 9:06:50 p.m., and that's lines roughly 1628 down to 1654. What did that group of messages tell you is occurring?
So at that point, part way through those message sets, it actually has an engine running event, so the car has been turned on.
Okay. So in your opinion, the vehicle is running at approximately 9:06:49 to 9:06:50 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay, on June 7th?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then we see at line 1670 and 1672, it looks like another couple of blue-colored messages, correct?
Yes.
And again, what are those blue-colored messages? What do they indicate to you?
The vehicle park message.
All right, and it says vehicle park false. What does that mean?
The vehicle was taken out of park.
Okay, the vehicle was taken out of park at 9:06 and 50 seconds, correct?
Correct.
Okay. On June 7th, correct?
Correct.
All right, and if we look at it on line 1672, the timestamp it has a slightly different color stamp. I don't know if is that viewable on your screen? Yeah. It looks like it's colored more green, correct?
That is correct.
Why did you color that particular block green at line 1672?
I was highlighting events where you could see where the vehicle was taken out of park, and it looks like it was continually used and then put back into park.
Okay. And so, first of all, those two lines at 1670 and 1672, they are they represent the same event?
Yeah, they're the same event.
Okay, and that's the vehicle taken out of park, correct?
That's correct.
And you color coded that green because you wanted to find when the vehicle was put back into park, correct?
Correct. I want to find, yes.
Okay, because you, in your opinion and your analysis, you determined that that message is pretty reliable and something we can rely upon to make a determination of when that vehicle could have been moved, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so 9:06:50 p.m., the vehicle is taken out of park. And then let's go down the line, 1904, 1904, and we see another green stamp embedded in a blue line. You see that, sir?
Yes.
And what does that mean to you?
Well, it was the next event where the vehicle went back into park.
Okay. So at what time is that?
At 9:22 and 45 seconds.
The
PM.
vehicle's put back into park, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And in your opinion, could the vehicle have been moving between those two times?
So it could have. I have no evidence of that.
Okay. All right. But the vehicle's out of park.
It is out of park.
Okay. And that's something, in your opinion, we can rely upon, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And roughly, I'm not going to ask you for exact seconds, roughly how much time passes between the vehicle taking out of park at line 1672 and put back into park at line 1904?
Approximately 16 minutes.
Okay. All right, and I'm going to scroll down. And I'm scroll down to line 3059 and 3061. And I see some more green colored blocks here, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what are those blocks? What information is contained in those blocks? What messages?
Against the vehicle in or out of park messages.
Okay. And so, and what time is that? Those two messages at 3061?
3061 shows 9:43:05
PM?
PM.
And that's June 7th,
June 7th,
correct?
2021.
And what, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but at that particular event, what happens with the vehicle?
The vehicle goes out of park.
Okay. And then at the next line below that, what's the time on that, the date time on that?
9:43 and 59 seconds, June 7th, 2021. That's PM.
Okay. And what happens with the vehicle?
It goes back into park.
Okay. And so roughly how much time passed between those two events?
It looks like just under a minute.
Okay. And you can't tell us what the vehicle actually moved, correct?
No.
All right. All you tell us was it was out of park for a little under a minute.
Yes.
All right. And not to put you on the spot, we'll go back up and look real quick. So that's at 9:43:05 PM, correct?
Correct.
Let's go back and look at the previous vehicle park at 9:22:45 p.m. and that's line 1904. That's when the vehicle had been placed in the park, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And let's do some rough math. If you have a pen, you can write down if you need to. 9:22:45, the vehicle's in park. 9:43:05, the vehicle is now back out of park, correct?
That's correct.
Roughly how much time passes between those two events?
Approximately 21 minutes.
All right. And so the vehicle is out of park for about a minute at lines 3061 and 3079. And then let's go down to line 3096 and 3310. What happens with the vehicle there?
The vehicle goes out of park.
Okay. At what time?
At 9:44:54 seconds on June 7th, 2021. That's PM.
Okay. And then the next event below that, what occurs there?
Next event is the vehicle goes back into park at, that would be 10 o'clock and 36 seconds
Okay.
On June 7th, 2021 p.m.
And those are color coded green because they kind of represent a matching pair, correct?
That's correct.
When it went out and went back into park.
That's correct.
All right. And roughly, how much time passes between those two events at 9:44 and 10 o'clock of the night of June 7th?
Approximately 16 minutes.
Okay. All right. And then let's go down to lines 33:27 and 33:28. And those are two more green colored events that represent that matching pair, correct?
That's correct.
Vehicle out of park and a vehicle in park, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And what are the times associated with those two events?
The vehicle goes out of park at 10:01 and 17 seconds on June 7th, 2021 p.m. And it goes back into park at 10:01, 29 seconds on June 7th, 2021 p.m.
And roughly speaking, how many seconds is that?
About 12 seconds.
Okay, let's go to just a few seconds later, lines 33:36 and 33:40. And we see another matching pair of these green messages, correct?
That's correct.
Out of park and then back into park, correct?
That's correct.
And what are the two times on that particular event?
The vehicle goes out of park at 10:01 and 30 seconds on June 7th, 2021 p.m. And it goes back into park at 10:01 and 43 seconds, June 7th.
So maybe I can do the math this time. It's roughly about 13 seconds it's out of park?
That's correct.
Okay, and we see a whole bunch of messages again, that group of messages starting at 22:04:44 and kind of going on into 10:04:44 p.m. and 10:04:47 p.m. We see another group of messages. What does that group of messages generally indicate to you in the aggregate? And that's this group I'll highlight.
Okay, 3 to 2, false. It looks like the system is powering down.
Okay. Okay, and then we get down to lines 34:64, and that shows another green color-coded pair of messages, correct?
That's correct.
And again, it goes out of park and back into park, correct?
That's correct.
And what are the two times associated with those two messages at 36:64 and 36:82?
Yes.
I'm sorry, what are those times?
Oh, what are the times? 10:04 and 49, it goes out of park. That's PM on June 7th, 2021. And it goes back into park at 10:05, 55 seconds PM, June 7th, 2021.
And that's roughly more than a minute, correct?
That's correct.
And then let's go down to lines 34:90 and 35:04. And we see another matching pair in out of park and an into park, correct?
That's correct.
And what are the times associated with those two?
The vehicle goes out of park at 10:11 and 45 seconds on June 7th, 2021 PM. And then it goes back into park at 10:12 and 38 seconds PM, June 7th, 2021.
Okay. All right. And that's roughly just under a minute or so?
That's correct.
And we're almost to the end here. Okay. And then we see another message. So first of all, we see some messages that are blue colored at 35:06 through 35:15. And why are those blue coded instead of green coded for you?
Those are more vehicle park messages, but they appear to be with, basically duplications of the existing ones.
So that's just duplicate information, correct?
That's correct.
And then finally, at line 35:21, we see the vehicle. What happens with the vehicle at that one?
Okay, it goes out of park at 10:13 and 39 seconds PM on June 7th, 2021.
Did you find a matching kind of pair as we talked about before when the vehicle goes back in the park?
No. No log message was present for that.
Okay. Can you explain why that log message may not be present?
We found during the testing of our test vehicle that there are times when the system decides to temporarily stop recording message. The reason is not clear.
Okay. But did you see it come out of park at 10:13:39, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, and just to reiterate this, you're just telling us when this vehicle's in and out of park, correct?
That's correct.
Because that's the most reliable piece of information you've been able to deem from this data, correct?
That's correct.
And you can't tell us necessarily where the vehicle's moving, correct?
That's correct.
And you can't tell us if it's moving or if you see it go out of park, who's shifting the actual gear mount, can you?
No, we don't know who's in the car.
And all you can look at is this particular data, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And just so it's clear, you've determined you're interpreting this data because you use a test vehicle to see when you see these messages, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And that's why you're giving us these opinions today, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And when you were using your test vehicle, if you took the vehicle, out and drove it, took it out of park, drove it, and then put it back in the park, would you find that exact same matching pair of in and out of park messages we just talked about?
Yes,
Okay. And you weren't able to determine any other data that would reliably tell you if it was moving or not, correct?
that's correct.
All right. But so if the vehicle's driving and you see that, you would see that identical pair of messages like we just talked about.
Yes.
And however, if the car just stopped and someone shifted out of park and just sits there with the foot on the brake, and then sometime later puts it back into park, would you see that same matching pair of in park, out of park message and back into park message?
Yes.
You would. Okay. Okay. For mistake, this one.
By the defense. Stay for a moment. Right, back to order.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Hopefully this won't take long, just a few clarifying questions. First, you mentioned that the data was encrypted.
Yes, when we pulled the data off the chip, it was encrypted.
Is this something that the manufacturer did?
Yes.
It's not something that the end user doesn't do something to encrypt the data. It comes that way.
Not for an infotainment system, no.
And so it sounded like you kind of had to reverse engineer with a test vehicle to figure out the meaning stuff. Were you not able to get General Motors to assist with that?
We could, but we generally try to find data on our own. Often we have it's difficult for us to get the manufacturers to work with us on that data.
Did anyone attempt to reach out to General Motors, say, to de-encrypt the data?
Not from EDAU.
I won't go over this spreadsheet too much. You still have the exhibit with you?
I have a copy.
Okay. And we didn't have a. Is it up?
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you just briefly about, find it on this. There were some things that were happening at 903, 2103. Let me do it. 904. I didn't quite understand, what do these mean? This group of things that say info state, sleep, and state, some abbreviation, animate, all these things happening in this 904, 905 range. What does that mean?
So as I was attempting to explain before, that some of these messages, like individually, they don't mean a whole lot. Like, what does this actually mean? But in this case, it's generally showing, like, you scroll down just a little bit more so I could see a few more of the messages. So it looks like initially, like at line number 984, where the system initially boots up. And then at 904.
Well, let me stop you there.
I'm
When you
sorry.
say system startup, what does that mean? What is the system? What is it doing when it starts up?
So this is just the computer for the infotainment segment. This is not the entire vehicle. Something woke up that system. And just like your home computer, it needs to boot up before Windows is ready. It's a similar thing that has a boot up sequence. This is a log that says that was initiated.
Okay. And what would trigger this? What would make this startup happen?
We know that some events that make it happen, such as opening the door or just starting the car, we don't know all the events that might make that happen.
Well, on my Chevy, if you walk near it with the key fob, the lights come on the little door handles. You can stick your foot under the rear, and the rear will come up. Would walking near it with the key fob trigger anything?
It's a possibility, but we did not investigate that.
But scroll down here to 906 and 48 seconds. Am I reading this correctly to say that the engine was turned on?
Can you scroll down just a little bit further? You go just a little bit more than 49 seconds. So if you see that there was at one point there was message that says engine run false, which is only within the same second as I'm following up on engine running true. it's messages like this that get a little bit confusing on there, but ultimately it's basically saying here I'm at, but I'm moving to this state here. So in that case, it looked like the engine started running at this time.
Okay. Well, I don't think I'll belabor the spreadsheet anymore, but I did want to ask, did you additionally retrieve data related to the phone connecting to the entertainment system? I think there was a 911 call that you...
We had a call log that was extracted, as well as the connection of a Bluetooth, or several Bluetooth devices.
I'm going to hand you a printout. Is this a printout of device connection history that you were able to obtain from the vehicle?
We need to go back to the original material and take a look at this, because some of this looks more than like what we originally collected. So there's pages of this here.
But it goes back way outside of the sort of time frame with this. I mean, can you identify this?
I mean, the format looks familiar, but it looks. I might have to go back into the original material and pull up the HTML report. Is that acceptable?
Absolutely.
Your Honor, I think the witness is asking to look at his original data to validate what Mr. Barber has. State has no objection to that. We'll see a few minutes for him to validate it.
No objection, Your Honor. Absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room for a short break, hopefully. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recess for the day and resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Please do not access space.